There we go. How we
Morning,
doing, guys? How we
morning.
doing?
Oh, my dog would start barking. 1 second.
Dog's saying hello as well. So, how we doing, guys? Good to see you. How's everyone's Tuesday?
It is
Finally,
horrendous weather
back
here.
again.
How's it there?
Horrendous.
Oh, it's horrendous. Yeah, it's cold. It's
Why's
cold
that?
in England now.
Oh, right. Of
Horrendous.
course, of course.
Cold. Cold. How you
No,
getting
it's
on?
it's been alright here. It's been alright.
Yeah.
It hasn't been as hot lately, so it's been good. I don't like summer over here. Similar deal, but the inverse. It's too warm. So you know.
Your winter's probably hotter than our summer anyway over here.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, God, summer's really hot. Like some winters are really cold, and then other time there's no winter and summer's pretty reasonable. So I don't know. Australia weather's kind of weird. Yeah.
It's better. It's better
So-
than what we get over here. We probably get like 2 days of sunshine a year. Oh, I'm
yeah,
telling
look, I
you.
mean, I like the rain though. You know,
See, I do
but
when I don't have to go outside, but I have to walk this terror 3 times a day. So
yeah,
I don't have a choice.
yeah, yeah, and I can imagine like having it all the time would probably be different. So
It gets you a little bit, yeah. I don't mind it on the weekend when I don't need to do anything and I can just stick something on TV. But apart from that,
indeed.
no. Are you in a trade now?
I was earlier, so this was earlier today. Yesterday, I only took one trade as
Okay.
well. So far, I haven't done too much. Um, so I held that from last night through to today. So last night, your guys' time,
Yeah.
earlier in the day for me. So, but the other trade I had yesterday was just this NAS trade during
Lo-
Asia.
Lovely, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of waiting at the moment. I don't like the general risk off kind of stuff we got going on
Yeah.
right now. Yeah, sort of across the board. Like it's pretty classical, pretty typical risk off. Like we've seen, indices coming off. We've seen gold coming off. Right, after the rally we made last week, we've just come straight back.
Yeah, it's just pulling back.
Everyone's seen Bitcoin absolutely get smashed
Yeah.
right down through here. I remember last week I was talking with Anastasia looking for that lower drop, but we definitely went a bit further than I thought we'd actually get. I figured we'd hold up somewhere around 96. So right now I'm sort of waiting to see. I want to see some of this data come through, and maybe then the market gets a bit more clarity, a bit more direction. So
Yeah.
yeah. What about yourself?
I'm just teeing up what I did. So I caught 2R on DAX this morning. Caught it on my funded, but it whipped me out on stop loss on my personal, which was a tad annoying.
Do you have your
NAS,
screen, or do you want me to?
I can
I
share
can
my
bring up.
screen. Yeah, it's just at the moment it's playing up. 1 second. Go on, you can share it now if you want. Do you want me to do it?
Is it up there?
Let's see.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, done it.
There we are. Okay, now it's up.
So this was my slight DAX today, just a slight pullback. So my 2R, but obviously because of spreads and what have you, my personal didn't work. So that was today, and then NAS was lovely. Let's go to today on NAS. So to NAS, as who's seen me before, will know that I'm normally in and out, but I'm just messing with something at the moment to hold it for a little bit longer, especially on my personal. So on my funded, I'm just taking the 2R. We all know how funded works, so I just want to be in and out, stay within consistency. So I normally just take my 2R, my 1.5 hours or my 2 hours. But this was this morning, so this was a trade just as I woke up, which was a nice 4 on my personal, and then just before work today, which was a nice 7 on my personal. So it's still within my rules. I'm just obviously just holding them out a little bit longer, but my trade's done. Unless I get enough DAX set up for the day, I'm done for the day. So I'm quite all right. Like I'm very, same stuff every day. Get up, check the charts, 2 trades on NAS, done, dusted. Oh, who's that? What broker's your personal account with? Let me remember. 1 second. Here's my dog saying hello now. Where are we?
Yeah, look, Henry. Yeah, they're not great. They're not great.
1, 2,
But
5. Dun, dun, dun. PU Prime.
never heard of them.
Yeah, just a little one that I was part of from ages ago. I am gonna look into different ones. I think I need to. But they've been all right for me. I've always been okay. It's just lately that I'm just getting stopped out. But when it's tight as it was this morning on DAX, like I expect it to not. I just need to look into in regards to going break even and when I go to break even, because there's been a lot of times on DAX though that if I would have gone break even, it pulls back and then shoots in my direction anyway. So I don't like to necessarily going to break even, but it might just be something, especially on my personal, because obviously the whole point of my funded is to push my personal up as much as possible. It might be that I might just have to start trailing it on my personal just so that I'm catching something instead of losing 2R. I'd always rather make the money on my personal than my funded.
Fair enough.
But
Makes
no,
sense.
that was my morning. So no, it was all right. Doing it, I can't complain. Same stuff every day. What about yourself? You got anything else that you're looking at today?
Not quite so far. Like I was saying, I'm sort of waiting, so I'll jump over to mine again. So, like we had the downdraft on stuff like the euro coming into the week. Um, After last week's pickup, I want to see, because we've pretty much basically come back to neutral here
Yeah,
as far as that
exactly.
range. It's very indecisive. I want to see some kind of either rally from here or some kind of breakdown. Now,
No,
my
yeah,
base
I expect it to
expectation,
rally round about here.
yeah, my base expectation is that we will find
Yeah, that's what.
some kind
Yeah,
of
that's
base
what.
and come back up. Yeah,
So what will you look
but
for? So now obviously you're on the 1 hour. Will you go down to look for your entry, or do you get in on the 1 hour, the 4 hour, or will you look at all of them and then go down to say the 5 or the 15, etc.
yeah, so I'll go across each of the time frames. So like this here, obviously we got the 200 moving average basically coming up with those lows, as well as that sort of impulsive
Yeah,
candles that we had coming through there. So I'll typically find some kind of base that looks nice for some sort of formation. That's normally a cluster of those uh, levels, prior significant levels to the left, as well as a combination of, moving averages that you come back and rest on. Something like that, some kind of form, some kind
yeah,
of structure. And then basically just look for the candles starting to build off that. Like you can see through here, we have had those wicks coming up.
yeah, exactly.
So we're already starting to find a little bit of buying support through there, but right now, very indecisive. As soon as we did move up, we've come right back down through today. So I don't know if we need to wait for the data to come through, which
Let's
I
have a look here.
believe Thursday, Friday are mostly going to be
Yeah, it's Thursday, Friday. It's quiet. Yeah,
big days. Yeah.
very big days.
So yeah,
I look.
non-farms Thursday.
Thursday's going to probably be a non-trading day for me.
Then there was meant to be something else we're getting out on Friday. So Friday we've obviously got a bunch of the European data, then the PMIs later, but I believe they're releasing some of the other bits and pieces. I'll have to double check
Let's have a
once
look.
again. But
So tomorrow's just CPI. Thursday, yeah, lot. Non-farm unemployment rate, yeah. And then
and yeah,
what's that?
unbiased trader, what you were saying about IG before, yeah, it's the same with my
Who do
brokers as
you
well.
use?
Like
What brokers do you use?
I've got three, so IG, CMC, and IC markets.
Okay.
So those are the main three that I've sort of stuck with um, throughout the years. And then all for different bits and pieces.
Yeah.
So some have like options and that kind of thing as well.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So
No, I do need to change, but I think once you've had one, I've just kept my money in them and just gone from that. But I think I need to get to one of the bigger and better ones and
yeah,
go from there.
yeah. Indeed, indeed. Um, Best prop ever. Thanks, Marco. Appreciate you, mate.
USD unemployment news suddenly this morning could have been a problem out of nowhere.
Um, was that the week on week claims? Wasn't it?
I don't know. I'm just having a look now. I didn't see anything.
The Jolt stuff. Did that even come out though?
No, I don't think it did.
I don't think it actually got released, but um, yeah, I don't know. It's really annoying not having like definitive like times when stuff is getting released, because obviously everyone's just come back to the
Yeah.
office. They're compiling all the data. It's a very just like tentative outlook the whole way.
I've started looking
So
at a few different news. So I've started looking at like Forex Factory and my FX book for news as
yeah,
well, because there's some not on one. I've been caught out on that a few times, but I think with trading, yeah, lessons learned every day within trading.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I always double check with my personal broker stuff because they tend to update it pretty nicely there. So 8:10 UK time. What time is it now in the UK?
9:47.
Yeah, I was going to say we're past that now, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I don't
There
know.
was, there was,
Looks
there was a
like
spike. There was a spike around about that time, because that's when I got took out.
yeah, I don't know because I've like it's come up on mine and then not been released a number of times. It was meant to be like 9 a.m. this morning my time, so I don't know. But
Somebody just asked for DXY view. If you want to have
yeah,
a
Dixie. So I got the Dixie up here.
yeah,
Now, this also goes back to the somewhat indecision that we have. You can see we did find decent support on the Dixie. We end up having this roughly double bottom through here on these weeks and right into that 200 moving average on the 4 hour. And this is all clustered around this 99 to 100 zone. Right. Now, previously we got capped just above the 100. If we go zoom out a bit to, let's go to the daily, hide all the drawings and stuff. So where we ran into was perfectly up with the 200-day moving average. So as you guys know, whether it's stocks, indices, Bitcoin, anything momentum based, obviously you got the 50 and the 200. So you often come into the 50, you cross through that, you're going next to the 200, and the 200 moving average, particularly on time frame like the daily, weekly, monthly, there's some major support and resistance levels. So you tend to find that as the final leg of support. Obviously, if you smash through that, then that's a very bad sign, right? Now we tapped right into there. We've pulled back into the 10-day moving average. We go back to, let's go back down to 4 hour. You can see here where 200 and 100 are moving very nicely. The 50's always already come up, rolled over, and now starting to come back under the 100. And you've got the 10 just sitting in between. They look very indecisive. This long wick on here would appear on the faces of it that we might like to continue the move higher on the dollar. That said, I don't particularly like that as a view as a whole. Now, part of that has also been to do with there's been a bit of treasury buying as well since stocks and everything have been coming off. So if we do go over to the NASDAQ, let's go out to daily. Similarly, like how I was just saying before, with the 50 and the 200, the NASDAQ has now firmly breached that 50 and
yeah.
closed below the 50. So this is there's a lot of automated funds, quant funds, that kind of thing, momentum trading algos that as soon as you run that 50 and get a close, they continue to sell, right? So that's put further pressure. And then, of course, we got NVIDIA earnings coming out this week, tomorrow, I believe
Yeah.
it was. So, yeah, definitely eyes on there still as well, overall.
I'm seeing if anybody else
Um,
has asked us any questions. Just our brokers.
Yeah, financial juice is definitely the best for like live, real time headline news and everything as well.
I don't think I've ever used Financial Juice. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's very good. Would definitely recommend. You get everything coming through there. You can filter by what type of news you want, bonds, commodities, crypto, equities,
Oh yeah, you can. Okay.
politics, that kind of stuff. So yeah, very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Especially real time when you see, market pop some kind of spike and you're like, where'd that come
Where
from?
did the hell did that? It happens all the time.
Yeah.
I'm like in something. I was like, right, we're all green for today. We're all right. There's nothing happening. And then all of a sudden it just spikes in the opposite direction. You're like, shit, where did that come from?
Yeah, they're very quick. So you'll immediately see like, Trump has tweeted something, or there's been one of the Fed
Yeah.
members at a, some kind of breakfast dinner or lunch dinner or something like that,
Yeah.
who's made
Trump
a comment.
sneezed. Yeah.
Yeah, things like that. So, um, but yeah, so gold for now, on the other hand, is still holding above that 50 level, right? We're now pulled back into the 10 and riding that through. So that's going to be a key point to look at as well for gold. Because if we get a similar look as the indices right now, particularly the NASDAQ, if we start to crack below that, close below, we could see that deeper retracement down to the 3,700 or beyond, right down to the 200 potentially for gold. So, yeah, very much wait and see the next coming days' developments for me. In the interim, basically just trade, buy the buy, hour to hour right now. So I think it's pretty hard to call a distinct move. The market's still trying to find its feet, decide whether we're actually getting the rate cut in December or not. My base case for that is still that yes, more likely than not we will, but it's definitely not as clear cut as it was earlier. So, if your point of view to Dixie is HH high highs, then we can anticipate for euro to go the opposite. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why
Yeah,
I
that's what
don't
usually
like that
happens. Yeah.
view for the Dixie. Yeah, the chart there, as far as the candles appear on the surface of it, like I was saying, the Dixie wants to go higher. But given the larger, broader context of everything else going on, I don't know if that's quite the right move as far as
No.
the fundamentals and everything churning around right now. And we're about to get this big slew of data coming back through and getting caught up. And all the prior indicators appear to show that there's nothing indicating it's going to be strong per se. So if we get the measurements simply coming in line, that might be enough for the Fed to sort of just call pause and say, look, we'll wait until the new year. We've had the disruption from the shutdown. We're probably not getting the October data. So they might go like, hey, we want a couple more data points before we actually make a decision. As we missed a full month. We're only going to get November. There'll be a couple small pieces coming to early December, and then that's it. So this is why we're seeing a classical de-risking across the board. It's just a broad de-risking, deleveraging. It's not like panic. It's just selling down, raising cash. That's why you're seeing equities down, gold down,
Everything down. Yeah.
bonds up. Yeah.
Everything is down. I've started to try and take into account of things like that, even though I am probably in and out of a trade within 2 or 3 minutes. It's
Yeah, you
nice
don't really
to
need
start.
to, hey. So
No, but it's nice to start learning like the broader side of things. Like it's done me well so far, just knowing what I know. But I think just for my own, just because I'm obviously interested in this area, it's just nice to learn
yeah,
about it. But I feel like I've been very closed off for it. I think I've been very single-minded in my trading. It's worked for me, but yeah, I think I do
yeah.
need that little bit of broader knowledge. I'm just worried that broader knowledge will influence what I do on a daily
Impact.
basis
Yeah. Yeah.
because it's what I've got is working, and when I need to pivot, I've been pivoting. I've been giving myself like if something's off or it's not right, I give myself another 4 months of data collecting, just doing what I'm doing, just seeing if it's just the way the market is at the moment or if it is something to do with my edge or whatever else. I feel like I'm in a good place of it, so I don't want something else to influence what I'm doing. So we'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I totally understand that. Um,
Do you not have that sometimes as well, where you're like, fundamentally the world is saying this, but the chart is telling me this? Should I, in my head, is telling me, like, and you're conflicted a little bit sometimes?
Yeah, sort of sometimes, but then normally what I'll do is just either, just reduce the exposure because I
Yeah.
know that like the clarity on the decision is not fully there.
Yeah.
So you kind of risk adjust based on the like confidence level,
Yeah.
right? So if there's conflicting parts, then obviously it means you've got
Yeah.
to, yeah. So I still want to get in there and, trade or express a view.
Yeah.
Um, and sometimes it can also just be that like, depending on it, like the view can still be solid and there, say from the fundamental macro perspective, but the market sometimes takes, a couple extra,
Yeah.
sometimes it can be hours or days or whatever, or to
To
the end of
line
the
up
week
to what you,
before it
yeah.
fully flips the other way and
Yeah.
is recognized, right? So yeah, it's always just one of those gauges. But yeah, no, I just find it interesting. I enjoy it. It's a
You
big
do.
puzzle to
You've got
solve.
that mind, whereas I feel like I've got no room
Yeah,
in my head for anything else. I think especially because I've still got the day job, and the day job is I've turned my phone upside down because it's buzzed about 4 times since we've been on the call. Because
yeah,
I've still got that, and it's quite a hectic day job. I haven't got time for all the other bits. Like my life, trading fits in quite nicely for the couple of hours
yeah,
that I am able to look at a chart. Apart from that, like there was a few trades like last week that I missed on DAX because I was driving up and down the country and whatever else. So I think, yeah, I've just not got the time to sit there and look at all the other bits and bobs. So when I do
yeah,
get the time eventually, yeah, and you can teach me because I
yeah.
need to know where
For
to
sure.
start.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's great. Yeah, it's something interesting. But yeah, like you said,
I knew you'd pick that one.
makes me
Did you not pick the one above it? Not the one above that one.
Hey, look, it's hard. I don't know if that's rude or not. Right? Like,
I appreciate
thanks,
that.
scam as well.
Hey, we're not voting in the side now. They'll be putting more
Yeah,
LJ Love Arts.
it's a competition.
Um,
But yeah, what are you guys looking at? Because like I said, I'm a
we're
bit
just doing that.
mixed on things. So the other one there is the
How's
Aussie
it
dollar,
going?
which we were talking about last week with Anastasia. Both the Aussie dollar, New Zealand dollar, we're starting to look right for some kind of buys. You can see there's a clear sort of trend line through there that we snapped into. Obviously, if I turn this stuff on, it's going to be stuff everywhere here. Um, but the other point, basically, you can see this wedge through here forming through those bottoms, and again, 200-day moving average just here. Um, I don't mind this as a potential idea. We'll go down to half an hour for retracement, especially if we start to establish a hold above these prior heads during Asia. Then we could see that run back up to the high, sort of low 65s, I should say. Um, but yeah, apart from that, I'm not seeing anything hugely confident today. I mean, the range on euro is pretty rubbish
Let's
overall.
have a look at.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just hardly gone anywhere. We're in like 10 points, and it's pretty much just sideways, sort of choppy. Um, it's a similar deal with the pound. The other thing with the pound, of course, we've got the budget stuff coming up in 8 days from now. So
Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, look at this. It's just
It's horrible.
back and forth mess through here. Yeah.
Barcoding, horrible.
So obviously, you can trade that plenty nicely on like if you go down to like a 5 or 1 minute.
Do you ever go down
But
to like the lower time frames like that and just we'll do a bit of like scalping, as you say, or
sometimes, rarely. Normally, I'll be looking at them for like some larger structure on the 15,
yeah,
31 hour, and then I'll just be watching that sort of in real time to see it like evolving, to confirm that yeah, we're actually getting that input. Because of course, when you're and the same way when you can you've got a certain candle formed on, say, the hour, 4 hour, 15, whatever. You can be right up and you're looking strong, but you
Yeah,
can see on the 1 minute it's actually about to
it's
crumble
going.
and
Yeah.
fall apart. Yeah. So I
See,
sort of
where
keep an eye
I
for
don't
that
go
reason.
above. I don't go above the 1 hour when I'm looking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's strange. I don't even look. Don't look at the daily candle, the 4 hour. Like, no, I only look at like the 1 hour as in direction, but that's only on DAX. NAS 5 minutes is the highest time frame that I look at. But I was
Yeah.
just looking on average. Then I'm like my average trade times, and I think the last 8 trades, 3 of them were under 2 minutes, and then the
2 minutes.
rest like this morning it was. Oh, let's get my screenshot up 1 second.
Oh, that's wild. Yeah, hang on. I'll bring it up.
It's just on my phone. I put it in my little group this morning. So yeah, the trade today was 1 minute 32. Yesterday 2:18. We had one 8 minutes. We got two at 8 minutes. One at 5. So I used fivers for DAX and I used someone else for NAS. And their rule is that you can't be under on average more than 50% of your trades have to be more than 2 minutes. So it's something that I have to keep an eye on. Obviously on your personal it's a little bit different, and that's where I hold longer, and then you've got your consistency rules and whatever else. But no, I've just got to be really careful that, or I just have to go for a bit more on them if it's under the 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Use put.
2 minutes is wild.
Do you think?
That's very short. That's very short.
I
Yeah.
sometimes do it. I put a trade on and then I'll boil the kettle and I'll see which one comes first. It's just how I've always traded. I've always just been a low time frame trader. It just works better for me. And like especially because I'm normally doing it when I'm walking the dog as well, or when I first open my eyes. I just like to be in and out of them and done. I don't have to worry then. Put some songs on. Hi Jen.
Yeah.
So Jen's in my I've got like a little group. So Jen's in my little group.
Oh yeah, cool. Nice.
Is anybody else?
Love it.
I
Read a meeting.
saw
Like the name.
GBP. You think will go down more? Do you want to jump on that?
Let me swap back over. So, pound. This is pretty much what you're resting on right now, as far as short side. Right. This is on the 5 minute. So near term, we go up to 15. You can see right now we're already trying to start to punch through it. So that's the near term piece for today. And then you can see, zoom that back through. We had the one sort of spike that overshot it, but we weren't able to close below that area. And that had relatively held us up through last week. Right. Now this week, we've knocked through it a couple of times. We're kind of forming a new structure. I definitely think we could see further lows for the pound. As you can see through here, it's lower high, lower high, lower high. Now, inverse, we had been beaten up for quite some time. So if I go back out to the hourly, we had this pretty consistent downdraft all through here, through the other, it was like 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago now, right? Week before last, we started to pick up, just get a bit of general retracement. It's sort of like a dead cat bounce type thing. Not that it really bounced very heavily, to be honest, but we've come up to a sort of interim level, and we're just sideways, right? Nothing is going on through here at all. It's very indecisive. So as far as can we go lower, sure. You get another tap into the 200 moving average here, another little tangle with the lows from yesterday, and then see if you find support or if this cracks down to the lows from last week once again. But as I was saying before, it's a very by the by thing at the moment. There's no clear direction. We're very neutral. The past week, last week, into this week, we're just trading sideways. So yeah, keep an eye on this band through here. Next point of call is going to be 131.45, and then of course you got the next various low points from last week. So There's only about 20 points or so in it, so I'd probably prefer to go elsewhere personally. I don't like the pound or the euro right now.
No, not right now. Not right now.
Yeah, you'd be better off probably going something like pound yen, right? Especially if you're trading that shorter term kind of outlook. Probably be able to jump in, jump out much quicker. At least this is actually moving on some relative basis, right? I mean, this is a 5 minute early rep, 204.30, dip down to 204, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Whereas the pound hasn't gone anywhere
No, it's not moved. Yeah, it's
really
just
at all. Yeah.
sat there.
So be waiting and waiting and waiting to get like some kind of a
This
top
is why I like 2 minute trades.
or down. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't sit and wait. I don't even have notifications on my phone anymore when it hits. I just, put my phone away and then just look towards the end of the day if it's hit or not.
Yeah.
So, because I got to the point where I was just watching it all the time. So, no.
Yeah.
Turn
Just glued to it.
off. Yeah, and can't do that. Got to take the emotion away from it.
Indeed.
It just took me a long time to do.
Trying to develop a model for scalping the DAX and NASDAQ. So far promising, and using one of my funded accounts with dodgy, hugely discounted profit. Okay, nice. But yeah, look, Ashleigh is the queen of scalping NASDAQ and DAX. So there you go. Ask away. Fire any questions.
Any questions, pop me a message. The easiest thing to do if you're scalping is find a very simple pattern. Find a pattern that happens just round certain times in a day and watch it every day and just backtest that for a month or so, and you'll soon see the same thing showing up day in, day out. That's all I did. I found a pattern, it works. I just, watched it, backtested it over a month or two, seeing how I could get better results, and backtested it over 12 months using them results, and it's worked for me. I've got a little Telegram group where they all do what I'm doing, and it seems to be working. We had a few people that have become funded. So I think at the moment, there's 10 of us in that group, and I think out of the 10, I think 7 of them have been funded, which is good. But it is a very quick strategy, and you've got to get used to it. But it's find a pattern, repeat. Swing is good. I don't like swinging. That sounds wrong. I don't like swing trading. But no, all you need to do is find a pattern. Pop me a message on Instagram though. I'm happy to help.
Yeah, well, I mean, for you, for your lifestyle and how you trade and stuff, like swings would just be too angst inducing, because you'd have to be checking stuff all the time.
Exactly, and I haven't got time to check.
Has it,
No, especially because I drive a lot for my job as well, and that's the last thing you want to be doing. So for me, I need to be in and out of trades before I hit the road or whatever else, and I don't have to think about it then. Gone are the days where I'd be pulling up every 5 minutes to check a trade, missing meetings, getting in the way of my day job. It's just not worth it. So I just needed to find a strategy that worked around myself and the dog, basically.
Yeah, that's good.
Who for once is asleep during this podcast.
Cat Frank Henry. All right, take a look. Let's charge it up now. Let's go out to 15. Where are you in at? 56, 51
Trade only on your
TP, 56, 86. There, so I can see that. Okay. 1 hour. 56, 53, 51. Was it? Can I read properly? Yes, I can. Okay, good. Dude, right in at the bottoms. That's fine. I'd say you'd probably even clear some more height. 86.
A little
actually,
bit,
yeah, that's right by that wick. Yeah. So yeah, I like that. And into that head before he, fell. That's beautiful.
That's a lovely trade.
Nothing more to say about that. That's great.
Did very well there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. Grand. It's pretty much just
You're just annoyed you didn't catch it, aren't you?
Yeah, I rarely ever look at like sort of exotic pairs like this, like Cad Frank and stuff, but so I always miss a lot of these kind of pairs. occasionally I jump around when there's like like we have now, like the pound is not great, the euro is not great. Pound dollar, euro dollar, talking about obviously. Um, but yeah, normally I get enough action over there, plus the NASDAQ, etc. So hopefully we get something like that at some point for the
No,
euro.
look, so what's it doing at the moment? Let me get Euro USD up. Let's have a look.
NASDAQ, similar deal. I'm kind of tilting slightly towards further pullback near term, um, going into tomorrow with NVIDIA. We're just so weak, and we keep making a slightly new
Yeah,
low through there. I'm going to clear up that chart shortly, but
Your chart compared to my chart is ridiculous.
yeah. No, I said this last week. I still didn't get time because there's some. I don't want to just delete everything because there's some stuff I will keep on there for posterity, which is just good to refer back to. But what I will say is this: the head and shoulders pattern that we got through here was like textbook last week. Talking about with was it Thursday, Anastasia, I believe it was. So if I bring this back up, you guys will see. Let's go down to like a 1 hour, a little bit better. This is where we're mapping some of this out, so I'll just clean this up a little. I can click everything, it's so hard. Everything's all jumbled up. Okay, that's close enough. But yeah, so this was the touch point we had tapped into 3 times through the day, through that period. And then it was basically whether we'd get another tip a little higher into the underside of that the candle there. We roughly did on these guys, and then bang, just came right off. So cracked right through there. And if you guys know how, when you get head and shoulders like that, it's basically peak to, if that's going to let me, midpoint, and then you take that and double it, which was right down to here. So that was like 340. So it was basically 7. I can bring that down. 780 was right like through here, which is where we basically had that first pause point. So that's the typical measured move, very textbook, bang, done. So anyone else that jumped in on that Thursday, that was very nice. So I'm going to get rid of some of this. It's too much stuff everywhere. Clean up. There we go. That's a little bit better. That's just the trades on there. So I didn't see it down here. Yeah, so NASDAQ, like we still haven't been able to breach the 10 moving average in the 1 hour. So right now it looks very much like we still have this downward pressure, and we got the slight break of that low through there. If we keep, and okay, we go back to the daily. We spoke about this before. The daily has firmly closed below that 50 moving average, and today in particular you can see it's been very weak, very lackluster through today's bar as well. So it kind of seems as though the next point is down to these heads back towards this 100 moving average and the lows through there, right? So I mean, from there you've got another 650 points, and then let's go to the move for today. 24,820. So that's like just a touch above where we are. It's basically around today's high that the options are pricing for. So we're on the underside of that, meaning the question will be whether that sort of caps price, and then we drop off from there, coming towards New York once again. That's pretty much what we've been repeating recently. So yes, very close to 90K. Very close. What is the number right now?
I'm going to say, what is it?
Let me check. $89.9.
Oh,
So it must be sub 100. So very close. Very, very close.
what's that last comment? Oh, what have you done? Scarfing gives me a lot of... oh, no. No, I prefer it. Swinging gives me a lot more anxiety.
It can be angst-inducing if you're trying to
Watching them
watch it or
pullbacks.
manage it.
No.
You gotta just take the trade and then not try and fiddle with it. If you keep trying to like shift the stop or add more,
Yeah,
just
I think you have
accept.
too much time to think about it, and you too much time to analyze. And if you overanalyze it while you're in a trade, it's just it's not going to work out for you, because there's so many points where you could come out of a trade. But you just got to have set rules and be like, no, this is what I'm doing. That's why I have normally set risk and reward on what I do. I've got a few extra where I'll go for a little bit more of my personal, but apart from that, no, I'm in and out of a trade that quick that I don't get time to move it, which is good for me. My head wouldn't cope. I know the way I am. I know I'd want to change stuff, so no, I needed to find a strategy where I wouldn't intervene with it.
No doubt. I understand what you're saying, Ashley. You found a strategy that goes
There
well.
we go.
Yeah. Perfect. That's what you want.
You want it to fit around your day job, and then it can become your job.
Yeah. I just mark the Asian session range, wait for a sweep of liquidity, fake break, and enter on the opposite direction. Works almost every day at around 6 a.m.
I just mark Asian range, wait for
a.m.
a sweep of fake break, and enter on the opposite. I used to do that. That's what I used to trade, especially on EU. That was my strategy. Lovely. You just got to see a pattern, find a pattern, and it works for you. That's all it is.
I would have liked a bullish 1 hour close to close and retest the NAS neckline of the head and shoulder. Yeah, you're talking about from the Thursday, like once we came down. So to like rebound, make it towards the neck, and then fall away for the entry. Is that what you mean, Henry? But yeah, that was a very nice drop. We just kept getting smashed. That was the other piece that when we were talking about on that Thursday with the Aussie dollar, those were those longs that I ended up getting stopped out on that because the NASDAQ just collapsed way heavier than it was the pace of acceleration. So obviously, Aussie dollar, New Zealand dollar, that kind of stuff, higher beta, prone to risk off moves, they get dragged down with that at the same time. So yeah, got stopped out on those, but end up cleaning up on the NAS shorts. So yeah, I see what you mean, Henry. Yeah. Micromanaging trades is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's not per your prior expectation, because some people do that, right? And that's sort of how you're managing. It's sort of like part of the thing. But if you didn't decide to, implement that kind of approach beforehand, and then you found yourself in the middle of the trade doing it when you shouldn't be,
No.
then yeah, it tends to end up
It'll
bad.
skew your data then as well. So when you're looking at your data over the last year, you're not honest with yourself. It's in hindsight, isn't it? So yeah, you're not honest with yourself. So you just need to make sure that you stick to your rules. If your rules say that you can, if it hits a certain point, then you can go break even or you can reach for this, then yeah, that's fine. But if your rules don't, and you're just amending each and every trade due to different, it's not the best.
Precisely. Unbiased trader saying just made 0.5% in 7 minutes. If I get 7% on 1 times RR on the scalp strategy by the end of this week, I'll get another boot camp with the fivers and take it seriously. Yeah, nice. That's good. That's the way to do it. Test it prior, see if it works. traded on a demo or something, and then
Yeah, and a demo or a really, really small personal, and and then go for it.
Brilliant. Euro dollar is coming down to those lows now. We are testing that 200 once again. So going to be keeping an eye on this, whether we collapse and are coming back to somewhere down through here, that sort of mid 115s, about 115.65 or so, or if this ends up being the bounce point for today. It's quite interesting overall. Dollar yen as well. So dollar yen's the other one that right now we still have this upside momentum. There's strange will to keep buying dollar yen, which we were talking about this yesterday with Dirk and Jonatan. It's definitely starting to go in the face of everything, which is quite odd and often a recipe for disaster in the end. So, yeah, but again, right now it's buy the buy, trade sort of what you see hour to hour. That's the way I'm sticking with things, because we don't have firm conviction at the minute.
Trying to realize.
Yeah, Dixie will be trying to break out now from those highs. Gold. We can take another look at gold.
I never look at gold anymore.
Gold's been good. It's been a great asset this year.
Looks quite smooth, yeah.
Been really good.
No, too many bad memories on gold.
Everyone has their scars on gold. I don't know if I know a trader that doesn't. Anyone who has traded gold at some point has gotten.
Oh yeah, you've all got horror stories from it.
Yeah. But yeah, so gold, we basically just made this peak. It's one of those, all the way up, all the way down to where we broke out from type moves. So right now, similarly, gold trying to find its feet. It got swept up in the general selling across the board, cash raising. This doesn't necessarily mean that gold's just out of the game. But quite similarly, we're back to sort of in this neutral zone overall. So in between lows down here and the recent retracement point, we're sat roughly in the middle band through here now. We go down to 15 for today's moves. Back through here, through this morning. This was end of New York last night. We then took a bit of a tumble. Coming into Asia after rollover here, we've continued that and just had sort of pretty choppy downwards movement. So what I would be looking for from here is probably a slight pullback into the 50 and the 10, just above these heads that we broke above from the Asia sort of peak coming into early London. Basically pull back from there, retest, and come up to the point that we fell off into mid New York last night. So that's probably what I'd be looking for on gold. I'd say we hold up pretty reasonably around this 4K level. I wouldn't expect us to just fall through just yet, unless there's another liquidation wave coming from indices. And we go back to that, selling gold, selling good assets at the same time just to raise cash. Everyone's just taking chips off the board. Been a cracky year for gold, cracky year for stocks. Was a good year for Bitcoin as well. It was decent, not good in traditional Bitcoin return years, right? They're normally much larger, but at a certain point we're up sort of 30%. Now we've dipped right back down. We're negative on the year for Bitcoin, but across the board, great returns everywhere. So naturally, a bit of profit taking coming towards the end of the year. To be honest, gold is my best friend for my economy cycle strategy used in my SIP account. Nice. I like it.
If it works for you. It just doesn't work for me.
Gold's gold's definitely a great long hold asset for sure. Great to trade, great long hold asset. It's meets a lot of use cases, no doubt. What else is going on? Quick look at options. We can see, yeah, I mean, at the money volatilities across the board come down, even on gold. Normally you see gold and silver still a bit higher, but overall, good bit lower. You see Aussie dollar coming higher because we have had some of the risk off selling because of indices dipping. But across the board, yeah, volatility is definitely down, which is basically you're just seeing that expressed in the very little movement that we have, sort of just sideways, no clear conviction. So Eurodollar now cracking through those lows.
Yeah, dropping.
Where's the pivot levels for today? So back down to 74. Yeah, my next target would be that kind of
There.
area.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So between that 65 and 70 band through there. So yeah, you've had your 2 trades, haven't you? Today?
I've had my 2 trades. I'm just waiting to see if DAX lines up. I've got alerts set in case it does, and I'll just wait for an alert set. But I've done my 2 NAS. I've locked out. Got what I needed on my personal as well from that. So yeah, just see what happens. Like, yeah, I may have to jump off in a second. I think I'm back on next Tuesday. Maybe a little bit worse for wear because it is my hen party this weekend.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm flying out to Morocco Friday till Monday.
Yep.
So yeah, get back late Monday. So yeah, see what I'm in. See what
Hey.
state I'm in on Tuesday morning. So yeah, I think I'm the only person on earth who's having 2 weddings and 2 hen dos, but you know, got to be done. It's got to be done.
That's
So
great though. It's great. I hope you
no,
have a good time. You'll enjoy it. Yeah.
thank you. Have you ever been?
Yeah. No, I have not. I have
Oh,
not.
it's amazing. I think it'd be my 3rd time going. It's absolutely stunning. I think I'm liking the fact that I'm taking people to a place that they wouldn't necessarily go to. So I was at a hen party a couple of weeks ago for a friend in Ibiza, and that's just obviously your standard partying type of hen do. Whereas this one, I'm hoping it's a little bit different. So we've got like hot air balloons and whatever else
Oh
booked
yeah.
in. So no, it should be, yeah, it's a different type of world, but it's absolutely amazing. So if you can, anyone who's not been, and it's cheap as anything. So yeah,
Okay.
go. Oh,
Okay.
nice. Someone's
Interesting.
from Morocco. There we go.
There you go. Nice.
But no, it'll
I
be
like
good.
that as well. That's kind of cool, like a hot air balloon.
Yeah,
That's
so I've done it
definitely something
before while I've
different as
been
well.
there, and it was
Yeah.
amazing. Like it's absolutely incredible. I'll post some pictures on my Instagram so people can see. And then I think we've got like a day in the desert, so like you camel riding and quad biking and dancing under the stars, etc. But no, it should be good. So I apologise now for any videos that you might see on my social media. So,
Never apologize. Never
but
apologize.
no,
No, it sounds
right.
wonderful. I hope you have a great time.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Right, I'll jump off. Thank you, everyone.
Howdy. Catch you,
Enjoy.
Ashley.
See you
See you
later.
next week.
Bye.
Enjoy. Alrighty. Now there was one. How we doing, guys? What on earth was this on here for? I don't even remember. Oh, I think that was just playing up. That was the um, pivot point. Okay. I don't know why it's given like bajillion all stacked there. It's because of this. It's treating that Saturday tick over or whatever. I don't know. Go figure. But I just wanted to have a look at the DAX, comparing it to NASDAQ, first of all. Let's get rid of this. That's incredibly hard to see anything. There we go. Okay, interesting. Because, yeah, DAX has cracked those low levels now. We haven't quite hit that prior low. Once again, I think this is going to be similar deal with the other indices. We've got a few key levels just below here that are going to be very, very important, because we end up running this like you're just falling straight out of bed. So it's going to be something to keep an eye on. DAX chart is rocket science. Yeah, look, it looks mental with this thing on. Hey, like, what is going on? God. Took a long at the low on the DAX, I take it. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea. At least near term. So we're still under that 10 moving average. So like I said to you guys before, I always look at that. Once you get those established falls, right? And the same thing through here, you want to see us keep below the 10, you peak above it. You want then price to move up, come down, retest it, but then bounce off the 10. If you collapse back through, down trend is still in play. And yeah, you can see right here. So this is a classic example of it. 15-minute. We've held below, tapped into it, held below the whole time. We've now come above, established a bit of a trading range, small trading range through here, come down. We've tapped on it nicely though, and now starting to build up. So I do like that as near-term retracement. I guess you'd have, that is ridiculous. Basically up near the 200 by those lows, and then you've got this prior, I'm gonna have to zoom way out, that guy, which is in line with here. Not bad. I like it. So yeah, it's about what is that? 23440, 450, and this level you're looking at 23615 or so up there. Long gold. Took it from the low of the day for today. That'll also be nice because yeah, this is a pretty similar deal. If you go to the 5. We're now pretty clearly running up nicely. And you can see how here, again, that 10 moving average, broken through there, established above, come back, tap into it, be right on, and then it's come back and just tapped into it here. Still holding above, which means this is still valid for us to keep moving up. Back up to the sort of high point just before we fell off during New York yesterday. So there you go. Pedro,
good morning.
How are we doing?
How are you? Good morning.
Oh, well, man.
Morning. How is
How you
everything?
doing?
How's trading?
Yourself?
Sorry?
Doing well yourself?
Yeah, I'm good as well. I'm good.
Nice.
First time looking at the markets today. I hadn't had the opportunity to look at the market, so yeah, since yesterday. Let's see what's going on. Are you in any trade? Anything that you're trading?
Yeah, not really. I was going to say, I like everything's kind of been a bit neutral. We've had euro dollar here sort of have a rough break through those lows from yesterday.
Yes.
So see if we actually get further move from there down to about 115.65 to 70. But outside of that, I think yesterday I only had the one trade on the NAS. That was earlier during Asia. Sorry, it's early London. I think it was, 7. So 7 my time, so early London. Didn't trade anything else. Didn't like anything else yesterday. And then Aussie dollar, I did hold that from last night. And then that got hit TP early today. So those are only trades I've had. I feel like everything else is quite neutral, kind of just trading in this strange range. Like,
pound has been terrible.
yeah. Like, what is this?
In reality, there was one. actually, there was one guy yesterday on the live stream, on the Portuguese live stream, that he was saying that in the last 2 weeks he has been smashing a pound, like 2 great weeks for him. I think he's literally a short-term trader, managing to benefit from all that small volatility. For me, I haven't looked at the pound since beginning of November, since the bottom was created, and just to show kind of two different styles of trading. Whatever price does, there's opportunities. You just need to find out which price action benefits you, basically.
Indeed. Because when you look at it on the 5 minute, like we've had some of these moves, but it is very just like, chop back forth, like what's going on, right?
Yeah. And the difference is also because we didn't really have this type of moves on the euro, right? So again, I think it's a lot of because of the fiscal policy that they may do or they may not do. Initially, it looks like that they were about to tax more people. Now they kind of went back with it. I think it's going to be next week. If not mistaken, maybe the budget announcement. It must be next week. Yeah. So we'll see until then what exactly is going to happen on the pound. Is there any music in here? It's super silent. Can you put some background music?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. I think euro could go a little bit lower. I think the dollar could go higher. Again, the trade, unfortunately, that I didn't catch was the. Actually, had a loss on dollar for Swiss, and then I didn't catch it again. I entered a little bit too early. Just bring mine in here. I had an early loss. That was Friday, I think. To be honest, it was a bit worry. I like where price was reacting from this structure in here in the morning. So I was looking to see if price would just do this eventually, but it decided to come a little bit deeper into this level, and then I didn't manage to catch again. As you can see, basically, I've been waiting since then for price to come back a little bit closer, potentially this fair value gap, maybe that's in here, or kind of retest this level to look for a long. Price finally today went a little bit down, but it kept respecting this structure, and now it's already breaking new highs. Dollar franc Swiss was one trade that I've been waiting. I think we kind of mentioned also that last week. I'm still waiting to see price eventually maybe fakes out now this level, comes back into here before a potential move to the upside. I think any price around this level or even a little bit deeper, I think it's a good reason to go long on dollar. Franc Swiss, the euro, the way price respected this top last week, and then made this move as well on Friday, and respecting it looks like that price wants to go lower. Then it broke this structure. I think price may wants to go a little bit lower, maybe at least maybe somewhere around this level, or even resume the move to downside. Because if you're looking at basically structure, just looking at price action, this was basically the last swing that created this move down. And if price does want to resume the move to downside, this could actually be a great level to do so. So I'll be actually cautious with even longs, or if longs maybe just a retracement. I would have turned a bit more bullish if we had taken this top. Not taking that top, we may just continue eventually in this trajectory, and maybe eventually get a little bit closer to these lows, around 1.14 or something like that. But let's see. Maybe go ahead.
Very so if I go over, hang on. So that move on euro dollar, right? There's a bunch of garbage all over here as well, but
we are used to it already.
Basically, used to it by now. Anyway, it's annoying me now. It's too much. But yeah, basically we've got the 1500 moving average on the daily here that we pretty much just came back into, and failed to get any kind of drive beyond there. And like you're saying, failed at those highs as well. So this is very much looking like we do want to make a move down to the 200, down to that low 114. That said, I also don't necessarily like it from the surrounding climate with all the US data yet to come out, right? I feel like that comes out very poor. All of a sudden, rate cuts are back on the table for December, and then you just go right around. So I'm going to be very cautious either side between now and then until we actually get more clarity there. Because I agree with you. Right now it looks.
But my thought process was basically actually just on the technicals, like seeing those levels. I didn't even notice that we had that 50 moving average that price just respected, which is interesting as well. The way price respected that mark. Of course, now on Thursday is going to be NFP, correct? So that's going to be an interesting one. That we're going to have finally some labor data, at least the NFP coming out. I could see even a quick spike and potential price go down. Maybe one more time price could still respect this level, just to take everything in here and maybe create that move. Because usually price kind of to commit into a trend, sometimes it needs to happen, which actually happened on Friday, which is kind of a strong move that it looks like it's about to break, but for some reason it just gets rejected completely. It turns to the opposite side, and maybe now price would maybe just continue. Usually this move, it tends to happen a little bit more in kind of in the middle, where it looks like that price is about to go and then just no, we're actually going down from here. So we'll see what's going to happen. The reality is that also we have plenty of liquidity above these levels. If price does want to go take these stops, it can definitely do so. But yeah, we'll see where eventually euro is going to bounce. I would like it at least to go a little bit lower. Looking at the euro index as well. So we just took this top last week. We came back straight away into this range, and now it's going to be also again curious to see price by any chance wants to go all the way back in here or eventually resume to move to the upside. Of course, if price does this, then maybe we're going to have those sells on the euro and euro pairs in general. Because looking at the dollar as well, maybe dollar could go a little bit. I would have liked dollar to have gone a little bit lower before moving higher. But where price reacted, it was not as a bad level neither, kind of coming back into this mid-range structure and maybe could resume the move to the upside. At least take this liquidity now, and we'll see what happens next. So let's see what the dollar is going to be around this structure. If it wants to go down or lower. But the difference, for example, is the dollar index. I can actually see that the dollar index took this top, which may now resume the move a little bit to the upside, which means that the euro dollar may wants to go lower. So those are just a few things I'm paying attention, and that's why for me dollar franc Swiss looked really good to potentially look for a long. Maybe could resume the move and come back into this upper structure. Again, unfortunately at this point I'm not on that trade. Some others for me is the end. I think the end pairs and the yen index continues to be. So last week I did manage to get a quick short on the euro yen, something that we talked about it in here as well on Thursday. The trade was on Friday. Just a quick reaction towards this level and then rejected straight away. And now we are getting closer and closer to these lows, and we have also kind of a nice demand zone underneath here. So again, I'll keep tracking. I think the more the yen index go lower, and for example the dollar yen goes closer to those 156, 157, more pressure is going to be for the Bank of Japan to start doing something. So my favorite level even on dollar yen is to be even a little bit higher, around 157. But of course, I could see price bouncing or maybe taking this top and then kind of finding a little bit of a selling pressure before eventually price goes there. So I'll keep tracking potential short on the yen pairs as the yen index continues to go a little bit lower, closer to this structure, somewhere around here. The trade on euro yen was this one. So we talked about that, which as soon as it broke this trend line, I actually shorted in there. It was enough a risk reward. I don't really do those. Maybe the best trade for me would have been around this top after price after price actually broke these lows, this would be already enough for me to maybe jump into it. So I didn't really see it on this time. Then price was here, and finally, as soon as it broke this trend line, it was enough to 200 score, I think, and that was enough for me to get into the trade. And then price just reversed. So that was basically the trade, and now price can go a little bit higher. The supply that I'm looking for is still a little bit higher, so I think price could continue to go a little bit more as the yen index also goes a little bit more, and then eventually could have that bigger turn. Even Aussie yen as well, I think is getting attractive. I think the tops are also kind of interesting, but maybe to look for some sells on the Aussie yen if price goes higher again. In this case, we actually managed to break some structure. So yeah, the yen pairs, again, I've been talking about them for a while. I think they're still attractive based on my own style as price continues to go in one direction, but finding resistance and selling pressure. And I think we're going to continue to find more selling pressure as we go higher in this case. Yeah. That's basically something I've been looking. Gold. What's your take? I think gold is a good level to go long. I think if you recall what we talked about last week, we talked about exactly that. That price could find some resistance at around this level, and then maybe at around 4,000, maybe try to look for longs again. So last week actually kind of played out quite nicely, and I think we may be in a level where we could start finding some buying pressure at around this structure here.
Yeah, I agree. Gold sort of just come off with like we've had classic sort of de-risking, deloading. It's less so de-risk, but like deloading, like raising cash across the board. So it's the same with indices coming off, not necessarily like falling out of bed out of like panic or distinct fear, but coming into the end of the year, everything coming off at once in a very classical, just taking some meat off the table, right, on some of these good trades that have come through, and then particularly going into the other main one that's been watched is that December Fed meeting. So odds for that have been bouncing around. Start of last week we were 68 to 61. We've now dropped through that below 50%. This is why I'm also very cautious on everything, being that the technical structure right now looks as though we do have that downside. Euro and pound are trading a bit rubbish, but there does seem to be a tilt lower there. Dollar across the board higher. Same with dollar yen, like you were saying. But the high probability of some of these numbers coming out and that flipping back the other way is very much there. So yeah, gold from here I think is not a bad idea. I do like, after the pullback that we had, it's held up nicely. And again, it was very just systematic sort of type selling, nothing scary or whatever. I do like picking up gold from this level. I think we were just talking about it just before. Basically even right where we are here, intraday, back up to those levels, just when you jumped on, I believe. Yeah. So I like that. Yeah, I
think we could be ranging a little bit before anything else. Maybe until NFP or something like that. Maybe you could be ranging where from last week's highs to previous lows, without going anywhere. Basically from 3,900 to those 4,200 something. While as we find some levels of support or demand or whatever, maybe be bouncing in between. Then those are maybe the opportunities that you can try to find. I think we are at a good level. We even talked about that last week of this good demand zone. Do I look at it? So price is already reacting from it. Hopefully, we can have a little bit of retracement to try to find now the potentially new long, because I didn't cut anything this morning. But yeah, I don't like where gold is, to be honest. At this point, and yeah, maybe we can be ranging, and here maybe then we could maybe from here we could eventually take everything. Maybe first, of course, pay attention to see how price may react from around this level, but then maybe we can take these highs and maybe then find some new shorts from somewhere around there and keep bouncing in between these levels for this until maybe Thursday, until we have NFP or something like that, more relevant. that can create a little bit more of a structure. Then the USD is go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, intraday, I think slightly more height, but then, just like you're saying, I'd be looking for sells from there after that, and just sort of chopping around in this lower half now. Again, sort of sideways consolidation back and forth until NFP. So.
Yes, we were also reacted from the tops, kind of all the way back into almost this mid-range in here. Good reaction. Again, we are finding it can be one of two things again, right? So when price will not just completely reverse at one time. So even if it is kind of a distribution kind of phase of going away from these longs to potentially bigger sales, it may still take time. So that's maybe the range now that we are looking at until eventually either price capitalizes completely and drops below these lows, or it kind of just resumes the bullish trend and goes all the way and takes this level top at around this level. So one of two things is going to happen eventually at around this level, but you may spend a little bit more time in here until that decision is made. The DAX was such a pity. Jesus, what a move to downside. This was a big miss, man.
Gotta have it.
This was just terrible. It finally breaks completely. Even yesterday, I think someone was talking about during the Portuguese live stream, literally the week off strategy kind of model. That this DAX chart is a great example of that week off distribution period phase, whatever into COVID. It's really nice. It's actually quite nice. Sorry?
Back off?
Yeah, week off. Yeah, week off. Yeah, sorry, not week off. Week off. That's a great representation. Yeah, this is a big miss on my side. It can maybe continue. Now broke completely the structure. Potentially we can find more sales on the DAX. I think someone mentioned that they short the DAX. Unbiased. Where is your target, Unbiased, on the DAX? What are you looking at? On the
indices are looking very weak across the board still.
Yeah. And I think one of those reasons is exactly what you mentioned. I think the shift on the probability of the rate cut in December. Just to give an example, like 1 month ago, it was 93%.
Yeah,
okay, so
I mean, that was way too high. Like we spoke about that then. It needs to come down.
But 17 October, it was actually when we had the previous meeting. So around that period, 17, 18 October, I think that's when we had the previous meeting. And the odds were literally 93. And now just shift. Everything can shift quite quickly. If the NFP data is not as good, most likely the likelihood of a cut can go up again. And we are going to still have two NFP datas until the rate cut, now in November and then in December. So everything in here can still shift, but the reality is that holding rates, I think, has been a big factor for the sell-off on the indices that we have seen. Even the Dow as well, what a move as well that we had, and maybe can continue. We're having here, it's Vinny. My take on EU, I think we can go lower. I think we can go lower, but as I mentioned with the 12J, I have more of a potentially a higher time frame perspective. By the way, do you want us to analyze in the lower time frame? So when you are asking us as well for any bias on any pair, it would be great if you guys could share. Is it the time frame? Maybe is it 15 minutes? Is it 1 hour? Is it 5 minutes? What time frame are you looking at? And what is your bias as well? Are you more looking for shorts, for longs? So we can maybe give a little bit more of a personalized answer. But for me, I think we can go lower. As I mentioned already, once price kind of kept respecting these tops in here without breaking it, and then it turned. This one in here looks like price was ready to go down. Nice move this morning, a little bit pretending that it's about to go up, just to then now continue to push downside, and maybe can go closer to this, at least maybe closer to these levels. And as I mentioned, potentially we may even have a bigger point here of targeting this low and going all the way to create new lows and get closer to this level in here. I don't have a play at this point on euro dollar. I don't really know where to enter. Maybe today's highs can be still a good level to try to look for a short somewhere around here. If this stock is going to hold.
To be honest,
sorry,
I would prefer, like you're saying as well, a bounce, because we've just cracked those recent lows, right?
Yeah.
I'd prefer a bounce from here and enter, but it kind of looks as though we might just keep sort of dribbling through.
We haven't really taken this last low in here, so maybe price can still maybe take this low before maybe try to go higher, and then potentially I could see this happening depending on where maybe, for example, for the US session, maybe price could come all the way back, and during the US Open maybe could have something like this, and price just finally resumes the move to downside, holding today's stop created during the London session. Maybe this could be a play on euro. It wouldn't be the first time that we see something like that happening, and eventually going a little bit lower. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what will happen. Yeah, if was about to take a short, maybe that would be the one.
Yeah, I'm looking about 90.
Let me just show you your chart, maybe. Which one are you looking? Yeah, a little bit there.
So 115.90. So we've pierced some of these lows through here for this recent range that we've had, right? But yeah, I'd prefer some kind of a retest and then come off overall.
Yeah, I'll take your stop loss, as they say, and then I would get in the trade.
Yeah, so that's roughly what I'm looking at, somewhere around 115.90, just by here and by the underside of that cluster. So
yeah, there you go. Personally, I'll be waiting for LJ stop loss to be tweaked, and then I'll be shorting. Otherwise, I'll be just looking at the trade go without me. That would be the sequence. No, but I think we agree. I think price could go close to those levels, and then eventually move to the downside. Yeah, the pound. Pound is a complete mess. It could go down from here. We just kind of broke slightly now this level. It looked like several times it was about to go down, but then price found a way to go up. For me, it will be one that I wouldn't even spend time looking at it. I'll just scratch it and I'll find something else to trade. For example, Euro Pound, I think, is maybe providing potentially better opportunities to maybe like find a new short. Eventually, maybe try to push price towards this level. Pound dollar, I'm not really interested. Euro Pound has been nice. It's approaching kind of now this structure is finding some selling pressure anytime it goes higher, so you may continue to do that. So even if it continues to go higher, then I'll continue to look for shorts in there. So maybe there are other yen pairs, pound pairs that you can try to benefit from, maybe pound Aussie or pound yen, but pound dollar, this is a no for me at this point. I cannot read that. I cannot really see anything in there.
Yeah, I prefer any of the yen pairs over pound dollar. It's just not until that finance the budget.
Where from? I think Bajram Rexa. I'm terrible at reading names. Can you read his name better than me, most likely?
Bajram.
Bajram. Okay, much better. There you go, Bajram. Where from? Where are you looking for longs on the pound? Help us here. How to find a trade on the pound? Mission impossible.
Yeah. I think he said thanks before when after you're talking about it. But,
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
because I was not really good for any longs in there. So what is your take on dollar yen, LJ? Because I know that you like to see it as well. What do you think about the BOG? What they're going to do with the new prime minister as well? And do you see by any chance that we are going to create new highs? By new highs, I mean going above 160s, or are we going to find something else in here at this structure around 158, 157 as maximum?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at as well. Like right now, the momentum higher is pretty clear. Like we just keep,
Mhm.
you know,
Keep on
zoom into
going up,
this.
yeah.
Right? It's just high lows, high lows, high lows, high highs, and we're just rocketing up. You can see today's price action, especially this most recent 4-hour bar. This looks like we just want to absolutely punch this. Right, we're going to be at 156 pretty soon. 156.50, 157 up there. If we go out to daily, let's hide all this. So yeah, it's up in this cluster section through here into the 156s, and then like you're saying as well, this 158 top through here. I don't expect we're going to cross that, and that's primarily because of the BOJ, their expression there, as well as the Ministry of Finance. So you got both the Bank of Japan themselves, plus the government, plus you've also got a bunch of the major companies in Japan also expressing their personal comments around the currency. So yeah, there's a huge amount of pressure there. Obviously, they're going up against the market right now. The market still likes the dollar yen carry trade. Getting that carry. Part of what's supporting this is, of course, that drop in the probability for the December rate cut, right? So, rates higher for longer, currency goes up. But yeah, I am definitely looking for some kind of stall pause point up towards that 157, towards 158 type area, and then start to look for shorts and see this, come right back down into the 150s ultimately. Because I think once we get that, we get some sort of topping formation, we'll just have another one of these moves all the way down, gradually staggered right down, especially coming into next year. Because at some point we will go back to the rate cut narrative.
Because that could do that definitely. For example, today's move, we have strong dollar and we have weekend, so dollar yen, which we just goes to the upside quite aggressively, as you can see with those green candles, and eventually both of them can actually flip, right? So the dollar eventually can also start losing momentum and start moving a little bit to the downside, and then of course the yen as the biggest catalyst can find some strength, and then the dollar yen and the other yen pairs are also moving to the downside. So yeah, I think that can be, whenever it happens, once again can be a good play, even as a swing position. Just being patient in that moment to eventually find the reversal to happen. Because I think
we had that
that's
gap,
going to be,
which still hasn't been closed. That gapped higher, came back, tested sort of where we gapped to, but didn't manage to run down. And then you can see, the 10-day moving average has been rising up through here, and we tap back into it, and we just keep building off it. So right now, this is very much intact. 158 is probably your next point of call.
I just hope they do it naturally without any intervention, because if they intervene, the move is gone. Like, it's going to be really hard to participate on the move. I remember when they intervened. Back last year, like in kind of summer, like somewhere, I think it was April or something like that. I traded the shorts 1 week in advance, so everyone was already talking about the intervention. Everyone was already looking at it, so I was kind of having a little bit of FOMO on jumping into shorts on dollar yen. So basically, during all week, I got killed, and then as soon as it comes like Monday or something like that, final intervention comes, like price moves like 500 pips, whatever it may be, and I end up like without losses, without being able to benefit from the profit. I kind of ignore completely my technicals. I was literally just trading the potential of something, which someone like me that is quite patient, I was doing what I usually don't do, and there you go. Then you journaling and learn from the mistakes again. But I just hope they don't do the intervention thing. Otherwise, how the move is gone in half a second, super hard to be able to participate on the move, unless then you trade the retracement, and that's it. So whatever it happens on the end, so just do it slowly. No need to kind of drop price in 1 minute 50 or 500 pips. Just do it slowly. Just whatever.
They're definitely waiting to see if the rate cut narrative, comes back. The market naturally starts to turn around on its own. Obviously, if this keeps up, then that's when they will intervene. But we're probably not quite at the pressure point with that, especially when we're coming up towards December. We still don't have clarity there, so they're not going to try and jump in front of that. So for now, intervention, you're not going to see it happen in the next little bit, but every 50-point block we keep moving up increases the chance.
Yeah, likelihood. Yeah, Mark, it was an interesting one. They do it like 2 years in a row, basically. All these sell-offs. This one in here, that one in there at the top. This was actually kind of a potential good trade, unfortunately. The last one, which was this one. This one actually was a great level to imagine catching that move. This was like in one, like kind of in 2 minutes it just dropped like this, and it was actually a great level. Technically, it was a great level actually to trade it. But I didn't. But yeah, we'll see what will happen on the end pairs. I think they're going to be on my radar until the end of the year for sure. I think we're going to continue to go into this in the next few weeks. So I think they're going to find some opportunities based on what I like in there. Someone mentioned Euro Aussie.
Euro Aussie.
Yeah. Just to infinite, how can you catch this? Yeah, that it's quite hard, to be honest. It's quite hard. Sometimes you are lucky if price actions around the structure. Then maybe you are lucky enough, but most likely you already have a take profit in place. So either way, you are going to just catch maybe 5% of the move. Then it's one of those, why did I place my stop loss? Like I should have just placed a trade without take profit. Always place a stop loss. Without take profit. So maybe you could eventually catch that move. But whatever. Euro Aussie. Is looking for wongs, right? What was the question? Euro Aussie, this one. Nico. Hey guys, your opinion about Euro Aussie buys? I think Euro. Yeah, in my opinion, the Euro Aussie buys kind of happened last week. When price was bouncing around here at these lows, then price broke structure, came back, and then new longs. Now it's a bit in the middle. Maybe price still wants to find some buying pressure is going to be around here. Otherwise, I'll be waiting once again for price to come back to these lows to go looking for longs. Because I think price now, where the price reacted, is kind of in selling moment. We had a resistance level in here, price spiked, now price finding again the resistance at around this 179.300 something. And it looks like anytime price gets close to those levels, they're selling pressure. So do I want now to try to buy it just to make this move and to find selling pressure again, or do I want to wait for price to go a little bit deeper and maybe finding more buying pressure at around these lows? That would be maybe the question that you can ask yourself. There are literally kind of two levels. If price does break above this level, maybe, as you can see, usually price doesn't stop in here. Usually price then goes all the way close to the tops. So if you do want to wait for maybe price break this level and try to find something, maybe you can. At this point, I'll just wait for price to go close to these walls in here.
I'd want to see a deeper move. Exactly like you're saying. Better else wait for the break of that level you highlighted. Because right now I feel like this is almost somewhat similar with the pound situation, pound dollar. Like I just don't like the chart. Like we're just in that 50% sort of neutral weird kind of zone. The other portions I don't like is we've got euro dollar on the cusp of sort of breaking down further, which will drag down euro as a whole. And I do see a bit more strength for the Aussie dollar overall, as far as from the Aussie side. Now, the thing that would kill the Aussie dollar strength is obviously if indices continue to break down, then the Aussie is going to get swept up in that risk-off flow. So in that scenario, Euro Aussie would go higher, but without that, yeah, I don't particularly like it.
Yeah, because even looking at the Aussie dollar as well, kind of again bouncing from here. If by any chance the Aussie dollars go up from here, the Aussie is going to find some selling pressure to downside. So it will kind of need Aussie dollar to actually break this structure, and maybe then Euro Aussie can finally rise properly. Otherwise, if the Aussie dollar is going to go up from here, Euro Aussie is going to just continue to go a little bit deeper into there. And with that, I want to look at New Zealand, because New Zealand, I want to eventually buy New Zealand.
Yeah, similar deal. Yeah.
Sorry, you were about to. Sorry, this is comment. DJ, yeah?
Yeah. Monthly. So the two monthly rejections on EU, the first was bullish, left a strong wick. Second, strongly engulfed the previous month. Also, EU's at a high time frame supply zone. What are your thoughts from the high time frame perspective? Yeah, look, so there's been a lot of eyes on Eurodollar eventually breaking that 120. As you can see, this is a 200-month moving average. We sort of approached, came back to. Right now, this is looking as though we're still, bullish overall, but you can definitely see a case for like one more move up towards the 117, 118s, some kind of final dance in there. If we don't manage to establish a hold above that, you can see monthly hasn't actually closed above that 118 level. So you'd probably want to see it close above 118 to have any kind of attempt through 120, and then up to these, somewhere 122 through that month period. That was back in 2021. Otherwise, you'd probably likely see, again, a failure to close above 118. You see that happen, it's pretty easy to see us back down at 112. And so that's kind of what Pedro and I were talking about right now with the current direction on the euro. If we move back to this 114, we're going to be right on the precipice of these prior candles through August, June, July, right? Now at that point, if you go into the next month, say December, right? Say we get down to 114 through November, December, we're not getting a rate cut, then you're going to see more downside pressure. You could easily see us coming back through to 112 into Christmas. Now the inverse, you're right back at 118. So calling it from the monthly perspective, I would say, is far too difficult right now, given the current climate of what's going on. Particularly all of this has got, Trump influence all through it, right? Like, so you wouldn't necessarily have called anything going on through here just looking at the candles. It's completely dependent on all the tariff stuff, everything else going on. But if you did want to measure it out, that'd basically be what you're looking at, 114 and this 118 level. We need to close above either end of that. Otherwise, it's just a ranging between then. Obviously, you break one of those, you're right down into the old moving averages. Yeah, I've never really liked monthly outlook for the euro. Too much changes in finance, finance, political landscape these days so quickly, so rapidly, that it's hard to compare prior regimes, but yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Pedro?
Yeah, that's just how your brain works, right? Because you are looking at the technicals and what the chart is telling you, but you are also considering everything else that may have been the reason for the charts end up being like they are right now, like how the Trump's tariffs, whatever, cut rates and so on. And for some other people, they are just looking at the charts and trying to make the predictions just based on what they see on the charts and nothing else. It's interesting, actually. Maybe it's been a while since I look at the monthly candles, but we did actually kind of manage to break below the other one after the doji. I think LJ and I, for a long time, a few months ago, we've been talking about this 120 on euro dollar, which got a little bit short. I think that's where we're looking potentially for a top on the euro after this big rally. It got slightly underneath that level. Maybe took this top. One second, I'm not looking at my chart. Just bring my chart. Yeah, kind of fake out this monthly high at around this level. Maybe that was enough to create whatever kind of liquidity they had, and since then we moved to the downside. So maybe one of the questions is, do we think that this top or the high of the year is already in place? Maybe it is. Maybe the high of the year is already in place, and if we're about to eventually get to this 120, maybe next year could be the year to do so, which means that maybe we could retrace a little bit. That's also basically this is the full year of the euro. Like, we had a completely bullish trend on the euro all the way since January until September, and then was the first rate cut. Like, this top was created when we had the first rate cut from the Fed in September. So yes, I think price could eventually. One second, let's actually do the analysis on the monthly. That's what you mentioned. I think you could maybe fill this range, so kind of just go all the way to fill these candles in here, which means that price could go a little bit more to downside, just to have been talked about. And then the question is, if you start breaking below this, what will happen, right? Are you going to then have a bigger retracement, or are you going to just find some kind of resistance or support, in this case at around this 112 around 112 mark, which is going to be something interesting. So yeah, first and foremost, let's get price to 114. 1.14. Let's see then how maybe price can do that. And as you mentioned as well, if price does go back into this 118, potentially we can have new sales. So we could also have that last push up before maybe moving to downside. So yeah, I think within this structure we may be trading for now until the end of the year. And that's basically what we have. Longer time frame, I still would like price to go to 120. To be honest, I still like the scenario where price would reach that level before then making a bigger move to downside. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what will pay out in here. Like, the way I'm thinking is, if price by any chance just creates this top now, retraces back maybe to 50% retracement of this bigger move, which is kind of somewhere around here, and then just resumes, then maybe price is ready to go higher. If price just maybe goes higher in here without the deep retracement, then maybe price can find some selling, and then maybe can go and this is maybe part of our potential reversal. But if price already does a big retracement and goes, then maybe this is more of a continuation, and eventually price can, whatever, euro can continue to, I don't know where.
And yeah, because the other thing I'll say, like, if you just scroll back through, all the monthly candles going back here, it's like there's heaps of, because of those effects, like I was saying, the larger political, geopolitical, economic, central banking, all that kind of stuff coming into play. You'll find heaps of like engulfed candles all through, only for price to then just run back the other way, right? And kind of disregard any kind of traditional candlestick recognition, patterns or structures, that kind of thing. So a month is a very long time in finance landscape.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's a very long time.
Yeah, and you can basically see actually, because you can look at the monthly, you can see that basically March and April was when Trump announced that big tariffs plan. Okay, it was on the 2nd of April, something like that. And March as well, I think it was even when the Eurozone decided to spend a lot of money in defense, right? All that big budget of 850 billion or whatever into the defense sectors. And then if you want to be a bit more specific and maybe try to check actually the exact week, like, there you go. I think it was maybe 2nd or 9th of April when Trump announced it. I don't remember exactly the dates. It was on 2nd or 9th of April that they announced. And you can see how bigger these candles were. And also in here on the 3rd of March, it was most likely also around that period that Eurozone announced that, because it was when the war was going on, kind of talks of war, whatever, and the big candle that happening here on the euro that we finally broke through from all this range that we had. So for example, even as an example, you can see how price kind of were stuck in here, and all of a sudden a big candle literally makes this. So by any chance, if you have a strong, really bearish candle in here, maybe that will mean something. But at this point, as you can see, even on the weekly, it's even maybe more clear. The amount of wicks we have, the indecision that we're having here. Look at the size of the bodies comparing with the wicks. It's mad. Like this shows indecision. That's basically what it tells us in here. Actually, yeah, the weekly chart's actually quite clear on what's going on recently. But yeah. Gold. Yeah, we talked already about gold. For anyone that joined us, welcome. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Have we crossed already 90k or not? Have we done it, or we are close to it?
Are we? Hang on. As I was looking before, we were at 89.9, so... Oh no, mine's still saying 89.
Guys, we need to... If it is 100 people, come on, you can do it.
Close.
We can definitely do it. Like 100 people, we definitely can do it, guys. So just smash that subscribe button, because we can definitely do that.
Need to hit that 9k.
Yeah, while I'm here still, like I'm leaving maybe in the next 20 minutes or so. So you guys have 20 minutes to just smash that subscribe button, by the way, and press like as well. Yeah, we already talked about gold. I think gold can be a good level to for longs. Maybe you guys, anyone that is asking about gold, can also mention what you guys are actually looking for gold as well. Looking for long, shorts, what levels, how are you positioning on gold? But I think gold could be a long. Not from where it is right now. I would like to see retracement to today's lows to look for long. But that's just my style. I think maybe price could find a little bit of resistance at around this structure where it's approaching. It's also losing momentum, as you can see. Price is the candles are starting to lose momentum a little bit, so maybe can have a little bit of retracement before potentially move higher. That's what I would like to see on gold, to be honest. That's a good question. What do you think about Santaravi? Do you think you're going to have another momentum on the indices for the end of the year?
See, yeah, again, this is hard. This also goes to is that advisable to trade in December? So trade in December can often be quite good, especially that first 2 weeks when you're coming up to the final Fed decision. There's always a bit of activity, and then even depending on what days Christmas and New Year land that year. This year it's during the week, so that final 2 weeks of December is probably just going to be completely dead. But sometimes you get that final 2 weeks with the Christmas, New Year, that kind of stuff landing on the weekend. So technically markets are open for the full 5 days during that final 2 weeks. And you often get it's very low volume, very low liquidity type markets, and they can often just trend quite aggressively in one way, where you can end up being up 80, 90, 100, 120 points on a certain currency, even though nothing's really going on, because there's not that much to move the market. So in that sense, if you catch those kind of moves, it can be very good. Now, this year, it's all going to depend on, are we getting the rate cut? Are we not getting the rate cut? If we get that rate cut, obviously where stocks have come down to now, we've been pretty beat up, basically due to, obviously there's been the questions around AI, that kind of circular funding that they've got between each other. Is it a bubble? Is it not a bubble? We keep going back and forth. There were the headlines with Michael Burry the other day as well. Also had the further ones that he's closing up shop. So I don't know, go figure. But since we've already been beat down now, if we do get any kind of flip to indication that yes, we are getting the rate cut, then definitely you could get that Santa rally. It'll also though depend on if they say they're cutting rates this time, but then what's the next forward indication they're giving going into the beginning of next year, right? Because if they say, okay, we're going to do one more cut, but it looks like that's it, then you could see an initial knee-jerk sort of move higher leading up to the cut, but then Jerome Powell comes out in that December period, says that's it, or they signal it just before, then no same rally. But yeah, very, very typical. You will get a Sans rally. I'm just not quite so sure this year after what's happened with how long the government shutdown went on for. So we're missing that data. And the Fed seems more concerned about that. And yeah, DJ, no worries, man. It is tricky to time it all together. And the other final portion of that we were talking about before, is the fact that the ECB, so the euro is pretty much, they've finished cutting rates, right? Potentially they could do one more at some point, but the Fed definitely has room to go lower. You're seeing the Fed, America in general, a number of bits and pieces starting to deteriorate. And obviously you got Trump wanting to put someone in next year who's going to aggressively drop rates. So at the same time, that narrative right there is very much telegraphed. So you might just have one more bout up towards 120, punch through that 119.20 that we peaked out before, get to 120, and then that's the completed move. Everyone sells off there, and then that's when you collapse. But it appears as though right now there's probably still one more piece left in it before we top out and then come down. That'll be my base case. Obvious counter to that is if we break through that 114, like we're saying, if somehow Jerome Powell goes, we're not cutting rates, and he tries not to for the next final 5 months up till May, when he leaves as well.
Yeah. We're having here again. I don't know how to pronounce his names.
MGN.
Sorry.
MGN.
Okay, perfect. That you always find you always find the easiest way to do it. I don't have that skill, unfortunately. He's asking about Euro Yen. I'm just going to reply because I've been talking about Euro Yen for a while, and yes, we have been driving like we're in this bullish trend, and I think we may be getting closer to potential sell. And then we already talked about the yen pairs. The dollar yen can also be quite correlated to the euro yen, of course, and because of the yen, right? And we're going to try to see up until at what point we are going to start seeing a shift on this yen weakness that we have for many months now, and we are getting closer to this structure, to these lows in here, to see if we're going to finally have or now a reverse. So far, the price is just slowing down, but anytime it kind of gets closer to the previous structure, it just finds a way to continue to move to downside and create new lows. So just basic market structure at this point. Don't try to fight the trend, especially a trend which is underlying the yen pairs. You can be in a nasty battle if you try to do so. So be patient a little bit, and eventually we may get into the bigger reversals, and then you can try to finally short. Unless you are going to try to find some short-term trades, intraday trades maybe, but for the bigger one that eventually is going to have a bigger reversal, we may need to wait a little bit longer. Again, I've been waiting a bit for price to get closer to this 183, something like that. It's kind of an interesting high in the that we have, and then maybe finally we can move to the downside. So I'm tracking, set up your alerts, do everything, whatever confirmations you want to look for that's going to confirm that price shift, either a moving average or a trend line or whatever it may be. Use those indicators to eventually then try to catch the right side of the V. Like whatever the top is, try to catch then this side of the move. Trying to predict where this one is, it's going to be hard, and you can get killed all the way until we could find whatever the top is. So yeah, that would be the advice. But in my opinion, I think we're getting closer and closer. And this, as price continues to go higher, the closer we get, because there's more pressure, and the yen cannot just keep running forever, especially with dollar yen. Cannot just keep running forever.
Agreed. Yeah, pretty similar thing to dollar yen. Eventually, we top out. They'll probably all the yen pairs will sort of start to top out together. massive
Okay.
crash.
Okay. So LJ didn't pronounce it correctly neither. Okay. So just let's make this straight. So none of us did it correctly. So I think it's important. So it's good. Maybe in the future, something that YouTube or whoever can do it is you guys can somehow have your pronunciation of your own names, so we can then use it. Like you click on a message and it says the name somehow, like an idea for exactly. Okay. MGN talent here. No, go back. I got some help. Remove this guy so I can. Come on now, man. I want to take the credits out of it. Come on, it will be my name. Like all of a sudden, I'll get this skill from somewhere to be able to pronounce the names correctly.
Yeah,
It's
like,
just
oh my
strange.
god, Pedro was so smart. He worked that out all by himself.
Exactly.
Never mind.
That's what I was saying MGN before. It just makes it easy.
I just say MGN. I don't think I've ever called MGN anything other than MGN or his real name.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? Welcome.
What's good, man? What's with Dr. LJ? What's with like Dr. LJ? What's going on there?
Did you not know this?
No.
Yeah, I'm a doctor.
What do you mean you? What?
I have doctor title.
No.
What? Did a PhD. It's a doctorate. It's fun.
I suppose. You actually have a PhD, yeah.
I didn't change it though. Someone else changed it. I don't know. It was like last week sometime. I don't know if it was Jonatan or someone, but
What do you have a PhD in?
physics.
That makes sense. Yeah, I could have guessed that, to be fair.
Yeah.
Why?
No, I'm kidding. I never did a doctorate. Don't worry. It's just kidding.
You didn't do a doctorate. Don't say that. You know what? I believe people because I have trust and faith in people. But you know what? It's running out.
That is why LJ's gonna beat you at poker this weekend, mate.
Yeah, probably.
I did do physics, but yeah, never did a doctorate or anything because I started trading and just did that. So
I knew you liked physics.
Yeah.
We can just look at his chart to understand how his mind works. Like that's someone that likes physics, I believe. So like this.
Yeah.
What's good, guys? How we doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How was Rome? Did you travel last week, Mike? Where did you go?
Yeah, I was about to say.
We landed in Venice, went through Venice, down to Florence. Well, we actually didn't end up doing Florence, but we were supposed to go to Florence, then down to Rome, from Rome then to Naples, Pompeii, back to Naples, and then home.
I presume that it went well, right? For you to be able to travel all that is because you were managing to survive during the.
It was okay, dude.
It was kind of lift. Give me a lift here, right?
Yeah, man. It was hard going, dude. It was super stressful. Well, like you knew you saw on the Monday, like Monday, Tuesday, I managed to jump on stream. The rest of the time, just no chance for stream, and it was just. I was trading from my phone most of the time. It was hard. Like we woke up every single day, and by lunchtime we still didn't know where we were gonna stay. We didn't know where we were gonna stay until probably like half hour to an hour before actually checking in.
So I have one question for you, William. Just one question. Out of all of the places that you got to see and experience, which bridge was your favorite?
Oh man, I love gladiators, I love battle, I love history. I'm a massive history geek, even though I was rubbish at it back in school. I would have had to say the Colosseum. I loved the Colosseum. Venice was stunning, but I went with my brother, and it just felt too romantic. So it just wasn't a vibe for me and my brother. Had I taken CC there, then it would have been lovely. Rome was insane. I loved Rome, but Naples, so like Pompeii, for those of you who know the history of Pompeii, like the earthquake and the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, to go to Pompeii felt amazing. It felt so surreal to be in the city of Pompeii that, was completely frozen in time by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius was incredible. So it was definitely Rome, followed by Pompeii. Then it was Venice, just because Venice it was a bucket list thing that I've always wanted to do. So to be able to travel there was insane through trading profits, and then Naples.
So no favorite bridge.
No favorite bridge, man. No.
Okay.
Why would I have a favorite bridge?
Fair.
Why would
LJ gets it.
Yeah.
Why does LJ get it? I don't get it.
I'm gonna have to pop out. I gotta make it to the chemist before it closes, so I'm gonna have to say, see you guys. And,
see you later, man.
Hopefully we get some more activity.
I'm going as well, guys.
All right, man.
Richard, William, enjoy. Have a good session. Good work for today. And guys, I'll see you when I see you. Everyone in the chat, thank you very much for your questions as well. I'll see you.
See you later, guys. Have a good one, boys.
Cheers, LJ.
See you later.
So the bridge question, William, is because that first day you were on the stream, LJR said that you were probably going to sleep under a bridge.
Oh yeah, of course he did. Dude, you
running
can't expect me to remember that. I was in such a high stress environment that week. I don't remember that.
Yeah, well, I was just reminding you now about asking which was your favorite bridge.
My favorite bridge. There was actually a nice bridge in Venice that had some comfy rocks as pillows.
But a blanket or two.
Yeah, quick blanket or two. There's a couple of homeless people I made friends with. Oh man, it was fun. That was funny. Oh, dude, what's news? What's good? What's good? What's cooking?
Dude, the market is just flat. Just flat. I did mark up a GU movement. We spoke about it this morning. This candle over here was that very unexpected unemployment claims that came out this morning on Forex Factory. So 10 past 10 this morning, this information dropped. 10 past 10 my time, so 8:10 UK time at the moment. So this information popped this nice little candle into a 15-minute base, and then no follow-through. I think it was too unexpected. Price then started dwindling a little bit lower. Before this happened, before this news event happened, I had this area over here marked out as a potential area for price to potentially come lower, even though we had this bottom section down here that was tested a few times and a nice reaction off of it. It just dwindled here and also dwindled over there. So I expected it to jump between these 2 points. So I expected it to come down. News then came out, pushed it higher, and then since then we've been dwindling down. So pound to me is just ugly, mate.
It is a bit. Yeah, the pound dollar is a little bit ugly. Euro dollar looks a little bit better. I think we can get some nice buys on euro dollar.
Euro dollar has now dropped into this area of interest for me, and it's starting to show a little bit of a reaction. It did slow nicely enough, and then it's just slowly starting. So we'll see if there's any sort of follow through for it to potentially push a little bit higher, maybe try and push a little bit lower, and then decide to push higher from there.
I think gold's the one that I'm liking the look of at the moment, but we'll see.
We do have a support resistance area, which was wicked by that news event. So potential to come and test it here, but I don't know. I really don't see how it's going to move before Friday. Friday, massive news day. Thursday as well. It's also got quite a bit of
it's
news.
Just a big news week this week.
Yeah. So if we look at Thursday we have at 3:30 my time, so 1:30 UK time, we have the non-farm employment change, unemployment, we have unemployment rate, unemployment claims. So what are we gonna what movement are we gonna have on the US pairs before then? Friday, massive day, retail sales on pound, services and manufacturing PMI in euro and pound, and then later in the day we have the flash manufacturing PMI on dollar as well.
Thursday. So what's Wednesday doing?
Wednesday. Sorry,
I'm sure Wednesday's okay.
we've got CPI in the morning on pound, and then for the rest of the day, it's only the FOMC meetings later in the evening.
Yeah, so we've got 7 a.m. high impact and 7 a.m. and 7 p.m.
Yeah.
No? Yeah.
So we've got like a 12-hour window bar a few minutes before and a few minutes after where we can actually look for something.
Yeah.
But the FOMC meeting should be interesting because they're still discussing whether or not they're going to have any sort of rate cuts.
Yeah.
So that should be interesting to see. What have you been looking at?
EU, I like the look at. Let's just bring this up now. Let's have a look. So I like the look of EU. I do like the look of EU. But we've got this wick here. I want to close a little bit more bullish first. So look on the 15-minute. So on the 15-minute, we're not quite. They're like pre-buys. We're a little bit early to the party.
Yeah.
Whereas I tend to prefer to show up a little bit fashionably late, because at least then I've got the move and it's matured enough. Whereas if you're going to get in early, there's a chance that no one's going to show up. So, we've got this break and close above. We are, however, very bearish. So it's one of those situations where we're overall bearish. The trend is bearish. It doesn't want us to carry on going down to the downside by the seams of it. We've taken a lot of liquidity, or it's taken a lot of lows. It's broken that structure. We've shown that, consolidation. We've failed to push any higher than this high here. We've broken through, consolidated, broken through, consolidated, but now we're starting to push back up. Where could we be heading up to push back up? Guys, remember what I mentioned the other week about my potential points of C and R, my potential points of reversal and my potential points of continuation. So, potential points of continuation is this area here. Why? Because we're currently in a downtrend. So it's always good to identify where your overall trend is going, and that's super easy to do just by literally going 4 hour, okay, down so far, 1 hour, okay, down so far, 15-minute, let's catch price up, okay, down so far, 5-minute, still down so far. So overall, we're in a downtrend. We've got this potential point of continuation, so it's following trend. Not only that, we've got this consolidation here, a break and close above, pull back, break and close above, but we're wicking in an imbalance area or a fair value gap. So I know one of you guys wanted me to talk about fair value gaps. I can speak about fair value gaps, but maybe not in the generic way that people have heard, for example, with ICT. And the reason I say that is because someone did actually ask me to explain fair value gaps, so I did. And turns out I explained them slightly wrong. So again, I can explain fair value gaps if you want, but it's going to be how I see them, maybe not the generic way on how social media teaches them. So let me know if you do want me to show that and dive into that a little bit. So that's what I'm seeing on EU. GU is, like you said, it's just a little bit. Dude, it's actually a lot.
Yeah, it's
pretty crap.
Nah. No, thank you on GU.
We got 4 hour consolidation, 1 hour consolidation, 15-minute when I catch price up, 15 minutes. It's dribbling to the downside after that. We got this big bull spike up, but then, straight back down. 5 minutes, probably going to look something very similar, just on so
GU, I'm not a little bit lower, but it's there's no moment.
It's
just no moment.
So, if anything, what I'd like to see with it, thing is, look at there's no area of interest.
You have some wicks, but nothing that screams, I want to really move away from here. Come and test it and move away from it. Pound to me at the moment, I think we're really going to have to wait for either some proper input, either really strong dollar news that's then going to force the pound to have to react, or we're going to have to get some seriously weak pound news to force the drop.
Something's going to have to go somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't think we're going to get anything prior to news. Let's I'm just going to be dead honest. I think we're going to be sideways, and if we do start trending in one direction, it's going to be incredibly subdued. It's going to be incredibly slow up until maybe Thursday, Friday, when we start getting like some proper news input. Other than that,
so
I'm on the fence at the moment.
Same. EU's like I mentioned earlier. EU's a little bit nicer, but I'm the same as you, mate. On GU, it's a little bit flat. Gold is. Gold's doing something, but I'm trying to decide if it's doing what I want it to be doing. Does that make sense? Like it looks okay. So let's just delete some of these. Let's try and clear the screen up a little bit, make it look a little bit neater. And again, it's super simple to start with. Mark out your highs and lows. Mark out your areas. Mark out your where you're currently trading from. So we've got come into this zone here. We've broken down through this zone, and that's the reason that I've not marked out these highs and lows. We've got a consolidation zone here, and the reason I haven't marked it out is because we broke through the consolidation. So now that we've broken through the consolidation, let's just, like I said, let's just clear everything up a little bit so we can look at it with a fresh mind instead of looking at it with a bias from yesterday, because yesterday's bias is now no longer valid. So consolidation, breakthrough consolidation, pull back into the consolidation zone actually, which was really nice. If you're more of like that longer intraday holder, then you could have this pullback into a consolidation zone. So that was quite nice. The whole move, there we go. So we pull back into this area here. I would have wanted it to come a little bit higher. So I would have wanted it to come into this box. So I wouldn't have been entered. However, it would have been a quite nice tag. Continuation down. Does it break and close below? It does ever so slightly with very little momentum. But we do get a break and close below. So I mean, look, validity is validity. There we go. So we do get a break and close below. So we've got this current low here, this previous high here. Sorry, no, previous low here, previous high here, and current high here. So that being said, right now, as gold sits, I'm on a 30-minute time frame. Why am I on the 30-minute? What a random time frame to be on.
Because that's where you're seeing something. You're not seeing anything other in play.
The 15-minute is equally as valid, to be fair. It actually is quite nice still. But yeah, now you say that, yeah, truth be told, 30-minute is quite nice. It's like that it's like that in between, it's like, well, it is half an hour. It's in between like the hour and 15-minute time frame. But don't know why I just accidentally jumped onto that one. So 15-minute, exact same as the 30. Now we've got this previous high, we've got this previous low. This is the break and closed low, and then we've got this pullback here, which is the current high. And the reason it's the current high is because this is going to help us decide on whether it's going to be a lower low or whether it's going to be a lower high, whether this will be the one where it decides whether it's going to be a lower high or a higher high. So this will help now decide on direction. But as we speak, as it sits now, gold is in a downtrend, and I want to be selling.
Gold is doing the exact same thing it did yesterday for me. And yesterday I said that it was jumping between 2 points during the London session, and that I really did not want to trade it until it started breaking. And it started breaking during the New York session, retested that break this morning with the rollover, and since then we've been slowly trudging down during Tokyo to the low point that it made yesterday. And since then, we've been taking back everything back to the break point where we broke through and retested. No interest in it like it is now. It's just, I don't know. Gold, I feel like gold has run its course for this year. Anything else, I think, is going to be either short-lived or sideways, but I don't think we're going to get any sort of like general direction. I don't know. It's just gold is not interesting me. Is not of interest to me at the moment as it stands right now. It's just mediocre to me. Yeah. But that's just what I'm looking at.
I mean, that's what you're seeing in the markets. You know, other people may be seeing some fantastic stuff. I'm seeing very similar to you, where it's jumping from point to point. It's staying within quite a wide consolidation zone. So 58 points. It's quite a wide consolidation zone, but on the 5 minute, we're actually looking a little bit bullish, which is a little bit off-putting.
Even though on the 5 minute we have basically here roughly around the 4,050 point, 4,050, 4,047, somewhere around there, we've consolidated ever so slightly, and now we're showing a little bit more bearish candles. So very slowed, very subdued. Going to just... Gold and pound at the moment, I'm not interested in. I'm more interested in euro and NAS at the moment.
Look at NAS. I haven't traded any of my indices in a few months.
So even though on the US tech on NAS at the moment, we have this little bit of consolidation, it is a much stronger directional bias for me. I think if you go over to the hourly, you can see some clear downward momentum.
Yeah,
clearly. So much stronger downward movement than there's upward movement on it. So we are making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. Waiting for more breaks to go a little bit lower on the NAS. Liking NAS for sells. Don't really care to hold it for all that long, so just checking for a potential entry point. I got a lovely trade last night, a sell.
Yeah, you did. In fact, do you want to bring that up? You had a really awesome trade. In fact, I tell you what, we'll have a bit of a catch up with chat because I don't want to fall too far behind this time. We'll have a catch up with chat, and then we'll bring your chat up because you did have two really nice drawings on the NASDAQ. So, guys, leave us a like as well. I refreshed the page when there was 100 likes, and then when we jumped on, and a couple of minutes later we refreshed the page to see 120 likes. I don't know if those 20 likes were for us or whether it was just because my page was lagging. But guys, 120 likes is super cool. 20 likes so far during our little session. Let's see if we can get to 250. You know, LJ had and Pedro had 100 likes. Let's see if we can get 150 likes on our session. So guys, absolutely smash that like button and let's see if we can get to 250 likes. Not only that, 89.9 subs.
So close.
So that either says there is 100 or there's less than 100 subscribers left. Before
there's less than 100. There's less than 100 required. So 100 subscribers, and then we reach that 90k giveaway stream mark. Yeah. We can do it this week. Guys, we can seriously do it this week.
Dude, I reckon we can do it today.
I mean, we needed 300 yesterday.
I reckon we can do it today.
Today, we got 200 people, so we can definitely do it today, but you need to be sharing.
Click the thumbs up, smash that like for me and Rich, and for the giveaway, subscribe. Absolutely smash that subscribe button and share it with absolutely everybody you can. Let's get that 90k. Dude, can you imagine if we got 90k on our little segment on the stream? That would be sick. Anyway, catch up with chat. Guys, we'll catch up with you guys, and then we'll jump straight into the NASDAQ with Richie B.
Infinity Fracture asking tomorrow we have important news. Yes, CPI for pound at an hour before London Open, and then we have the FOMC meeting at 7 p.m. the evening UK time. So just 2 red folder news events for tomorrow.
Yeah. Oi, bruv, how are you? I'm good, man. I'm good, mate. How are you doing? See you later. Peace, LJ. Peace, Pedro. I feel like we got to say goodbye to the guys. Welcome to the highly esteemed Fibers hosts, Richard B and William D. Hope you're doing well. No cap. Yes, brother. DJ, I'm good, man. I'm good. Tomorrow we have important news. We do indeed. Infinity Fracture, we do indeed. Already in the EU. Not early at all, my boy. Go on the 1 minute. Price targets, imbalances, and EFF. Efficiencies? It's inefficiencies, isn't it? EFFs.
Inefficiencies.
Yeah, exactly. What would EFF be then? IMB is imbalance.
Yes. Imbalance zones and inefficiencies.
But wouldn't that be EFF inefficiencies?
It's okay, but Dale could have made a spelling mistake, or we just don't know what EFF stands for.
I'm going to go with the second option. Dale doesn't make mistakes. Annie!
And wherever.
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? I'm good, Annie. How are you? Hello. Will and Rich, what are your favourite pairs? Do you guys trade? GU and gold at the moment. EU and GU are my sort of flagship pairs. I do like GU. EU sometimes has a tendency to, rip me apart now and then. GU I think is my golden pair. I love GU. I think I'll always trade GU.
Even though it hasn't been going that well.
Even though it hasn't, literally that. Even though it's not been doing much for me. Oh, dude, like gold's looking nice. Gold could start selling off here.
GU, I love GU. It was the first pair that I traded when I just started trading. I love GU, even though right now GU is being a little bit of a it's not playing well with me at the moment, but that's fine. I love EU as well, purely because EU is just stable. It just, when it goes in a direction, it goes in the direction. When it consolidates, it consolidates. I get really nice trades on EU. They work beautifully. I love gold. The smell of it, the taste of it, the feel of it. And then...
You hate gold as much as I love gold.
And then recently I got
him so much.
Recently I got into the NAS 100 as well, which has been interesting, to say the least. It's looked good. So those are my 4 favorite ones at the moment. I used to trade UJ as well, but UJ has not been kind to me. Let's just put it like that. I have been burnt a little bit on UJ, so I have decided to put UJ aside for now, and all yen pairs overall.
I never really liked UJ. It was okay. It was okay. I find I struggle with my yen pairs. My yen pairs are a bit hit and miss. I've never liked, like, GJ, for example. I hate with a vengeance GJ. I don't think you'll ever see me trade GJ. Maybe if you're lucky. I think I've traded GJ once in the past 2 years, maybe twice. I don't know. It's just I don't like them, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to trade every single pair that's on the market. Find something that you can recognize the movements, you understand how it moves, why it moves, when it moves, if you want to, and then just find a strategy that just aligns with your personality and the pair. And then there you go, Bob's your uncle.
Funny's your aunt.
What's your view on gold? I think we just went through gold.
Yes. Gold be looking okay. Okay, it's okay. It's not bad, but it's not good. Euro looks nice. We came into the zone here. No, you stupid girl, or stupid EU. Why did it have to wick up into the literal potential point of continuation zone?
Pound is going nowhere until the budget. I agree. I think pound is
True.
in
That's
gutter at the moment, and I think that in order for it to really show its teeth, we're going to have to see some sort of, I don't know, impetus from the pound side. Otherwise, I think it's just going to continue on dwindling. It's not looking good for the pound. It's really not looking good.
It's not looking good for the UK.
Yeah. But that means that they're selling options. They're selling options for pound for GU. So, just where?
Welcome recession, my old friend. I can't wait to get broke again.
VX Empire. I'd like to hear how you describe fair value gaps. So that's going to be Sir William.
Sir Wilhelm II. I can do that for you. Let me find...
Let's hear Wilhelm's interpretation of a fair value gap.
Like, some people may think that this is correct, but I got a few guys telling me that, oh, well, that's not how you mark up a correct ICT fair value gap. I was like, oh, okay, then that's a good job I'm not an ICT trader. But, look, let me know your thoughts. So, for me, I see imbalances. That's why I don't call them fair value gaps. They're just imbalances. They're zones in the market where there's an imbalance in price. So, the reason I like these as well is it works perfectly for a pullback. So the pullback area is really nice for that sort of fib level, imbalance zone, pullback, and then continuation. So they're really nice zones. I'm actually really tempted to buy. Depending on how this closes, I'll consider buying. Okay, so let's have a look. So we've got a zone here. We've got this move here. If you can see, there we go. So we've got that move on GU to the downside. Now I only need 3 candles for this. It's 3 candles for a fair value gap. 1, 2, 3. You have the start, the middle, and the finish. A fair value gap for me is literally the point of low or the point of high for the beginning candle, and the point of low or the point of high for the finishing candle. For example, here. Now this to me is a fair value gap. It doesn't matter to me whether this is bullish or bearish. Doesn't matter to me whether this is bullish or bearish. And it doesn't matter to me whether this is bullish or bearish. It doesn't matter. Like, so many people are like, oh, but it must be 4.379ths of a candle to the downside in a row. And what? No, 3 candles. I don't care whether they're mixed and matched. I don't care whether they're pick a mixed. I just need 3 candles. And I need a direction. And that is what I got. We got a direction to the downside. We have got 3 candles. And we've got a gap. Or we've got a bear in the middle. We've got an imbalance zone. We've got a zone that hasn't been wicked into or tested right in the middle of this zone here. And therefore, that to me is an imbalance. That to me is a fair value gap. Now, same goes on the bull side. In fact, this is a perfect example of a bull side. So we've got a bear candle. Unfortunately, there's not a wick here, but that doesn't matter too much. So we've got a wick here. Is Griff in a green screen?
He's got a green screen.
That completely threw me out then. Oh, that was quite funny. That internal chuckle. My intrusive thought came out. Anyway.
Sorry,
so
Griff, do you want to come on?
Yeah, Griff. Yeah, okay.
We'll bring Griff up.
Yo, Griff.
How you guys doing?
You distracted me with your Shrek screen, man.
Yeah.
Have you always had a green screen?
No, I normally have a blurred background.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, but for some reason the blurred background was not working today, and I have a very messy room, so I thought I'll look at the green screen.
Oh man. Anyways, right. Griff, I'll say hi to you in a second.
Sure.
So we've got this this bear candle here. Wow, there you go. Nice bull close on EU. So we've got this bear candle here, wick to the downside, followed by this bullish engulfing, followed by another bullish candle and another bullish candle after that. My imbalance is going to be between this low wick and this candle body close here. So for me, that's my imbalance. Now, to most ICT traders, to most, I think Smart Money Concepts, is that also fair value gaps? I don't know. But to most people who trade fair value gaps, this would be an invalid fair value gap. It wouldn't be valid. It's not a fair value gap. To me, I don't see them as fair value gaps. I see them as imbalance in price. And that's what this is. It's just a gap in the market that price would want to come down and test. Also, if we put a fib on that, there's a very good chance it looks like it's going to be around about the 5 to 6 fill. There we go. So these 3 candles here, it is as well. So this fair value gap is, or this imbalance is dead central for the 618 fib fill, which is also, so to me, this would be a perfect buy zone. This would be an A+ setup. Had we have not have wicked into and failed to close within the potential point of continuation, we had consolidation, break and close above the consolidation, pull back into a imbalance, pull back into a consolidation, and pull back into the fib retracement fill. To me, this would be a full risk trade. This is a very, very nice trade analysis for me. A+ setup for buys to go up. Now, the only reason I didn't take this trade is because we came up, we wicked into the potential point of continuation before then dropping down. So, like I said, I kind of wanted to see one more wick here and then start moving up, but we didn't get it. So it is what it is. But yeah, that's how I see my imbalance or my fair value gaps. And actually, that's an exact way on how I use them as well. So you just also got a massive sort of introduction to my strategy. You're welcome.
Gaps are interesting. I've been learning a little bit about, I think I've spoken before about volume profiles, and gaps are basically areas where prices moved quickly. Like it's an area where we haven't kind of spent a lot of time, so it's normally somewhere without a lot of volume. So from my understanding of what I've been learning about volume profiles, the reason we kind of react in fair value gaps is because it's an area with very little resistance. So it's kind of a zone where price will move through quickly. So we often get a reaction there, and that reaction tends to be a pretty juicy candle.
Yeah. Juicy candle.
Juicy candle. Whereas, of course, like, if we continue moving up on EU right here into more of this range-bound price action, that's an area where price has spent a lot of time. There's been a lot of orders filled. There's still a lot of unfilled orders as well. So price is more likely to meet some resistance there and continue ranging. Yeah. Whereas an impulse, we've moved through it quickly, not spent a lot of time there, not as many orders there potentially, so we can move through it a bit faster. That's my understanding anyway. That's how I've made it make sense.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I like that. Seen some of the guys as well. Will Davis, 10 out of 10 explanation. Thank you very much, Tom. Glad that helped. I mark my gaps like you do, but I don't use them like you do, Will. That's super cool, man. Like I said, I don't use... A lot of people will take orders straight from a fair value gap. I don't. That's what's different with me. I don't buy and sell from a fair value gap. I use them as a confluence backer. So that's how I use them. I don't, I like to use them as confluence stacking. But yeah, that's super cool, man.
Yeah, for me as well, the idea of an imbalance, I don't know, I don't really care for it. For me, I look for the points, and I like describing it as such, as an arm wrestle between the bears and the bulls. There's going to be back and forth, and at some point one of them is going to win the round. And then there's going to be another round of back and forth, another arm wrestle, and then the other one's going to win, as an example. So that point where the one fully overwhelmed the other one, that is where you get these impulsive, strong, momentous movements in one direction. Those are the points that I'm looking for. I'm looking for that last moment where, I don't know, the dollar's hand started shaking like crazy and it couldn't hold it anymore, and then, the pound just overwhelmed it completely. That's what I'm looking for. That failure point, let's rather say. And that's usually the last point where price had some sort of back and forth. There was indecision. There was a bit of a battle. They were fighting it out, and then eventually one of them just lost. And that's the points where I'm looking for. And I don't see that with the imbalances. I don't see that with the fair value gaps, because that's the point where price just shoots through. And then there's maybe a reattempt, a next round of arm wrestling, and then, I don't know, the pound is a little bit tired. And so overall, the fair value gaps to me just, I've never used them, never really cared for them. It's not really how I see the market moving, but I understand why people gravitate towards them. But yeah.
It sounds like you like getting in at the beginning of a trend, perhaps, rather than kind of like, I suppose, a fair value gap. It has to be a continuation of a trend most of the time anyway. If you like to see kind of the first failure in the arm wrestle.
Yeah, I like to see that first failure, and then I would like to see if the second round happened, how would it go this time? That's why I like the basis. That's why I like order blocks. Going back to an area where price had historically been a back and forth, and then one failed, and then I look for areas where, within that trend, where for argument's sake, let's say we're bullish, I would look for those areas where potentially the bears are trying to break that bullish trend. And then you have a little bit of a back and forth, and then a continuation. A little back and forth, continuation. So that's what I look for. Don't really care much for the imbalances. It's going to get taken at some point. It's kind of like the idea.
I suppose. Yeah, I like the thought process in that.
The thing is, I already see the strength of the direction, even without the imbalance. And if it comes back and tests the imbalance, I know it's like whatever, we're already bullish, as an example, or bearish. So I don't really care much for it.
That's fair. Seeing Tim Sheldrick saying, why do you say that it would be an invalid fair value gap? In ICT terms, that's an order block with a fair value gap confirming it, which is highly probable, except in left fairly equal lows, not ideal. Just goes to show how I don't know ICT concepts, man. Like I say, there's concepts that I take parts from, and I feel like imbalances or fair value gaps I get from ICT. So there's probably similarities in it. However, I'm just going off of what people tell me. People are like, "Oh, that's not true ICT," and I'm like, "Well, technically, it wouldn't be true ICT. It's like my sort of modified concoction of ICT concepts." So, dude, I'm not saying it's not invalid. I'm just saying that what I've been told that is an invalid one. So if that's not invalid, then super cool, man. There's your ICT concept for the day by Will Davis, who accidentally did it. That's super cool. So there you go. So just goes to show that I'm better than ICT. I don't know why that makes me better than ICT, but
you've done a good job with the recovery of your Fivers account, Will.
Yeah, man, it's been good so far. Yeah, it's been good so far. So we're up to we're 2% down pretty much. 1.95% down. So we should be able to get that. I'm hoping to get that by the end of November, but I'm just not seeing enough setups. I'm not seeing price do what I want it to do. Let me bring my November history up. I think I've why does it take me to January 1970? Are we in 1970? No. So I don't want 1970. Now it's December 2099. Again, that's not relevant to me right now. I probably won't be here when that happens.
Are you okay?
No, I'm trying to bring my history up.
I was about to say, are you having like technical difficulties?
I have a bit, mate, yeah. Right, November the 1st. Okay, fuck, that was hard. That was hard work, guys. So, 347.75. That's how much I've lost in November.
Very little. That's great.
Yeah, 100%, man. That's very little, and that's one trading week. You know, this is just one trading week. But you know, hopefully we can claw that back and more. So I would have been $300 up, so only like $1.7 down, or 1.6 something dollars down. But look, it's not over till the fat lady sings. November may be a flat month for me. Hell, November may be a negative month for me. But I've done so well to bring back August, September, and October that I kind of wouldn't actually be that overly bothered if I had a negative month in November. I'd be frustrated, man. You know, like I'd be like, oh, dude, that's a shame. But look, if we get a negative month or a flat month, that's just how it goes. I'm in an hour and over EU a little bit now. Nah, actually, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Oh, this looks good. No, I like this. Will there be a discount for Black Friday? Dude, have we got a surprise for you? Black Friday, I heard there's going to be some special stuff going on. But more importantly than Black Friday, we got 90k Wednesday. It's Tuesday today. I reckon we'll do it by tomorrow. So 90k Wednesday. Who knows? Like the minute we hit 90,000 subscribers, I just know that the guys have got something absolutely massive in store. So all you need to do is give us a big fat thumbs up on this video. Let's try and see if we can get it to 250 likes, as well as 90k subscribers. So subscribe to the channel, and there will be monster giveaways or discounts, or there's just going to be an absolute party. I don't know.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be good. Yeah, it's going to be good.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
I just realized we've got no background music.
We've fallen way behind on chat yet again.
Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. Let's catch up with chat. What peaceful music. Anyway, right, let's have a catch up with chat. What is ICT? I don't know. It's I can't. Oh my god! I can't trade. That is what ICT stands for.
You got it.
What is ICT? Is I can't trade. Is that what you're getting from it?
Yeah. Oh, I made myself chuckle with that.
Yeah, dude. You just smelt your own ambiance. It was like, ambiance.
Oh, dude, that was funny. Oh, dude, that was... Oh, mate. No, all seriousness. Inner Circle Trading, I'm pretty sure it stands for.
Yeah.
It's just a trading influencer.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Trading strategy named after him.
Oh man, that was. Oh, I can't trade. Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
I wish I had more trading friends I could text that to, but you guys are my trading friends, so maybe I'll just put it in the Fivers group.
Tim Sheldrick's asking, Richard, do you not believe in manipulation? I do believe in manipulation, just not in the trading market. I believe
think he's asking about the trading market.
Yeah, but just not in. I mean,
maybe not in the Forex market.
Yeah, not in the Forex market. Let's not in the Forex market.
Like maybe in low cap stocks and meme coins. There's certainly some.
Oh God, yeah. Has anyone ever heard of
pump and dumps? They exist.
Yeah.
There is definitely manipulation. I just don't see the point in believing it in Forex. I think the Forex market is a reaction to all of the other things that are happening. You know, what's happening in the stock market, what's happening in geopolitical spheres. I just think that the Forex market is a reaction to that. The idea of like...
I partly agree with that.
You know, the idea of like, oh, prices being manipulated so that the big fish can eat up all of the little fish. Nah, mate, we're a little fish. We're getting in front of the shark while it's trying to eat a whale.
Yeah, okay, no, I like that.
I don't subscribe to that idea at all. I just think that we're in the way. That's the thing. We're just in the way.
Okay, I've just been tapped in on you as well, by the way, guys.
Oh, very nice.
No, I fully agree with that. Hang on.
The daily volume in the Forex trading market, I remember when I started, it was like multiple trillions, and I just searched up, and apparently in April, it was 9.6 trillion daily trading volume on average. So that would mean to be able to move the market, you would literally be needing to open positions that are hundreds and hundreds of billions in size, which I don't see any major institution doing to move EU by like a couple pips. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, I don't know. I think the market...
Yeah, to come get my stop loss.
My stop loss. My 0.2 or 0.5 lot size trade.
Yeah.
Come and take my specific one.
It's a classic, like, beginner mindset, like, that you're being targeted in the Forex market because nobody is being targeted. And people even think they're targeting institutional stop losses and things, but they don't have stop losses. They've got so much money that they open a trade, they don't set stop losses. They can just leave it running because they've got so much money. They're never going to blow their account because their account is everyone else's money.
Yeah,
it's not our money.
Well with them is like the markets aren't like you said, they don't have stop losses because they know as well the markets aren't going to tank enough for them to, like, even if we went into a major recession or a world war broke out, even then the markets aren't going to dump enough for them to blow their entire account. Like if you look on like the yearly or the monthly time frame, if I just do it now, let's go into the monthly time frame, you're going to see that price ranges within a certain zone. It doesn't dump that much ever. Like, it's not just gonna like dump down here because that would bankrupt the entire country. It just wouldn't happen. You know, it just wouldn't happen. So to see that happen, or for that to happen, would then maybe blow an account of the institutions. You know, so when you say they're chasing our stop losses, I disagree with that. I don't think the markets, like you said, you know, we're fish that just get in the way and get chomped on. I don't think the fundamentalists, I don't think the what's going on my screen right now? I don't think they're looking at us thinking, oh yeah, we gotta get in and look at the technical analysis to take out these retail traders. I don't know why my chat is flashing. It's starting to.
Oh, I can't wait for Timmy to put in his stop loss so that we can go and hunt his stop loss.
They don't care
take
about
out. That's what we're going to
do. Truth be told, they probably don't really care that much about technical analysis. Like I conform to what Richard's talking about, where they just react to data. You know, they react to data, and therefore they're not going to look at us and go, but the fibers trade with ICT and smart money concepts. We must liquidate them because they give us money. It's like, dude, like, no, just no. That they don't care about us. Like, even all the prop firms all together would still be, it may be a bigger fish, but it's still going to get accidentally eaten by the sharks. You know, that we're just not big enough as retail traders to be on competition with like massive institutions and governmental banks and stuff like that. It's just not possible. So therefore, we got to eat the bacteria while we swim, and we're the feeder fish of sharks. We got to swim alongside the sharks, eating the bacteria, cleaning them, and then, hopefully we don't swim in the way of their mouth.
Because they don't even always necessarily trade to make money. Like, sometimes they are just executing orders on behalf of other major institutions or companies, like Coca-Cola. Maybe they've got a big ad campaign in Japan and they need to change, $50 million into yen. And the bank is just executing the order on behalf of that client, making money on the spread perhaps.
And that alone is making the market move.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily in order to move the market in a particular direction. Their job is just to get that order filled for their client at the best price possible. So they're not even necessarily always trading to make money,
Yeah, no, dude, I fully agree with that.
Yeah, I'm going to be dead honest with you. I don't see it. I just think that people should get over, oh, I'm being targeted, or oh, woe is me. You were just wrong with your trade. You put in a trade with a certain expectancy and it didn't go in your way. It's just one of those things. We don't have the power to move the market at all. Like the way that I like looking at this is if there's 3 of us sitting here right now, and all 3 of us might have a completely different opinion on how the market is moving, and where we're going to put an entry, where we're going to put our stop loss, and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, if you assume that the retail market makes up 10% of all of the institutional / all of the trading that takes place, let's say retail trading is 10%. You're saying, with the manipulation and all of that stuff, that 10% can overrule what 90% is trying to do, as an example. Or that 90% is going to purposefully go out of their way to come and target the 10%. Now, this is the assumption that all 10% are 100% aligned with what they're trying to trade and when and stop losses. Like, imagine all 10% of the retail traders had their entry points exactly at the right or the same place, their stop losses exactly at the same place, and they take profits at exactly the same place. Then it might make sense to say, okay, institutional traders, here's 10% for us to come and eat up. Whereas the 3 of us don't even have the same entry point. So we're not even agreed. The 10% that's there, the retail traders, aren't even agreed upon in the same direction, the same kind of trade or anything like that. So what makes more sense? That we're being targeted, or that we are reading the market in a way that is not what the market is currently doing, and then we made a mistake with an entry, or we screwed up with the stop loss, that kind of thing. That makes way more sense to me than the idea that the 10% are all aligned and their stuff is getting hunted specifically. It doesn't make sense to me.
Sorry, man, I got completely distracted. I'm waiting for gold. I'm trying to decide whether I want to sell gold or not.
Good 5148 is asking, let's say I have a bullish/bearish bias, then can someone tell me trade entry ideas, strategies on lower time frames like the 1 hour? I am a Forex swing trader. I think if you are a swing trader, why would you want to go onto the lower time frame? What's the reason why you would want to go onto the lower time frame?
Will, you were funny. Thanks, man.
I mean, it sounded like you wanted to go down to the 1 hour. That's where I swing trade. But yeah, I can't see that question. Okay.
Got you, bro. Did you see that okay?
There's so many strategies. I mean, I would suggest just looking on YouTube, swing trading strategies. I mean, otherwise we're just going to be listing things off. Very helpful.
Yeah, forever. Let's see if I have a bullish or bearish bias. Yeah, man, look, price is fractal, man. If you have a strategy that works on the higher time frame or the lower time frame, implement it and test it. You've already got a strategy. test it on a different time frame, and if it doesn't work, then adjust it and see how you can adjust it and what works, what you can adjust it to, and what potentially works. That's the best that I can give, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree there. It's the thing is, if you are a swing trader, you already have some idea of how the market is moving. I mean, not exactly a green trader. If you're saying you're a swing trader, then it means that you've probably got some experience in the market already. Swing trading, actually all kinds of trading, is difficult. So try and implement what it is that you've, or try and replicate what you've implemented on your swing trading strategy by going down onto the lower time frames and seeing if the same ideas that work in swing trading actually works on the lower time frames. Obviously, there will be some adjustments that you can make, where you place your stop loss and so on and so forth. But start there and then work your way down each time frame. Let's say you do it on the daily, go down to the 12-hour, from a 12-hour to the 4-hour as an example. See how this trading idea of yours breaks down as you're going lower into the time frames. That's the way that you can have a look at it as well.
Yeah, that's what I'd be doing if I was you.
And I mean, let's say hypothetically you use the much higher time frames to do your analysis. Do the same analysis that you're seeing on the higher time frames, work your way down until you reach a lower time frame where it either seems like the analysis breaks down, and then go one up from there. So let's say the analysis breaks down at the 15-minute, go up to the 30-minute as an example, and see how your trade analysis aligns with the 30-minute until you reach a lower time frame that actually makes sense with the higher time frame analysis that you've made, and then decide to trade from there or test something. Something new. Don't just wait for someone to give you a trade entry. Do the work yourself. You will be much better off if you've done the work yourself.
You'll thank yourself for it as well. You'll
build that confidence.
It's hard, dude. It's hard work. Let's not pretend that's easy. It is hard work, but you will thank yourself for it. You'll be very grateful that you did it. I'm in selling gold, by the way, guys. Okay.
We're microbacteria in the world of financial markets. Yeah, agreed.
I like that.
Plankton. Every now and then, a whale comes along, just
sucks us all in. Yeah, I mean, suppose through that. Okay, finally, $10 up on EU. Took its time.
Possible with GameStop. Well, I mean, GameStop had the monopoly in one specific area, and then they screwed up. But there's always a bigger fish.
Always, dude. This goes for everything. This is life lessons as well. Back when, even with boxing, back with boxing, some of the guys that I knew thought they were the dog's box. They thought they were the hardest men on campus, and then next minute, someone would come and just spark them out. There's always a bigger fish. There's always a younger guy. There's always a stronger, a bigger, a better, a richer, a faster. There's always going to be better out there. So always trying to improve yourself and compete with yourself. Don't ever try and compete with anyone else and think you're better or bigger or better or faster or stronger than anyone else or richer than anyone else, because when you're comparing yourself to others, you will be disappointed. Always compare yourself to yourself only, because 100% there's better out there. There's always going to be better out there. As much as I hate to admit it, there are apparently, rumor has it, I'm yet to meet them, better traders out there than me.
I love this. Andal Ansari is saying, today is the day I got my very first funded account ever. Big thanks to 5 year.
Dude, congratulations, Adil. That's absolutely awesome, mate. Big congratulations. I'll tell you what, let's give you one of these. I like that clap goes on for too long.
It needs to be 2 seconds shorter, just 2. That's all. Your
okay, I've just been tapped into my. Yeah, I've just tapped into my second gold trade. Oh, go on, EU. Look at you go.
Look at you. Look at you, EU.
Go. Go on, son. Oh, I'm tempted. I don't know if I want to hold in this mine. I feel like this could. Okay, there's a nice close, but I feel like this could wick. Do I want to stay in this? Let's have a look. No, I'm risking $100. Let's just stay in it. See what happens. Worst case scenario, it knocks me out at $100. Gold, I got my nice second entry. I'm really happy with. Okay.
Worst case scenario, I lose my house.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you know, my wife leaves me, takes the kids, you know, I lose my car, my house gets repossessed, I end up on the streets and sleeping under a bridge.
But I mean, perspective, guys.
Worst case. It's just the worst case.
It's just the worst case.
Just worst case scenario.
Only up from here, guys. Only up.
Tis what it is. Tis what it is. Dude, there are some people out there with that sort of mentality. Like, you can't break them. Like, that is unstoppable mentality if I've ever seen it.
Tim Sheldrick is saying, you hit the nail on the head. They want to fill orders as that makes them money. I believe within a certain range, they can manipulate between premium and discount, play the dealing range. I mean, nobody is in the market for shits and giggles, mate. People are here to make money. That's why people are here. Big institutions, the same thing. They're here to make money. Is it ethical? Their behaviors? Probably not. But that's not the thing that they're worried about. They're worried about making money. And if you're in the way of them making money, you're going to get swept.
Yeah, dude, you're in the way. You know, move.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
But here's the thing. People must stop trying to personalize the market as if it's some personal slight against themselves if the market, you know, takes one of their trades to stop loss. It's not a personal attack on you. The market does not care about you at all.
No.
And the quicker you can realize that you're a very, very, very tiny fish in an incredibly big ocean, the impact of those like little losses here and there, they diminish. The impact of it becomes a lot less. All you need to focus on is your own impact and your own decisions that you have within the market, and come to terms with losing a trade here and there and winning a trade, and just making sure that you win more than you lose. So your strategy should reflect that. And if you don't have a strategy that wins more than you lose, meaning you're not making profits, you either need to take a step back and go and have a look at your strategy to see maybe the strategy itself doesn't really work. Maybe I don't really understand how the market's moving, or it's just a timing issue. And that potentially you might need to reduce your risk, maybe look at a different time frame, maybe look at a different session to trade. There's so many variables that you can go and pick up and just adjust a little bit that could mean the difference between you being profitable and you losing several accounts. But it's not a personal attack, let's rather say. It's literally you versus you. Not literally, figuratively. It's you versus you. There's no care from the market side, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, literally that. No, I fully agree with that. Trying to catch up with chat. 1 hour is okay, right? If I enter on 4 hour, my stop loss would be wide. You got to remember though, it doesn't matter how wide it doesn't matter if you have a 2,000 pip stop loss. It matters on how much you're risking. You know, you can have a 2,000 pip stop loss or a 2 pip stop loss. You know, it matters on what you're risking and how long you're willing to hold it for. If you're willing to hold it for 2 months, then fair. 200 pip stop loss may not actually be that big. You know, if you're wanting to hold it for 2 hours, then maybe you got to ask yourself what you're doing with the 200 pip stop loss. So, and it depends on the asset, you know, it depends on the volatility. So they're all dependents.
Unbiased trader is funny. Good 5148 is oh yeah. How can someone get a funded account?
Buy a challenge.
That is definitely one way. Another way is to subscribe to the Fiverr's YouTube channel, get everybody in your family to subscribe, get them interested in watching the YouTube channel, get us to 90k subscribers, and then there will be a 90k special day with a lot of giveaways. And it's not just going to be funded accounts, there's other interesting goodies as well. And then on that day, where we have the giveaway, be active in chat, participate, ask questions, just interact.
Come get involved,
then,
man.
Yeah, there's a chance for you to possibly win an account.
Yeah, absolutely. It's for Life Lessons 101 by William Davis.
Good 5148 is also asking, hey guys, what should be a typical trader's ROI be? What are yours, if you don't mind? So ROI is return on investment. So it's going to be different for each one of us, I think. And I don't think that there's a specific number that is the correct one. You have to take into consideration people's lifestyles. You have to take into consideration taxes. You have to take into consideration where you live and what your minimum requirements are for you to live let's say a life of abundance. So there's a lot of factors to take into consideration. But what do you think is a good ROI?
What, per annum, like per year or per month?
Yeah, let's say per annum, and then you can break it down to per month if you want to.
10 to 20%. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. As long as you can beat the S&P 500. As long as you can beat something that, let's say for example, you put your money in the S&P 500 and it returns, what's the average return on the S&P? 9%?
Yeah, it fluctuates, but let's say between 7 and 10%.
Yeah, screw it. Let's stay on the high side. Let's say it's 10%. So you can get 10% if you chuck all your money in the S&P. On average, you can get about 10% a month. A year. Sorry, a year. So you can get 10% a year in the S&P 500. If you cannot beat the S&P 500 with your trading, take all your money out, put it in the S&P until you're ready to beat 10% a year with the S&P, with your trading. Because then you can take your money out and earn more than you would in the S&P 500. So therefore, as long as you can do more than 10% a month, a year, which is what's that? 800.8% a month, something like that. I don't know. 1% a month is 12% a year. So if you can get 1% a month, that's usually what I aim for. I like 1 to 2% a month. Anything more than that, I'm super grateful for. If not, that's absolutely fine because I can compound 1% a month. 1% a month is absolutely sick. It's a fully passed account in 12 months' time, and then you get paid. You get another account, 12 months' time, you get paid, you get another account, maybe you buy 2 accounts, trade copier. You're just constantly compounding that. Next minute, you're doing 1% a month on 10 accounts, that's 10% a month. Easy. 120% a month, a year. It sounds simple and it sounds sexy and it's like, oh my God, he's a genius, but it's hard to do. But 1% a month for me is super realistic, super easily to do. I did September and October. September I did 2%. October I actually did 3%. I'm down a little bit for this month so far, but who knows how it's going to end. So on average, I take home about 1% a month.
That's all you need. 1 to 2% a month is a good target, I'd say. That's the most realistic target.
Yeah.
That's what I would like, because at the moment my strategy looks a bit like 0%, -1, 0, -1, 0, plus 15, and then it repeats.
Yeah.
That's not ideal.
Right. Oh man, that feels like me in April, May, June, July. It was awful. It was
I
just
need
so
to
stressful.
increase my win rate, reduce my average win, because my average win is like 5%, and my my win rate is like 25-30%, which is not fun. I've done it on hard mode.
Yeah, it's always about
No. You say that. You say that, guys. I'm not going to give too much away. I'm not going to spoil anything. But I just finished an interview with a funded trader with the fivers, who is trading with a 12% win rate.
That's
Dude,
hard.
I swear to
How do
God.
you have a 12% win rate?
12%. So
Oh
you
my-
need a 1 to 8 RR just to break even.
Dude, he has a 1 to 30.
Jeez.
To become to stay profitable, he needs a minimum of a 3% win rate.
Gosh.
Mate,
3%.
talking to him fried my brain. It just screamed everything like you've learned about trading to like it screamed it all, and it was like you know he just spoke about everything you shouldn't do in trading, and he's made it possible and he's made it profitable. Oh mate, speaking to him was super cool. Super cool.
I'll go and look at that interview that
Yeah,
you've done.
mate,
Yes.
when the interview comes out, I seriously recommend you guys go watch it. It was an awesome interview, and it was a pleasure to speak to him.
It's an interesting approach. It's one that not many people do because it's so difficult mentally, but it's definitely very profitable. But if you're going to have low capital, personal capital, and you're relying on prop firm capital, it's not great either, because it's going to be difficult to stay within the maximum drawdown. And also, in the case you do suddenly get a 30% trade, many maybe more unreliable prop firms probably will try and find a reason not to pay you out if you have very few huge winning trades. That's been my experience. I've had denied payouts because I just have a massive winning trade all of a sudden, and they just think that I'm like gambling or something, you know. They think I've like over risked. They think that I'm like gaming the prop firm. Unfortunately, yeah.
Prop farming, like.
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy. A 12% win rate. I
when he said it, I
very
had to
curious.
double take. I thought he meant like 20%. His English was fantastic. Otherwise, his English. He was second language. I think he was second language English. But if his English wasn't that good, I would have double took and thought, oh, do you mean 20%? But his English was fantastic, and I was like, no, this guy genuinely means 12% win rate. I was like,
Did you see his stats? Like, did he
yeah,
share his
mate, yeah. Dude, he's a
information with you?
profitable trader. He's been paid out by the fivers. He is a funded trader.
Wow.
Mate, I know.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Mate, my brain trying to wrap it around his strategy was insane. But he was one of those like super smart guy, and he said, "It's maths." He says, "I know what I'm doing. It's maths." And just the confidence, the aura.
You need
I was like,
the
this
confidence.
guy is a
for that.
legend.
Dude, I transcribe to the idea of the maths because it's a game of maths, but it's a psychological game of maths.
Yeah.
Let's put it like that. So, at some point, there's going to be a balance between the maths. It's going to add up at some point. So, I like that. I like that idea. And then good 5149 asking, what about Richard and Griff? Griff, you said 1 to 2% per month.
Yeah, I mean, if you take the average of the year, because for me, like I said, I'm not getting it on a monthly basis. I'm getting it on average if you look at a yearly sample size, because on average this year has brought down my average. I've had 40% per year profit since 2020, and this year I'm honestly like maybe 2%. It's not been great, and that's probably brought down my average to maybe 20 to 30% profit per year. But I would say a good target is to beat the S&P, maybe go 10 to 20% per year. I would agree, preferably 20.
I like that.
But yeah, 10%.
Yeah, obviously, look,
on the lower side, I think is acceptable. As long as you're above 0, it's fine. But then, if you're below 10, then you may as well just buy and hold the S&P 500. So preferably above 10 each year.
Yeah, I agree with that. I honestly think that it's going to be personal. It's going to depend on your circumstances. Are you a full-time trader? Are you somebody that is reliant on this income, that kind of like thing? Obviously, there's some I need to pay my rent questions. How much is my taxes going to be for every kind of every bracket basically of income? So there's a lot of questions, but in general, I think when it comes to trading, a good example, like you state, would be 1 to 2% with the expectation of trying to beat an investment that has year-on-year consistent growth, let's rather say. So if you want to use the S&P 500 as a baseline, beat the S&P 500. If you can't, like you said, try to either improve your trading before you try and carry on, or just de-invest from all of the trading that you do and rather do buy and holds until you've got a strategy that can actually hold that percentage that you require. Once again, it's going to be different for every person. There's too many factors that you need to take into consideration specifically for that. But I do like the idea of, let's say, 2%. But it's also going to depend on account size as well. If you have a 100K account and you make 1% a month on that, that's 12K a year. It's 12%. That's great. That's good money. Also depends on where you are. But if you have a 5K account, that 1% is probably not going to be nearly enough to sustain you. So you need to kind of look at your requirement versus the size of the account versus what you have to play with, what you can afford to lose, all of that stuff. It's so nuanced, but I like the idea of a 2% per month.
See, I don't know. I like what you're saying, but I disagree. The size of the account matters, but it shouldn't matter on how much you're trying to achieve for the month. If you can only afford a 20K account and you're like, to live free and to live successful and to be completely financially independent, I need 20% a month. It's like, okay, that's fine. That's great. Don't chase it. You're just not ready for full-time trading yet. That's absolutely fine. You should be able to chase the exact same profits, whether you're on a $1 million account or a £10 account. The profit target should still be the same at 1 to 2% a month, if that's what it should be based on what you know that you can achieve. It should be data and statistically backed based on what you know that you can achieve with confidence. If you can achieve comfortably 1 to 2% a month on average, brilliant. If you feel like you're having to take a little bit more, maybe take some more trades that you wouldn't usually take, and maybe go a little bit outside your plan, or maybe do something that you wouldn't usually do to try and achieve that just because you need it to survive, a whole different mentality comes in. You're just not financially ready to become a full-time trader yet, which is completely okay, because by acknowledging that, you're a step closer to become financially free, because you can hold yourself back and not get carried away with your emotions.
Yeah, no, I get that. All right, let's get back to chat. I see there is some questions that have gone untouched.
Before we do that real quick, I just want to break down gold and EU. So EU is starting to head up a little bit now. We're $64 up, which is looking quite nice. I've got an alert set for these highs because I want to see if we can break and close above these highs, because if we can't, I'm going to be a little bit worried about the future of bull move, from bullish momentum for the euro. However, gold is looking really nice for sells. We've now been tapped into my breakout trade and my break and retest trade, which is absolutely fantastic. Starting to move back down now. We've got this bearish engulfing, which is super cool. Pullback, bearish engulfing. We're starting to reject and wick around these levels here, which is a little bit iffy. Just going to keep an eye on it. I've got an alert set for underneath these wicks, which is in this imbalance here. So we're in an imbalance and under the wicks. I have got an alert. if we wicket and we start slowing down, then I'm happy to take out. I don't know actually. I don't actually know how much that's going to be for. Probably not a lot. That one will be $45. This one will be $100, so $155 potentially. So that being said, $155 isn't much, but it'll do. But we'll see. We'll see. $70 up now on EU. That's what I'm happy with. So we'll see how this goes. I'm just going to play it from here. Sorry. Right. Let's catch up with chat.
Yeah. So there was a few questions. At percentage gain, will Fivers do an instant funding account? They do have an instant funding account. It is the hyper-growth one. It is a one-phase evaluation account. So once you've passed the phase, you will be instantly funded. So they do have one. It's as near to instant funding as you're going to get without people actually...
Yeah, I was about to say. That's pretty close to us. Pretty darn close.
You've just gone through gold, so we don't need to check that. Guys, you again drifted away from reading chats. We do apologize, guys. It's Vinny is asking, hey, will Rich and Griff, what's your bias for EU and GU swing trades? I think this is more in Griff's ballpark. His area of expertise.
Yeah, sure. Let me bring up my screen. I forgot to share it, actually. To be honest, so I'm probably the shortest time frame swing trader you can get. It's because the longest I've ever held a trade is maybe a week, but normally my trades are about 1 day long. Most of my losses are a few hours, so I'm still not really, I don't have that long-term outlook, if you know what I mean. I basically just look at the last week and a half worth of price action, and yeah, so based on that, looking at EU, we have been trending up, and we've just started trickling down, breaking this low over here. I am seeing weakness though. You can see the few bullish candles we've got are contextually larger than the bearish candles on average. So I would say that we're still overall with a bullish bias. I would say that we're still likely to move up, and if anything, I would kind of anticipate maybe we keep descending a little bit, maybe break these lows or these lows, and then we get a shift up and we continue like that. That would be my best guess, but like Richard has said before, you got to wait for price to show you what to do. You're responding to its reaction. We're never anticipating. We're never trading like in anticipation. It's always reactively. And because GU and EU are kind of similar, there is some currency correlation. I'd probably say the same thing over here. One piece of price action that I find really high probability is when you have a V and a range. If you had a range at the beginning as well, it's basically a head and shoulders formation. But to be honest, I find that you just need a V and a range. And although we're just moving sideways here, I can kind of anticipate that we're going to move up just by zooming out. I can see this V and a range. And there's even this kind of descending over here. So yeah, on the larger scale for GU, I can pretty confidently say that we'll move up. Although before we get that move up, I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe came down and took these lows. Let me make that a bit bigger. I wouldn't be surprised if we came down and did something like this. Or we could just move straight up, in which case, I'd take a flag or a continuation. So yeah, I'd say EU and GU, I do have a bullish outlook at the moment. But if we get short opportunities, I'll be involved just as much,
Awesome.
What are you thinking, Rich? He asked you as well, right?
With EU and GU, I would have to say I'm not a swing trader, so take that from for what it is. On a swing point, we have been bearish for quite a while and only recently started with a little bit of sideways action and the attempt to try and push higher on GU specifically. If we just have a look on the 4 hourly, I want to say that we're gonna potentially try and come down like Griff has explained. I agree that there is a potential, but maybe, I don't know how deep we can go. I would like to see 130 flat be tested. And then from there on decide where we want to go. And then start moving up from there. If we're going to really push. But as it stands right now, I'm more bearish on pound. So I'm seeing us potentially coming down to 127. I can see us come to 128, 129-ish, because there was some reaction in that area struggling in the past. I think overall, pound is just not doing well. And up until we can be convinced otherwise, I just think that pound is just going to continue depreciating. EU, on the other hand, I feel like EU has much more potential to push higher, even though we are still a little bit bearish. We were bullish from like the beginning of the month. We started becoming bullish, but then we reacted a little bit bearishly as well. Personally, I would much rather just... Yeah, I don't know. EU is also a little bit difficult. I think I would want to see buys. I would love to see it start picking up, going back up again to 118.50, somewhere around there. That's what I would love to see. But as it stands right now, I think there is still a little bit more downward pressure. I think we can come down to 114.80 yet again and just kind of decide what we want to do there. But like I said, I preface that with I'm not a swing trader. I look at what the market is doing right now. I don't try and predict the market because that's not where my comfortability lays, you know, where I thrive. I thrive in reacting rather than predicting.
Yeah, nice. Just to let you guys know, I'm now officially down $119.52 for the month. I've just banked out some profits. Let me show you why. Let me go to my screen up for y'all. There we go. So, check this exit out on gold. Let's drop down that in a minute. EU probably shouldn't have exited, but I did, and here's why. We came up into this area here, this beautiful little consolidation here, and I thought this could be, well, like I said before, it was a potential point of continuation to the downside, and I thought, you know, if we wick above here, what are we going to want to see? And we did, you know, we came up, price alerted, and I thought, okay, price started heading up here, and then it just dropped all the way down here. I thought, oh, that's not good. So we started moving back up, and I thought, screw it, I'm going to close, because, you know, the way it wicked down, I thought, oof, there's a big rejection at the top of these highs here. Took out, and then I think I took out for $105. No, that was gold. No, that was also gold. $45. $88. Ah, that's annoying. I saw 120. Okay, so took out for $88 on EU. Now, did I want to hold higher? Ideally, yes. Do I think it could, you know, piss about from here? Yeah, I do. I think we could possibly... I think we have a little bit higher to go. I think we can come up to this zone here. Maybe around about 1.15975. I think we can head up to there. Then we'll pull back into this consolidation zone down here. And then hopefully we can see some bullish pressure continuing up. But it all depends. You know, I'm a reactive trader, so I'm going to react to whatever price gives me. And I did. I reacted. I don't regret it. I took out to $88. Now, the sexy part is gold. Check that out. Talk about the perfect exit. Mate, look at gold. Hello. Where are you going?
Yeah,
Mate.
something kicked in because even NAS is starting to really rally.
So the reason I put an alert on is because if we tapped the alert twice, there's a lot of T's there. If we tap the alert twice, there's only 2. Then I know that I'm going to want to potentially take out. So we had this consolidation, broke and closed, open on the new. I should have opened here. We broke and closed below the consolidation. I should have opened here. However, I was a little late to the party. I opened here. Now we got a pullback into this consolidation zone. Fantastic. I opened a second order, so we got a breakout and a break and retest. Consolidated around a little bit and then continued on down. My minimum area that I wanted to take out, and this is the bare minimum, I didn't want to take out and I refused to take out any higher, would have been under these lows. Why? Because we got consolidation, we got lows at the bottom here, so potential liquidity, we've got an imbalance here or a fair value gap, and we've also got a consolidation zone to the bottom. I don't think we've got a fib zone. My mouse is, there we go. I like a sensitive mouse, and my mouse just went all sluggish on me.
Sorry to interrupt you, Will, but I've got to shoot off, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Thank you so much for having me for the hour, guys, and I'll see you next week.
Of course, bro.
Just
awesome stuff.
have a great week.
Absolute pleasure having you on as usual, mate.
See you guys soon. Have a good one.
See you later, bro.
Cheers.
Have a great one. See you later, mate. Yeah, so like I was saying, we've got consolidation. We've got these lows after this consolidation. We've got an imbalance, and dead in the center of that imbalance is the 618 fib fill, which is exactly, guys, this goes to show what experience in the market does. My eyes could see this fib fill, and without realizing, I put my alert on the 618 fib fill, and we tapped it perfectly. So I thought, you know what? Why won't it go? There we go. So I thought, you know what? We tapped it twice, and it was ping. I thought, oh, okay, we've hit that alert zone. We came all the way back up to here, and then we went ping again, alerted me, and I thought, yeah, there it is, I'm out. Closed out, it rejected one last time, and then had a big bull move up. That is what I call discretionary trading. That is what is called market experience. And that is why I took out. For a total of... Let me actually have a look for the day.
$99 downtrend.
$238.15, $9.92 commission, $228.23. I kind of wanted a minimum of $500 for this day. I'll be honest, just kind of that's what I had in my head. I was like, it'd be nice if I could bank 0.5% today. However, it is what it is. $228 is better than nothing, and it's certainly better than minus $228. So, guys, smash that like button. Make sure that you hit the subscribe button. Not many subscribers left to go before we hit the big 9-0. Absolutely smash that like button, guys, because we have got a fantastic host coming on in just a second. Are you ready, bro?
Yeah, he should be.
He's just smiling at me. Yo!
What is up?
What's good,
How
Swear?
are
How
you
you
guys?
doing, bro?
I'm good. What about you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate.
Doing well.
What's news?
Nothing, man. I'm on a winning streak. I feel happy. I feel good. I feel invincible.
That's what we like to hear, Smear.
I feel invincible.
He feels invincible.
I took like 20 wins in a row. I took like 1 loss. That's
Dude,
the
that's
best
insane.
in my trading career, man.
Jeez.
Nice.
Probably
insane.
15,
Well done.
15, 20 wins. I don't even remember, as you know. I don't really keep the track. But I took like 15 to 20 wins in a row. I took only 1 loss. That was really amazing. And let me tell you one thing, how I got this, by reducing my risk to reward. Like I just was targeting 1-to-1, and my win rate, just skyrocketed. I was testing here and there, so yeah.
Yeah, mate, that's absolutely awesome. I'll tell you what, you get a fat one of these from us. Actually, no, you get better than that. You get better than that. Hang on, look, where is it?
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, that is horrible. Oh,
I hate it. I love.
Sounds like a
love
truck to me, man.
oh.
Yeah, fair. See, I don't know. Maybe it's the British in me that I just hear like football games and stadiums when I hear that.
Yeah. Chat. Hello, Stephen. Unbiased Trader. Fluan Cho. I don't know. I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. And Luis, we have. Okay. Hi, guys. So, did you guys took any trade?
I had a nice gold. I had two sells on gold and a buy on EU. Took out about 220-ish, but
Okay.
so nothing too big. Nice profit.
I tried a NAS sell and then it just absolutely ate me up now. So
Let's have a look
Sell
at
is going crazy on NAS.
yeah,
Price is dropping crazy.
yeah. I entered here a little bit later than I intended.
Yeah.
I saw this break. It looked really nice to start going lower, and then
that.
so that is
You're doing a challenge, right? Yeah, I remember.
this is
last
the one
stream.
So
Yeah.
still up $5, which is fine, but yeah, it was a little. I was definitely in a lot later than I would have wanted to.
Okay.
Generally, I would try and get in somewhere over here rather, but I was trying to read chat, trying to chat along with Griff and whatnot. Wasn't paying attention to it. Saw it. I was like, oh yeah, I should get into this. Got into it. Pulled my stop loss. Went into profit a little bit, and then it just flied up. But it's okay. It is one of those things. Account is $4.21 after commission up from that previous trade last week. But that's okay.
Yeah, nice man. Just seeing the look at the massive pullback on EU.
All of them as well. Look at GU as well. GU is also dropping.
Oh wow! Look at GU go.
I'm seeing
Anyway,
the 15-minute time frame. It is looking like a big range to me. No trend, nothing. I cannot, these type of markets. I don't want to be involved in these type of markets.
Yeah, mate, they're choppy. Like I said,
Yeah.
GU, I'm not even remotely
Look at that.
interested in GU.
It is just in a range. We don't know now it is gonna go to the upside or downside. So if you guys are trading, chat, I don't know, man. It's right now it's 50-50. You should be in the position where there is a little bit more conviction. Let's say maybe 60-40 or maybe 70%. You have confidence to take the trade. You have more confluence. But right now it's really, ranging. I see these moving averages. If it is trendy, then I'm interested in the trade. It is 200, by the way. So right now it's in the middle, so it's in the no trade range.
Yeah, nice. Right,
I'm more focused on these two, yeah.
I'm gonna have to shoot because the same reason why I told Richard I'm gonna have to shoot this morning, I'm gonna have to do the same now.
I remember on the last stream you was traveling. You was in a maybe airport, maybe.
Oh yeah! Oh my god! Yeah, that was last Monday. Yeah, man, that was nuts. Yeah, that was good, man. That was good fun.
And that was like you got some real streaming from the airport. That's crazy.
Oh, man, literally that. I'm glad to be back in the office, mate. I'm back home. I'm back in my streaming gear.
Yeah.
It just feels comfortable, I'm on my nice swingy chair, so I'm not on an airport chair.
I'm just emotionally attached to my place. If I'm outside for maybe a week, I'm like, oh, I don't want to be here. I want to go to my setup. I want to go to my room.
Yeah,
I'm really emotionally attached to it.
Yeah, I'm the same as you, man. It's not like my house. I don't care for. Okay, yeah, I care for it, of course, but yeah, look, it's a house. My bedroom is where I sleep. It is where it is. My office, dude, that's my safe space. That's my place. That's where my career is. My everything that all my meetings happen. My chill out zone, like with the Apex Brotherhood, when we have poker night, I'll have a cigar and I'll have some whiskey and It's where I meet up with all the guys and have a bit of a laugh. You know, everything happens in this office. So when I come home, like the first thing I do is I hug my dog, or I'll, you know, say hello to the missus and all, and I'll come into the office and I'll just chuck my stuff down on my couch.
Yeah,
over there,
same goes for me.
and I'll sit there. I'll just sit there and take 5 minutes debrief. It's just such an awesome feeling.
Yeah. If I don't use my PC for maybe 5 days, I feel like some anxiety. Like, where is my setup? I wanna turn on the PC. I wanna do something. I wanna see, you know, something.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys that I love a big screen. You know, I compensate with my screens. You know, my
Yeah,
PC,
now,
I don't care about
even
too
I
much.
have the habit of this, you know. Like, I have two
Yeah.
screens. Without it, my setup is incomplete now. If I
Yeah,
see
no,
one
100%.
laptop, I feel incomplete.
Yeah, 100%. Like, chat, let me know if you guys are the same. Like, do you need multiple screens? Because, like, I can trade from my laptop, and for those of you who don't know, like, I'm moving to Hong Kong in January, and I can't take my screens, and I can't take my PC. So I don't care. I don't care that I can't take my PC, but the fact that I can't take my 49-inch monitor bothers me. So I'm going to have to go out there and buy a 49-inch monitor, or a bigger monitor, or like 3 monitors to attach to my laptop, just so I can feel like I'm home. Because all this moves, you know. I can take these in my suitcase with me. But
You know, like moving there, like, you know, a new place, setting up a new life, maybe. You mean
no,
that?
not yet. Not yet. We're going out for 5 months, 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm meeting my partner's family, and we've got just spend some time out there, and you know, just go home, and then we'll see how it goes. You know, see how it goes, and if we like it, then it's something to consider.
I took this trade yesterday. It was just simple, you know, consolidation break. Like, you just took out the breakout. This high was a stop loss. I was targeting, you know, these areas. Very simple trade.
Yeah, that's really nice, man. That's a super cool trade. How come you cut your TP there?
Because, you know, we have a demand area right here, as you can see. This is a support or demand, whatever you want to call it. So, you know, I don't want to, you know, be targeting this low.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes, you know, it reacts from the demand itself. So maybe 90% of the range. So that's why, you know, I'm good with 1-to-1.
Oh, dude, Samir, we saw the same drop.
I knew you were gonna say that. I was just gonna say, is the penny gonna
Yeah.
drop? Like what is he gonna notice it?
Yeah, I was
I
like,
think he's still there, right?
what is this on the 5 minute?
Yeah.
No. Yesterday, last night.
I'll tell you what, right, Rich.
your
Oh, you sold that.
Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing.
This is mine. This is New York.
Someone please let me go. I'm going to
you can.
use the loo. Guys,
Dude, you
I
can
love
go.
you all.
Fine.
Thank you so much for joining.
We
I
kept
shall
you busy.
See you all tomorrow. Guys,
Cheers,
All right,
Will,
man.
mate. Go
Take
do
care.
your
Take
business.
care. Enjoy the day. Bye-bye.
Samir, mate. So your trade was you took this whole movement down. So this is
Yeah,
the
my
5
stop loss are, you know, I keep my stop losses, you know, above the swing higher, swing low, whatever.
Yeah, so your stop loss was up here.
Yeah. You're on the 15 minute?
Yeah, this is the 15. I'll go down to the 5 because your entry was on the 5 minute. My entry price was 25.021.34. That exact same downward move of yours that you took, I took the exact one, but I targeted for the lows of London, the London session. So I targeted 24.871. That was what I targeted, and I got a 1 to 3.
Makes sense. Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. So the idea was
You liking to trade indices as you was a Euro USD and GBP USD guy?
I recently started with indices, and I've been doing some backtesting. There was a trade over here that I intended on taking yesterday. Well, people can see your chats if it's up on my screen. I wanted to take this trade over here during the day. It was exactly what I was looking for. I was looking for us to move into this area of interest of mine, which is a base area. We reacted off of it the first time. We kind of dwindled into it slowly, and then when we got to this point, we really started to show some downward direction, and this is where I would have wanted to get in, but missed this trade initially. This is something that I've been backtesting, and anyway, this trade over here, the same idea. We started to drift lower during the London session. New York session opened up. We had this nice impulsive move towards the top, but no new high was created. We didn't break above the London high. We barely broke above this swing point over here. Didn't close above it. Then we retook all of that move that happened with the opening of New York.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, when we started to push back again and we failed to make a new high in relation to this one over here, I was just convinced that we were most definitely going to start pushing down again. If it did want to push higher, it would have taken the high that it initially had with its opening range, and it didn't. And I just waited for price to start pushing a little bit lower. Bit of consolidation over here, a little bit of indecision, and then this candle started pushing down volumetrically, and I decided this is the perfect time to get in. It was just a perfect trade. Just straight up perfect.
Yeah, I've seen this type of consolidation, works out really good. Like the box that you have marked, it was also a good consolidation. I short it on the break of this, but you took it, they are a small consolidation. You are kind of, a pause kind of trader. Yeah, I took this.
And then that was and you took a 1-to-1, correct?
Yeah, 1-to-1, exactly.
1-to-1 would have been somewhere around here. This is a great trade still. This is an amazing trade.
Yeah. If indices go in one trend or maybe one impulse, it really, the behavior that these indices are carrying nowadays, or maybe this market condition, if it, gives you a push in one direction, there is most likely the price is going to continue in that direction. You just have to wait for some kind of confirmation. Like you waited for a consolidation, and of course, you made your buys. I'm not saying you just, enter the trade blindly. You still need a couple of pieces, here and there. You just put that in place and you just apply one thing, which is just focus on impulses where, there are breakouts, impulses. And I think indices really behave good. It follows every strategy, man, to be honest. You can use SMC, whatever, nowadays guys are doing price action, EMAs, do whatever. Indices follow really, good pattern or good strategies. Just try it out. I've been, telling our viewers, try indices out for maybe 6 months. See the change. So if you are seeing us,
that I really like about indices is commissionless. It's without commission.
Yeah, exactly.
If you do CFD trading on indices.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I really like. I really enjoy trading off of a reaction from an area. So in this case, we have a high point of Tokyo that got broken. Now, if I wanted to trade this, I would have waited for price to come back to this area as an example, and then show it wants to react off of it and start pushing higher. Then I would potentially have tried to enter as it was reacting off of it. But it didn't. It just broke through it, basically came back to test this little box over here, and then continued pushing lower. So I love trading off of reactions, off of areas. So I don't always wait for the high to be taken or for something like at the previous day high. Sometimes intraday, there's areas that gets tested and then you have reactions, such as this little box here, which was, as it started pushing lower and attempted to push back into a higher high, it just failed, pushed back down, just wicked into it, and then started showing the downward confidence, the downward momentum. So momentum, reactions towards established areas, and then something I called rally-based rallies and drop-based drops.
Which is
a confirmation of continuing in that direction. Unfortunately, I tried something here, which in hindsight, once again, I entered very late. It was technically a perfect break, so we had a little bit of consolidation here, and then one massive candle showing we wanted to start pushing lower. We wicked into it, and then we had the rejection off of that area. So what should have been my entry point, once again, not a hindsight trader, what should have been my entry point was something like this. This is where I should have entered. And then I have a base area on the side where I can see reactions off of it. And then I can make a decision and say, yes, I want to be in this trade. No, I don't. I want to cut it, a little bit early, as an example.
Okay. That's really amazing. You found your, trading system with trial and errors. I'm sure, everybody goes through the same path. Now you have your system, and now it is working for you, and you are, executing on your plan. It's good.
Yeah.
No matter win or loss,
Just execute your plan as if you have 100% confidence in your trading plan. Every aspect of it, just follow it if it has back-tested data that supports that strategy.
Exactly. For me, I have to wait for NYSE open. So, that's my plan. In my trading plan, I have included this, and I've seen a couple of times NYSE is the best, time window for me to trade these indices. Of course, there are some momentum, some moves here and there, but again, the win rate is not that much good for me if I trade out of this time window. I know we have really good impulses. If you see, I think this was in, this is Asian session move right here. But, my plan is NYSE, then why would I break my plan? On that day I break my plan, I traded gold. I took a loss. I took a punch on the face. So it was completely my mistake. I could have avoided this on the live stream, I think itself. I took that trade. But again, I broke my plan. I paid the price. But now I'm making sure I don't make any mistakes. Any mistake like this, breaking the plan. If my time window is saying trade NYSE, then I should follow it. It's really simple. So viewers, if you're watching, make a plan, then just follow that plan for, a long period of time. Then you will realize you are doing something right, something's wrong. Then you will, put pieces here and there, because I was a 1-to-2 guy. But now I've seen 1-to-1s are, offering me really good win rate. So why not to just use the information in my charts? So that's what I'm trying to say. You just test the system out, follow the system for a longer period of time, and be active in the markets. Whatever information you are getting from your data, from your trades, you just implement that thing, and that's how you can grow and you can be better as a trader. You should not be stubborn. Okay, I learned this strategy, now I have to do A, B, C, whatever your strategy is, and you don't try to utilize your data in effective way. So that is the important thing. Be a little bit dynamic. I've been saying this, almost every stream that I do with the fibers. So a little bit dynamic here and there, it is not a bad thing, That's my opinion again. Everybody have their own opinion. That's how I find I got the results, and I'm just sharing it with you guys. Again, coming to let's do some analysis. I know our viewers love the chart work. Okay, on the daily candle is really pushing hard. So this is a wick which was untested, as you can see. So we can see a test of this wick. And even if we draw some trend lines here and there, let's see if we have any trend line. Okay, let's draw this. It is actually right on the trend line. So we can get if we print bullish, daily candle, maybe a bullish engulfing or something like this, then you can say, okay, this trend line is holding, and then you can look for longs. But as of now, looking at the momentum on the daily time frame, I think you should go for shorts, at least till this area. I am that kind of trader who like to see the recent price action, what price action is doing. I'm not that kind of trader who like to see, what the old data has done. Recently, if price is falling, I will just look for sells. That is, what I have found success in. So going to the 4-hour now, look at the momentum. It is very sharp. Of course, there can be a little bit of pullbacks. It doesn't mean that I'll be buying that pullback. So, okay, we have a small fair value gap right here. I'm just marking my zone so that I can see when the NYSE open, where the price can pause, and I can look for my selling patterns. We have a supply right here. Okay. Go to the 1 hour. Okay, this looks good. Let's go to the smaller time frame now. Okay. Now we have, many scenarios because, if I am very stubborn, I'll be like, okay, I'll be selling here. What if price, breaks that? But for that, I have to be ready what kind of scenarios price has to print or what kind of behavior price has to, do so that I can act on that particular move or particular behavior that market is, doing at that particular point of time. So for an example, if I get an impulse right here, then I get a pullback like this, then it's most likely we're gonna break this high, then I can utilize this information. Now I'll just give you many scenarios right here. For example, we tap with the impulse, we go down with the impulse, and then we got a small correction, then I can take sells. Now the other scenario we have, we go lower, and then we go upper, and then we print a correction like this. This is kind of scenario that is most likely to happen. If we just completely, impulse to the upside, and then we can, print something like this. This can be the scenario. I think I have covered every scenario here. So we have a couple of scenarios on US 30. So I think I will be reactive on the market, whatever, price do. I'm not stubborn, if I have to take sell, I will just take sell immediately because of the FOMO or something like this. I will just wait for my, some kind of consolidations like you trade, some kind of pullbacks. So I'll just wait for some kind of, this pattern, and then I can confirm my move. Of course, buying also makes sense because of this area. Selling also makes sense. So now we have to see what, confluence we are getting. Which side there are more confluences. So that's how I think you should react as a trader. You shouldn't be that much stubborn, if you're getting confidence for the buys. If there is more confluence, if there is more conviction, if there is more confidence, then you should, choose that information. You should follow that information, or you should, react on that information.
Yeah.
So that's it. I will be
agree.
just, I will be just observing, and if I see my pattern, then I'll be just, taking the action. But until then, I'll be just waiting and seeing how price is reacting. I think this kind of behavior, guys, it, takes a little bit of time. I know you have some FOMO inside you. Okay, you're seeing an impulse, you see a small candle, might be a correction, and you just execute on it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So my point is, you have to be a little bit patient. You have to have a little bit of experience in the market, seeing that pattern happening again and again, and then you will get the confidence, that inner voice, if I say it that way. Then you can, execute upon few moves happening on the charts. So if you have seen this kind of pullback happening maybe a couple of times, then you will be saying, okay, I've seen this. I've taken a win on this kind of setup. I've taken a loss on this kind of setup. Okay, let's just give this a chance. But if you're a new trader, and if you are, expecting some crazy results, and you don't really have, that much chart time, you don't really have, you haven't really, picked the strategy, and you haven't really tested that for a longer period of time, I think this kind of conviction, this kind of confidence is never going to come to you. I hope you are,
Guys, everybody in chat, I had a little bit of a problem now with Forex Factory. Forex Factory seemed to have crashed. I just got some information now that the Cloudflare is down. Yeah, so Cloudflare at the moment, websites such as Twitter and whatnot, in this case X, is down as well. So if you guys are looking for information on Forex Factory, unfortunately you won't be able to utilize it. It is down at the moment. So don't be alarmed. There should be other news sites. Let's look at let's see whether or not economics.com.
Yeah, I'm just seeing the Forex Factory. It is down. Yeah.
It seems as though all of them are down. Financial Juice. Okay, Financial Juice is still up and running. So You can
Is there
still
any
use-
news today, by the way? I haven't really checked.
So we had some unexpected New York unemployment claims, but for the rest of the day, we don't have any high impact news.
Okay.
And then tomorrow we have quite a bit of high impact news for the FOMC meeting, and then the CPI year on year for the euro and pound as well. Core CPI for pound. But yeah, we'll have to see how that runs out, if whether or not it's actually going to, if Forex Factory is actually going to work. But for those of you, what you can do is you can always, those of you who are in the Discord, you can always go and have a look at the community news section in the Fivers. They have at the beginning of the month, or at the beginning of the week, they have high impact news under the Fivers section. So high impact news, we have all of the red folders for the week. Abe from the Fivers has already posted that in the high impact news section on the Discord. You can just go and have a look there. Those of you that are a part of the Fivers, while Forex Factory is down.
That's crazy. A lot of things are dependent on internet nowadays. Not nowadays, it has always been like that. So if, their service, their, what do we call that? Servers? If their servers are down,
Yeah, it's
there are a lot of
crashes.
yeah.
Unbiased Trader
Protocols are
not
down.
wrong.
Yeah, maybe.
Match Trader platform is down due to Cloudflare. So Cloudflare, if Cloudflare is down and anything is connected to Cloudflare, then obviously those things that are connected to Cloudflare are going to be down as well. MGN saying the next high impact news is only in 11 hours. That would be the... Which one was that? See, that's not the crazy thing. If you don't have... unless it was updated. I don't think there's any of it that was updated specifically.
What kind of microphone you have? I was just curious. It's really good.
It's... do you know Scarlett? Scarlett. Yeah, Scarlett is the brand. Give me a second.
Scarlett. I'm just saying the, Google.
The brand is called Focusrite.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Focusrite Scarlett Studio. I've got the Scarlett Studio set up. The earphones, the microphone, the cables. The cables are really good.
It's red color cable. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, it's a very, very good noise reduction. I've had this Focusrite Scarlett Studio for many years, and I've never had any issues with it. MGN saying high AU wage price index quarter on quarter for AUD. Okay, so it's going to be news on the Australian dollar. Thank you for that, MGN. Maxwell Bonnie asking any alternatives. Yeah, so you can use Financial Juice. It's a good one. I think there's an economicscalendar.com as well that is also reasonably good. So the FX Street is also, there's an internal error for FX Street as well. So that one uses Cloudflare. Investing.com, they have an economic calendar. Okay, so investing.com's calendar seems to be up and running. So you can do investing.com as well. It's also a free platform one that you can just go and have a look at. Forex Factory, then there's a few other ones. You can try Bloomberg as well, but I think Bloomberg, you need to pay for Bloomberg, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a few other alternatives that you can have a look at, Maxwell Bonnie. There was another question here. Just want to saw a question. I just gone. Umair Ahmed is saying, are you liking the new dashboard of the Fivers? I can't see total numbers of trades, profits, and losses. I like the new... I really do like the new dashboard. I think it's pretty cool. I'm going to just quickly log into my hub. And then I'll see whether or not I can see what you see.
Yeah, there is a lot of information here on the new dashboard. It's good, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the new hub. I think it's pretty cool. So I'll go into my 5K. Oh, there is a section that's still coming soon, so they are still working on it. I think that's going to be the section that's going to have your amount of trades and your, the what do you call it? The rundown on your account specifically. So right now you've got your daily profits, you've got your unrealized profits, your weekly profits, your profit target in percentage. You've got your balance currently, you're opening your current P&L, your equity, those kind of like things. You've got the information. So yeah, guys, just be patient with that one. There is still a lot of stuff that is being done in the background. And there's one thing that you have to just take into consideration is the fact that even though it seems like it's an easy thing to do, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done in the back end of a website. And sometimes things that you want to implement just don't work well. Or you run into issues as you're trying to implement them. So the Fivers are trying to be as streamlined as possible when it comes to updating information like the new hub and so on. So just be a bit patient. It will get to a point where all of those things will be in place. It's going to be awesome. I can guarantee you that much. It's going to look freaking cool. Ahmed, no problem, mate. It's, sorry, I went to go and have a look at some of the questions, and there was a few things happening in the background that I needed to quickly have a look at. So I wasn't really paying attention to the chat as I should have.
Yeah, Cassian lost 90k. What do you mean by that, Mr. David? Can you translate it in English?
Oh, yes. So we have if we hit 90k subscribers, then we're going to have a very nice giveaway for the community, a community giveaway stream. And then once we've hit it, we were away 100 subscribers. I don't know, Remy, if you know exactly how many we have. I'm going to
Let's
have
see. We have like 89.9k subscribers. So if you are not subscribed yet, 90k is there, man. Giveaways is gonna be at 90k. So if you want to win that, just subscribe it. Maybe you can win that.
Oh, like, unfortunately,
And one
us
giveaway.
as the hosts don't get to participate in it, but the community gets to participate in it. So if you guys help us to get there, then obviously there's going to be handouts. They're going to be really cool prizes. I know that it's not just evaluation accounts that are getting given away. You know, there's potential for apparel. There's potential for hub credits. So you need to be in it to win it, guys. You need to be here every day, interacting. Yes, we don't always get to all of the interactions. We don't get to all of the questions, but we are trying. And then you just need to like and subscribe, and then follow. If you have Instagram, go and follow the Fivers live. Go and follow the Fivers itself, just straight up. And any of the guys whose information is down in the description box. So I know that Mr. Samir here, Banks with Sam, has his Instagram. So if you wanted to, go and follow Sam.
Thank you for that. And I was gonna say I won a giveaway a couple of years back, and it really feels good, you know, if you win a giveaway.
So So we have somebody in our own community that has recently joined the Fivers, the live stream. Like he's come in on chat and whatnot, and on his very first, entry into a competition, he won an account. So it's nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's a question from Loving Nature Guy for you, Samir. Hey, I know you and heard about your bad experience with funding.
Yeah.
Picks. Care to elaborate?
Yeah, as a trader, I would love to, give you what happened with me on that platform. So I was using a platform, I was following every risk parameters, and I have made significant amount of money from that platform. And surprisingly, there was, saying that I have risked this much, whatever, because, if I risk more than 3%, my account was gonna get breached anyway. But I was not in that, in that state where my account would have been breached. So I was playing under that rule only. So surprisingly, I got a mail, here and there, just banned me. So I'm like, okay, whatever, man. So that's what happened with me. It was unethical, by the way. But in the Fivers, you won't really face any issue, because as a trader, I'm trading with the Fivers as well from a very long time. Before being a part of the Fivers, I was a trader actually. So then, I became a part of the Fivers team. So as a trader, if I review the Fivers, really seamless experience, never really had any issue. Whatever they do, the main thing is I look for is they operate ethically. Whatever you are doing, they will just, email you, whatever, if you breach any rule, they will email you. They will not really, surprisingly just, do any shady thing. So that is just, my point of view, my review, if you ask me. Loving nature, loving nature guy.
And then, we have a good question here from Punjabi K7Q. Hi guys, I have been trading for more than a year. I use orbs and fib and RSI or opening breakout, fibs and RSI for reversals, even though market 90% reverses from my marked OBSs, but I enter trade too early. How do I avoid this? So how do you avoid entering early into a trade?
If you ask me, I think it is just experience, bro. You can't really, you don't really have a cheat code to it. You just have to, make a plan. If your plan say just wait for that area to get tapped, then why are you breaking your plan? If you're executing maybe early or maybe late, it is just your fault. If you're not, following your plan, how you can expect the different results? It is gonna be, causing harm to your account. So you have to always make sure whatever plan you have made, for example, you just wait for the price to tap your area. If you are not following your plan, just simple, how can you, expect different results? So if you are saying 90% of the time market reverse from the marked OBs, as you have said yourself, then just wait for that to get tapped. Simple. It means you're breaking your plan. Breaking your plan is causing you harm. So you just fix that. How you can fix that? Doing a self-talk with yourself, maybe, journaling, writing some things down. And I think these two things only can help you. Of course, it is not going to happen overnight. It will take time, maybe 2 months, 3 months, It is usually said it takes, 3 months for a habit to be built. So you just write it down and just wait for your OBs to get tapped, and then you execute on the trade. Maybe, of course, let's say you take 10 trades, 5 of them was, following your plan. And still, of course, you're going to make some mistakes. And 5 of them, you still, out of FOMO here and there, you just, messed up your trading plan. But slowly, you will realize automatically by doing the self-talk, these journaling things, and slowly these mistakes are going to go away. At first, let's say you are taking 10 trades out of 10 trades. Basically, you take 10 trades, and 10 of them was you took that before reaching your obese. Now slowly you will move to 8 trades, 5 trades, 2 trades, slowly you're gonna grow like this. So you really have to make a plan and just follow that plan. How you can do that? Doing self-talk, believing in yourself. You're just saying things to yourself. Okay, I know this is my strategy. I know if I follow this, I am going to get results. So slowly, your body adapts in that way. That it really helped me because, I remember I was following a Fibonacci strategy. I was saying every day, this strategy works. I know this can give me results. I have to do A, B, C, whatever my plan was. I was just, doing this self-talk thing every day. I think you can follow this practice.
I like that. I really like that answer, Samir. When it comes to entering a trade, it's usually based around an idea that you have that has been backtested. If you haven't backtested it, then what you're doing is you're gambling because you have no data that supports that this idea of yours could potentially be a profitable idea. So you need to do some sort of backtesting or at least some sort of forward testing that supports your hypothesis. So if you have all of those things in place, your strategy and everything is as you are comfortable to use it. Like for argument's sake, you have a 50% win rate, 1 to 2, you're happy with that, then that's great. So what you need to do then is you need to then consider what is it that is causing you to try or to get in early? Why are you getting in early? You need to ask that question. But it's not just the simple thing of, I'm getting in early because I'm greedy, or I'm getting in because I want to front run the idea. You kind of like need to see, okay, I'm losing more often by trying to get in early. I can see the move. So the question is, what am I going to do to stop this habit? And the only thing that you can do to try and stop that habit is to acknowledge that you have this issue, and that every time that problem presents itself, you're going to take the action that is going to be in line with what is best for your strategy. You must ask yourself, if I were to enter early now, is this going to help or harm my account? And in this case, from the backtested data that you have, that when you enter early, it's harming your account. So you can see that the probability of you harming your account by entering early into a trade is there. And you have the backtested data because every time you enter into a trade, you can actually see it happen. So then you need to ask yourself, okay, what can I do to prevent myself from entering early? Because I can see it's harming my account and I don't want to harm my account anymore. So you can look at potentially adding some sort of confluence or adding some sort of limiter, like having a piece of paper that says, before I enter a trade, this is what I need to look for, and this is my entry criteria. I will only enter when it actually hits the level, as an example, or I will only enter when there's a 15-minute candle closure. Give yourself a implementable place for you to enter and say, I will only enter when this candle closes on the 5-minute, as an example. Just to give an example. I don't know how your strategy specifically works, but find something and then test it. Back test that to see whether or not it changes anything about your strategy, if it changes your profitability or if it changes your risk to reward or something, like whatever changes they are, and see whether or not you're happy with those changes. And if you're happy and it's still as profitable as it was, then just implement. Then it's literally just a thing of you following your plan step by step. And the nice thing about having a plan that is step by step is you can see which step is the one that's causing the problems. And then you can go back to that step and look at it internally and say, okay, I'm struggling with this. Let me try and find out why I'm struggling with it. Just as an example. Well said, Sam. FOMO question mark. So FOMO is fear of missing out. So fear of missing out refers to you seeing something happening and you want to be a part of it. But you wanting to be a part of it, you're getting in blindly because you don't know where this move is in relation to where it started versus to where it's going. So generally FOMO is when a move has already happened or already initiated, and the ideal entry point would have been where it initiated, but you're 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours into that move already, as an example, and then you want to try and get in, and then usually there's a bit of a pullback or something. So FOMO is you see it happening and you don't want to be left behind. You want to be a part of it, but you usually get in late. I love this. Loving Nature Guy 007, unbiased trader. If you want no payout denial, then just go with the fibers. Love that, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Our history says it out loud, man. You can just, 2016 we are there. And we have survived every market condition, So I think if you're with the fibers, there will be no problems regarding payouts because we have zero denial policy. Of course, if you're down and if you blow it, then you cannot say yes,
Caveat, if you stick to the rules as they are stipulated on the T's and C's, there should be no reason why you would be denied.
And it is very simple rules, to be honest.
Yes.
You just read those rules carefully and then you buy the account and then you just do some risk management here and there, follow your strategy. It's done. Wait for your payouts. That is it. Just sit back, relax, and just enjoy the payouts, enjoy the life.
Infinity, can we check gold? Yes, sir. We will get to gold in a second. Samir, would you like to go?
Let's see. Okay, let's go to the daily time frame. We are on the support and resistance kind of a level right here. If we close bullish today, I do see gold coming, to these highs again. Yeah, I think in the history itself, we haven't really seen that much of a big crash on gold. Let's see how much this correction was. 40%. And this was 50%. Yeah. If we, a big of a 40% move right here. But again, that's not the point. I was just seeing, how much gold is corrected in past. Okay, now we have this level. I'll just wait for a price to do break and retest. Very simple analysis. You just act on the information. If it doesn't, do something like this that I mark on the charts, and if we have new information, what can be the new information? Prices to reject from here, just break that area. Then you just act on that information. Maybe you can take a loss. Let's say you took a loss. So what? You can act on the new information. And then you can make that loss back and maybe more if your risk to reward is positive, okay? So it's, just wait for the price to break this area, then retest, then look for buys. That is my analysis on gold. Yeah. Just for me and audience, key rules on fingertips to follow. Kindly revise.
So here I have the T's and C's straight from the website.
Oh, yeah.
Just some of the key rules. So you can go to the fivers.com terms and conditions, and if you just click on terms and conditions, you will see all of them as they are set out in their terms and conditions. If you scroll down, and you eventually will get to termination rights, terminations for cause, and stuff like that. If you just scroll down a little bit, we have identified any prohibited conduct by you following trading rules applicable to our services are detailed in the trading rules. So if you go to the trading rules, you will find them. All of the trading rules is here, for argument's sake. Using exploitation of price discrepancies or glitches within different markets of similar or identical assets, also known as arbitrage trading. So if you do arbitrage trading, that is not allowed, especially if it is when you're taking advantage of it. You know that there's a problem there. So if you just go down, tick scalping, we're not allowed to do tick scalping. Tick scalping is when you enter a trade and hold it for seconds. That is, you don't want to do that. Hedge arbitrage trading, reverse arbitrage trading, one-sided bets, expert advisors which scalp during rollover night to take advantage of the price feed, expert advisors from a third party where other traders have the same trades open is not allowed. So everything that you can go and have a look at in terms of the rules, and this is going to prevent you from eventually getting a payout. If you break these rules, that is what's going to result in you not getting a payout, as an example. So this is not even talking about you just losing your account. So there's other rules that's specific to each program. The Hyperstakes has its own rules. The Bootcamp has its own rules, as well as the Hypergrowth. They all have their own rules on top of these rules that's put down specifically from their T's and C's. But do yourself a favor, go through all of the T's and C's, and if you still have questions, go and ask support. Contact support and ask them, listen, I've read this thing, I don't quite understand what it means, would you mind just explaining it to me as well? And then you can also go and have a look at the prohibited trading practices. The prohibited trading practices is the most comprehensive, easy to read section, which right now there's an internal error, so Cloudflare is down, unfortunately, so can't use it. But you get the idea of what I'm saying. So go and have a look at the T's and C's, and they will give you everything. Everything is stipulated as such. And here's another thing. The Fivers doesn't have hidden rules. If it's stipulated here, that's the rule. There's no hidden rules to say, oh, we're going to prevent a payout because reason. And if it was never stipulated anywhere. All of the rules is in the T's and C's. Hope that helps. What's this? Before the web update, it stated you offer personal contracts for traders who scale accounts to the highest size you offered in the hypergrowth and the high stakes accounts. Is the offer still there, or if it isn't uploaded onto the site yet? I don't think it's uploaded onto the site yet, but those things, as far as my knowledge goes, is still applicable. But once again, what you can do is you can go and contact support and you can ask them. We have a very, very lovely support system with the Fivers. You can contact them, you can ask them, and they will give you very, very, very clear information on that. Real Ren is here. Can I open account in my South African company name? Do you own the company? Is it registered in your name specifically? Then I'm not sure if it should be a problem. Yeah, and then Remy just saying, make sure you go through the Fivers termination rules carefully to understand all the details. Yes. Once again, when in doubt, contact support and ask them directly. From my understanding, it should not be a problem. Candle Slayer saying, I'm in profit 2% in gold now. Congratulations. Otani asking, does Fivers offers futures? It's coming soon. Is it still coming soon?
Yeah, it is coming soon, and it will be same to the Fivers, the best. That is it.
Yeah, it's still saying coming soon on my.
Yeah, I think in a couple of weeks it will be ready, and you guys can, explore future side also.
Yeah, it's still showing coming soon. So yeah, definitely, guys. If you are into futures trading, just stick around with the Fivers. They are going to have that out, and yes. To be honest, I'm enjoying this Gen Z prop firm trading model. Well, the thing is, in my humble opinion, the Fivers is and has always been the most honest prop firm in the prop firm industry. I don't want to bash any other or talk negatively about any other prop firm whatsoever, but in my opinion, the Fivers have yet to prove to me that they're not an honest group of people. Everything that they do it with the intention of helping people with their trading. They encourage people to follow proper, good, established trading practices, and they reward those that do follow proper trading practices. So, I mean, the Fivers is turning 10 years next year, 10 years old. You don't get to be in the prop firm industry for 10 years without having something of value. So, I honestly think that the Fivers is the best prop firm. They have to prove to me otherwise. But yeah, I honestly believe they are. Tim South 561, can you check gold? Currently on your screen right now, you will see that Samir has got a gold chart up. He's busy.
Yeah, I have to wait,
wait
for some price action. If the impulse is so strong, it will break. We'll wait for a retest and then we'll execute on this trade. Of course, we need to, push it a bit higher, like something like this. If we just spike up, like liquidity is high, and we start to come lower, then you can take sell. You just act on the information that market is giving. Right now, it's in the middle. Even if you mark your resistance or support or whatever liquidity zones or whatever you guys trade, right now we're in the middle. How can you, take the trade in the middle? Of course, you can see this is a supply. There are multiple strategy. EMA is coming, of course. I do see that. But again, as my experience, I've seen this type of liquidity to get ran out, and then you will get the real move. So I'll just use my experience or my lessons that I've learned from the market. I will just react on it. Right now we are in the middle, in my opinion. Yeah, if you try to force it, we do have order block. If you can ignore this thing, we do have EMA. But just my experience, I don't like this price action. And even if you draw the trend line right here, we are bouncing from it. So I would like to take buys on this one. For buys, I do need some solid confirmation. What can be that? Again, I said some break and retest. Let the price go above this EMA, retest, and then we will take buys on this one. I'll see you maybe tomorrow. I'll keep my same bias. Let's see what price does tomorrow. I think today is a waiting day on gold.
Yeah, I tend to find gold has days where it really likes to rally and then days where it just wants to be sideways, waiting for some sort of impetus from the market. So in this case, today was a little bit sideways for me. I was waiting for a break off of the 4050 to 4056 level, which we got today. But we have yet to come and retest it because this is an area of interest for me specifically. So if you can see that this was Monday, so from Monday, yesterday, this area down here we attempted to test. That was the upper one, and then we started slowly to drift lower. If you can see that there's a little bit of a band. We tested it here, there was a reaction, and then down here, let me just switch off this, that is a very annoying thing. We broke through, pushed lower, made a new low, then retested it during the during the Tokyo session. Then we started drifting lower yet again to this band down here. We had a reaction at the bottom, and then slowly today we've been trudging our way up. So I wanted this break over here, which is exactly what we got, but now what I want is I want to see how it reacts when it tests it. I don't like it when it's sitting in between two areas, so an area of interest and an area of interest. Whatever price action is in between these points, I don't really care about. I want to see a break of some sort. There's a break here. I want to see it move up. I want to see it retest that break area and then start moving up yet again. So you generally want to see some sort of action like this. Price breaks, and let's go to the upward. Price breaks above, attempts to push lower, fails, and then starts showing some sort of upward momentum. It doesn't matter how this momentum initiates, but you want to see some sort of failure by price to go lower. You want to see it push higher and then at some point fail to make a new low. You want to see it break convincingly, retest, and then show its willingness to push up. And then if you can get in anywhere over here, you have all of this action above here that is available to you to try and test. So I don't want to delete everything that I have here. So I'm going to just remove all of these drawings slowly but surely. So if you just have a look at where we are currently, we have the break right now. There was a lovely break right here. But you are still in this area where there is a potential for price to react. Like Samir said, he wants to see these highs swept because there's liquidity sitting here. There's potential orders that were not filled as this price was going down. Maybe people that expected price to come back into this area, they placed their sell limits here to push price lower, but they never got an opportunity. Price never came back to it when it had opportunity to push higher, as an example. So you want to see, as price is making its way up higher, to see the reaction off of this area. Or alternatively, you want to see price come back down to this point down here before deciding what it wants to do. If it then starts rejecting off of it, respecting the retest, then you can enter a trade in for a long. Or alternatively, you can wait, like Samir was saying, you get to this point over here, you wait for the reaction, you see whether or not price actually respects it and starts pushing lower yet again, or you wait for it to break through to show it wants to carry on going higher, retest that area, and then start pushing off, and then you can potentially look for a buy yet again.
Okay, let's see. Oh, there is an unbiased trader saying, how would you identify SL and TP on this gold and holding time?
Sell and TP on this gold. Okay.
If I buy off this trend line, maybe you can switch to my screen. I'll just, you have seen a trend line that I've drawn there. I will just use a wide stop loss, to be honest. And I will just target 1-to-1 because that's what, it is still one model that I'm following nowadays. And I have seen a good success in it. So, I will tell what is working for me. So I will just place a wide stop loss to, give an extra room. Maybe even if the price never goes there, I will just give it extra room. I will just target 1-to-1. That is just my, way of doing things. If you ask me SL and TP, just place it wide, beyond any swing low or swing high. Just give it a little bit of room. I think that is good. I think that is the actual way of trading, in my opinion, because then it invalidates your whole, your whole trade. If, that swing low or swing high is broken, then, of course, you can give a little bit extra room for the liquidity move sometimes, So I think if you try it this way, you will have a little bit more success in trading. If you are new, of course. If you are new and trying to...
Samir?
Sorry, what you just said?
Would you like to bring your screen up, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think Remy can do it. I'm not the admin here.
There we go. Thanks, Remy.
Okay. So right now, the system that I'm following, I'll just place a wide stop loss. But I don't trust this gold. It can, go anywhere. So I'm just showing you what I do on the indices. On gold, I don't trust this pair. I don't like to trade this pair. But if you ask me, I would have just, place a wide stop loss, just target it 1-to-1. That's what I would have done. So that's what I would have done. On the 4-hour time frame, on the daily time frame, yeah. That's what I would have done. I would have just taken an aggressive buy right here once we tap the trend line. You can give an extra room below this low. As you can see, I just gave a little bit extra room. Just target 1-to-1. I would have done something like this if I would have seen price tapping this trend line. Very simple analysis. If you go to the daily, we have a level right here. So multiple confirmation, and even if you draw your Fibonacci from here to here, we have a very nice retracement area. And I have seen a couple of times, and I have mentioned this on the stream, once we tap the 71 retracement area, gold likes to react from it. I'm not saying it will just completely, just go in your favor. I'm just saying little bit of reaction. And you can catch that reaction on the smaller time frame. I have mentioned this thing a couple of times, and my experience, I've seen this. You can use my experience as a data. Okay, he's saying he must have seen something. That's when I've tested this thing a couple of times. I do have some, journal, maybe old journal in my PC. I will pull out someday. I have to find it. But this Fibonacci thing on gold, it really works well. So I know what I'm talking about. So once you see 71% tap, then just see whatever pattern you are seeing on a day-to-day basis, just apply that thing here. Let's go to the 15-minute out. Once price tapped this area, I would have just simply, taken this trend line break, in my opinion. This maybe push pullback type of setup, I would have just did something like this. So just test this thing out, price tap the 71 area, go to the smaller time frame, look for some kind of confirmation. That is it. Very simple. Of course, if it taps it aggressively like this, you are not supposed to take any action in this kind of market condition. Once it slows down, and then you can have a little bit of confidence. Okay, we have a question here. Is 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio sustainable over a long period of time? Everything is sustainable if you know what you are doing. Okay, so what do I mean by that? If you're executing trades blindly without following your plan, without testing your strategy, then it is not going to work out. So I have tested my plan. Let me tell you what my plan is. I have a couple of strategies, to be honest. So what my plan is, I place my stop loss wide to give it extra room. Okay, and wherever the trend is, wherever the impulses is, I'll just execute on it. Let me explain my USD trade for yesterday. Or actually, it was as well. Let's go to the 1 minute. I took this trade here. Okay. Now let me give you a few confirmations here. We have a consolidation. First thing. Second thing, 15-minute. Let's go to the 15-minute. Okay. Look from where price is coming. From this area. Price has taken the liquidity. Second thing, 30-minute. This imbalance. Third thing. Let's go to the 1 hour now. Again, the imbalance. Fourth thing, Fibonacci. Fifth thing, EMAs. Sixth thing. Now what I need to do? Just wait for a breakout. I have sixth thing in my favor, which I see on a day-to-day basis, which my pattern recognition is. I have seen this thing, many times. So I know what I'm doing. I will just take a trade at the breakout. I know if this high is gone, this trade is not going to go in my favor. So I have high conviction because I've seen this thing happening over and over again. Okay, so that's how this system is working for me. And any system you do, you need experience of that system. I'm not saying back testing system, live testing, that experience, that matters. And sometimes I advise traders, once you learn a strategy, maybe just test it for 1 day, back test it for 1 day. And then you don't need to back test it, over and over. Then you need to live test it. That's how you're gonna, become a better trader. After getting funded, hitting back-to-back losses, I reviewed, shall I continue to trade or take a break? My terminology or my methods or my psychology tips is 1 trade a day. I always encourage everyone, my friends, even myself, even a beginner trader, or maybe if you're a struggling trader, just take 1 trade a day, man. You don't have to glued to the charts here and there. Just keep this trading thing on second. I know many of you guys are have placed trading on the first thing. Like, trading is your everything. You have to give everything to trading. You just have to just see the charts every day, but try to put that one thing, which is 1 trade a day, and just trade 1 session. That is it. Maybe 2 hours, 3 hours. You just see the charts here and there, and you don't even have to stick to the charts for 2 to 3 hours. Just do the small practice and see the change in your trading. It is a very small thing, to be honest. Very small thing, but I think it will impact you in a very big way, in a very positive way. Just practice this thing. 1 trade a day if you're a beginner. And even if you have success in trading, just take 1 trade a day, man. I think you will have almost similar results. Let's say you are a profitable trader now, and you are taking trades based on the experience that you had, like 5 to 6 years of experience. And now you are at the place, now you know what you are doing, you know how your setups looks like. I think both of the traders will have the similar results who have experience in the market. One trader is taking 1 trade a day, and the other trader is taking multiple trades based on the experience he has. So just, I think, why to, worry about things? Just take 1 trade a day and just move on with your day. I think I know this practice will take a lot of time, Even, I think I started putting this thing in my head in 2022 itself, 1 trade a day. That's how, I got to this point. And I think 2 back-to-back losses, for me, my psychology, I know I have been an over-trader, over-risker, over-leveraged kind of thing. I've done all these things. But that's why, I have to manage some things in this. I came out, 1 trade a day can solve my problems, because I was an over-trader, I was an over-risker. I blew my account in just one day because of, I took a loss and then I want to make it back. I have done all of these things. The root, the solution for all these problems for me was 1 trade a day. And I'll stick to that. And now I think that is the only thing that is giving me results, just 1 trade a day. Win or loss, stick to it. 1 trade a day is my trading plan, preventing me. Yeah, exactly. It will prevent you from a lot of wrongs, basically.
Akshay saying, after getting funded hitting back-to-back losses, I reviewed, shall I continue or to trade or take a break? So if you've reviewed it, what was the outcome of your review? What did you find in your review was the issue? And based on that review, if you, let's say hypothetically, you came to the conclusion that you were over trading, as an example, then a good idea could be to potentially take a break. Take a break from trading for a few days. Go and do something that helps with your psychology, in the sense that, let's say you feel a little bit of emotion while you're trading. Go and do some inflection. Go and talk to somebody, not necessarily a psychologist or anything, but go talk to a friend. Maybe get some some input from a family member or something like that. But keep it away from trading. Like completely cut off the idea of trading while you're working on it, while you're working on this section of yours. And
it is really hard because trading, just gets in your mind crazy. It is really hard, but you have to do it.
Yes. But when you do eventually come back to the charts, now that you've done your review, you've stepped away from the charts, you're giving yourself the opportunity to look at the charts in a fresh way. Try and then, once again, fall in love with trading again, that kind of thing. Like the idea that when you come back to the charts, what got you, what got you to your 1% or 2% or something like that. Follow those steps and then come back again. Have a look. Do your review. So after getting funded, hitting back-to-back, 2 back-to-back losses, it's hard. It's hard on everybody. But the thing is, something that I've come to realize is that people put so much emphasis on the importance of money and the account itself now being passed. That, like, the fact that the account is now in funded phase is now making it very difficult for them to trade. All you need to do is just replicate what it is that you did in phase 1 and phase 2, for argument's sake, or phase 3 if it was a bootcamp. Treat it as if it's an evaluation account. The only difference is now, instead of you going to phase 2 or 3 or whatever, you're going to go to payout 1, payout 2, payout 3, that kind of thing. Or scale account 1, scale it 2, scale it 3. Change the importance of what that phase means to you. Change what the importance of that payout means to you. Try and disassociate with the importance of it. It's still important, yes, and it's difficult. I cannot come on here and tell people, money is not important. Money is important because money leads to, a lot of things that a lot of people don't have, like opportunities to go on holiday, an opportunity to help a person out if they have other financial issues and stuff. Like there's such a wide array of things that money can help you with, but money itself is not important. And you should try and disassociate with that importance. Also, to profit on gold too early, it happens. Real Rain is here.
Yeah, it is gonna be with you, wherever you are in your trading career. So it is gonna be with you always.
Remember this as well. Like, you don't live in the past. The past is the past. If you took a trade and you took profits and there was a reason why you took out, if that reason was, I was afraid it was going to turn around and go against me or something like that, and you decided to take out from the trade, to close the trade, be happy with the fact that you closed the trade there and then. The moment you start seeing where the price could have gone, or the moment you see where the price is potentially, like, in hindsight moved to, you're going to get into this mindset, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that, why didn't I do this? Why? You start questioning why you did something in the moment, which is going to really screw you over in the long run, because you're always going to sit with that idea of, okay, but hindsight's always 20/20. Like, everybody is a perfect trader in hindsight, everybody. But you don't live there. That's not where you trade. You don't trade in the past. You trade currently, right now. So I understand the feeling that, sometimes you feel like you took out of a trade too early. Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. But in the moment, it doesn't matter. The question is that you follow your process. The result doesn't matter. Doesn't matter when you closed, when you opened, nothing. Did you follow your plan? And if you followed your plan, and your plan is based on back-tested data, is based on good fundamental technical analysis, there should be no reason why you don't get good profits.
Yeah, exactly.
All you need to do is just follow the plan. And if it's part of the plan to cut it early, then you followed your plan. Be happy that you followed the plan.
Exactly. Okay. Just hit a profit target. I was trading multiple instruments with 2 to 3 trades a day. For me, 2 to 3 trades a day, it has never worked. So that's why I don't advise anyone to do the same thing. Never worked, bro. I've been overtrader, like very aggressive overtrader. So only one thing saved me, 1 trade a day. So I just give the same advice to everyone. Okay.
Yeah, I have a best of 3 strategy that I use. And the best of 3 strategy literally means that I will trade until I get the best of 3 outcomes. And in this case, there can only be 4 outcomes. I can have 2 wins and then I'm done. That's the best of 3. So 2 wins and I'm done. 2 wins and a loss. So that's also best of 3. If I have 1 win and 2 losses, that's a best of 3. And if I have 2 losses, that's also a best of 3. So I trade until until I have 2 of something. I have 2 wins or 2 losses. And if I have 1 win and 1 loss, I will do a tiebreaker. And the idea is that I will never trade more than 3 trades a day. Never.
Okay.
And I also
it is working for you, and
Yes.
your experience is telling you to do this. And that's fine. That's amazing.
Yeah, but it's not because of profitability. It's to curb over trading. It's to put a rule in place that says I'm only allowed X amount of trades. Like you're saying, you will trade only 1 trade a day. That is the rule. The rule is 1, and it's to prevent
exactly.
over. So, that is what I introduced for myself to curb over trading, revenge trading, and it's kind of freeing when you get to a point where you say, okay, cool, I took a trade, I lost, now I'm done. I'm done for the day. You don't have to chase that loss. You don't have to revenge trade to get that loss back. You can literally just say, okay, I had my 1 trade for today. Okay, it didn't go my way. Cool, I'll try again tomorrow. there's 20 on average. There's 20 trading days in a month if you exclude the weekends, and on average, every month has got at least 28 days. So you've got 20 days in a month in which you can try to get one winner. That's 20 trades a month. After 3 months,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
after 5 months, you've got 100 trades. And then you've got a nice not backtest. You've got a nice culminated amount of data.
Now the market is about to open, so I have to see the charts. So I'm just marking my areas. So we have a daily low right here. Let's see how market behaves now. I have to see the charts.
So you need to now really pay attention to what it is that you're looking for.
Yeah, I had to do some self-talking yesterday before taking the trade. I was like self-talking to me like, did I take this trade? What is the confluence? Okay, this, you know, this self-talk thing, it really helps me. Yeah, that is just a risk reward tool. I would have never taken this trade, you know. But yeah, consolidation looks good, you know, trend is down, so yeah.
Nice. So while you're doing that, I will then talk to chat. Moroccan Technologies, what
definitely.
are the perks of streaming with the Fivers? Well, the perks are we get to spend time with you guys every day, Monday to Thursdays. Other than that, we don't get any special treatment. We also have to pass evaluations just like everybody else. But
exactly.
the nice
I'm
thing
also
is
trading
that
off phase 2,
spend
you
time.
know. So once I pass this phase 2, I'll be trading with you guys live. I'll just buy a 20k challenge maybe. So yeah,
Nice.
I'll just show you by, you know, by doing just risk management, by, you know, even taking a worse entry, you can pass the account. You just stick to the risk management. Just give yourself chance to take the trade next day, okay?
That's exactly what
That's-
happened with that live trade that I took. Unfortunately, I didn't put it onto the screen while we were chatting with the NAS
Okay.
trade. But it's one of those things. It's the intention
Now
is
it
to
is
show
going
everybody-
down, I think. Okay, here you took the trade. Let me... Where you took the... Okay,
You're
NASDAQ,
looking
yeah. Okay, you
looking
took
at
the trade somewhere down here, yeah? You took the trade somewhere down here, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now it is going
A
down.
little bit early.
Yeah.
Well,
I think you
or
should
late.
also implement
for
this
my-
thing, or when you are trading near the New York session, I think you should wait for the market open. If you're trading London session, I think that is fine.
Yeah, I think that's very good advice there, Samir. Thank you.
Yeah. No right or wrong answer as long as you're disciplined with the strategy. Yeah, exactly. There is no right or wrong way, you know. You just stick to the plan and just, you know, that is it. Profits are
Fabian
gonna...
Daniels saying, no one ever went broke from taking profits. Don't be too hard on yourself. At Real Ren is here. Well, yes and no. But I agree to the point where if you take profits, that's good. But if you do start getting losses that is more than your profits that you kept cutting early, let's say you take profits early, but you let your stop losses run to stop loss, you're going to go into drawdown and you will eventually start losing money. But it's a whole thing. As long as you took profits by sticking to your plan, that's fine. I agree 100% with Andrew Winneter. Taking profits, that is part of your plan. Stick to the plan. That's the only thing that you have control over. You don't have control over where the market's going. So if you have control over your actions, when you take a trade, how you take a trade, take ownership of it. That's a decision that you can make.
I just saw one question which was about scaling the account. My long-term goal is to just be a scalable funded trader with $5. Akshay, that is really amazing because you know, we have been in the market since 2016, survived every market condition here and there. Like, you know, a lot of our funds, you know, went away. But $5, you can trust us, and when it comes to trading, you can trade peacefully, you know. That is a big part. You don't have to worry, oh, this platform, there's some hidden rules here and there. With $5, I think your goal should be just like you, Akshay, you just said, being a scalable funded trader. Your goal should be just follow your plan. Just scale your account to the max. We have you can scale up to $4 million. So with Dell Fibers, just focus on your trading, payout, scalability, all these things. We are taking care of that. Just focus on your trading. We are giving you the opportunity. Just take the benefit of this.
So I wanted to show this from.
The Remy can put your screen on.
Sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your name. Wakwasas Tatar? I'm not, dude. I don't know how to. So I'm just going to say 007.
Satar. Wakas. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong.
Yeah, I really do. But you're saying thank you. It's doable. Best of 3. Gonna implement it from today.
Yeah, you just give a really good advice. That is a new thing I
shared this spreadsheet with everybody in chat. I think it was about 2 weeks ago. So on the right-hand side of it, you will see. Let me just zoom in. You will see a best of 3. Best of 3 times 2. So the best of 3 times 2 is just if you have 2 assets that you're trading. So the best of 3 over here is just based on a singular asset. I know exactly what my expectancy is when I trade a best of 3. As an example, I know exactly what outcomes I can expect, and I know exactly what the result of those outcomes will be based on my risk. As an example, this is for the 5K. This is the one that I shared. I have all of the information in it that I will share periodically as I'm going through this challenge. The idea is that I will always risk 0.25% per trade, and that is going to equate to, if I have 2 wins, that will be $50 of profit if I've got the 2 trades that won with 0 losses. And if you just look at the example of the sum at the top, the code itself, it takes into consideration the commission as well. So it's the amount that I've risked, the reward, and then the commission. So I know if I follow my plan exactly, and I always, hypothetically, this is all hypothetical, if I hypothetically always trade maximum 3 trades a day, and I always stick to my best of 3, and I always get up to a maximum of 3 trades a day, this is my expected outcome. If I lose both those trades of the day, I'm only $27 down, which is 0.5%. I'm only down 0.5% because I'm risking 0.25%, obviously including then the commission. If I have 1 win and 2 losses, I'm down only the commission of the day, because this is a 1 to 2 risk to reward strategy. If I have 2 wins and 1 loss, I'm up $36.50. So if you wanted to see how much is $36.50, $36.50 is 0.73% of the account size. So at no point am I going to really struggle to say, ooh, I don't know where I am. Maybe I should try. All I need to do is I just need to focus on following my best of 3, and I know what the outcome of my day will be. Granted, I get my 3 trades for the day, as an example, maximum 3 trades. Sometimes I get 1 EU trade and 1 GU trade that are both winners, and I'm done. It happens. Doesn't happen every day, but on the days where I follow this is what I get. Sometimes I get only 1 loss. Sometimes I get only 1 win and then another loss, and then there's no trade that follows up that I can use as a tiebreaker. The intention is always to follow my strategy 100% according to my strategy. Doesn't always work out. I don't always follow my strategy as I should. It's a mixture between psychology. It's a mixture between not paying attention. But it's all things that's within my control. And if I can control them and I follow this, I know what my outcome will be. My expectancy is in line with the outcome as much as it can be. So it's just an idea. So Remy has shared this sheet for people to have a look at. Now, what I would preface is, before you just implement something, don't ever just implement something because somebody has told you, hey, this is what I use. Go and test it for yourself. See whether or not a best of 3 strategy would be a boon to your trading. Don't just implement. Do the same thing with what Samir has suggested as well with the one trade a day. Go and do some back tests. See whether or not that's something that actually could work for you. Does it work? Is it implementable for you? The same with the best of 3 as well. Always do some back testing before you just implement something. That's all I wanted to say with regards to that. Unbiased trader, people get attached to trading due to unique custom material, things like J and Co and Villa and Palm to create your own unique strategy. Interesting. No right or wrong answer as long as you are disciplined with plus strategy. Yeah. To me, the strategy, discipline is a part of the strategy. I look at my strategy as everything encompassed. It's the psychology, it is the back testing, it's the forward testing, it's the risk to reward, it's everything that I have control over, I control it, I take ownership of it, that's the strategy. Fabian Daniel saying there are very few honest trading streams like this one. We appreciate everyone in the Fivers team for taking the time out to share your ideas and thoughts with us. Thank you very much, Fabian. We really, really appreciate that. Obviously, we don't always get the opportunity to get to everybody's comments. Yes, we have discussions between us.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Samir, you wanted to say?
No, you can just continue. It's okay.
Okay. So we love if we get feedback like this because this is why we're here. This is the reason why we're here. We're here to try and help the community become better traders, but help you help yourself become a better trader. That kind of like thing. So we love these comments. Yes, like I said, we don't always get an opportunity to get to everybody's comments. Different factors in a day that plays its role. So we do try every single day to try and get to everybody's comments. Sometimes a conversation lasts a little bit longer than what is expected, because we're trying to be natural. So if we're having myself and Samir are having a conversation, I don't want to just cut him off and say, so Samir, let's just have a look at, you try to have a conversation and get as much detail as you can. But yeah, we're really thankful for that.
HK118, increasing quantity in winning trade. What's your view on this? There are a lot of, things when you are winning, you have to keep in mind. What can be the first thing? How much profits you are in for that particular, period. And if you're talking about you have, made a good amount of money previous month, I don't think so you should increase your quantity next month. I'm just talking about a personal account right now. You are using a risk management, and let's say you are maybe risking 2%, 3% on your personal account. You will have maybe 50 chances if you are risking 2%. So keeping that thing in mind, let's say you have spent 6 months and your account is up like maybe 60%, maybe 50%, risking 2 to 2.5%. I'm just giving you an example. Your account is up 50%. Now you can think to risk more if you have, if you have achieved some kind of milestone in your account. If you're up 10%, I don't think so that is a wise choice. I think you should think it this way. You need at least to bring your account, you should give your account that much cushion to just afford this, increasing your quantity thing. So you have to bring your account a little bit up. And if you're talking about the funded accounts, I don't think so you should increase your quantity in funded accounts. That is already good.
So are we referring to scaling into a trade? Let's say you risking 0.5% on a trade, and then as the trade is going in your direction, you start adding to that trade itself. Is that what you mean, HK 11897? Mikhail Caracas saying you can achieve good profits with a successful strategy and risk management. Yes, you can, bar that you have the willpower to execute it without emotion. or at least executed in spite of emotion, let's rather say. Unbiased trader, with scaling, do you have to decide on payout or scale versus scale, or do you get both? So when you have a payout, or when you scale the account, you've reached your 10% requirement, you get a payout. And then the account scales. You can take a payout prior to scaling as well. It's not a problem, so long as you've reached the bare minimum payout amount, which I believe is $200, $150, $200, somewhere around there. So long as you've reached the minimum, every time you have more than that, you can take a payout. But when you do scale, you will be paid out that scaling amount. So your profit split multiplied by the percentage that you've made, and then you'll scale the account, and then there's your payout. Zilnok asking, what's the software for the risk management spreadsheet? It is just Google Sheets. It's just a straight up Google Sheet. Ren is here. Real Ren is here. Agree with Fabian, enjoying the feedback and company. As a newbie to trading, it can be isolating trading on your own. Exactly that. That is why there's a community. Trading on your own sucks. It really does. You can really get caught up in your own mindset. You can get caught up in your own biases. And what's great about having a community is you can have people that challenge the good and the bad of your trading, as an example. So you can get good constructive criticism about something that you're doing that negatively impacts you. You also get good constructive criticism about things that you may be able to improve upon. So it's good to have a challenge. I'm looking out for the risk management spreadsheet to download. Thank you, Remy, if you don't mind. I unfortunately don't have access to paste anything in chat, but Remy does have access to share it. And you guys can just download it if you want. Yeah, so the spreadsheet is basically just a tool that I use to visually see what it is that I need to do next. What is my expectancy? There are a lot of free sheets, like Strange Goat Games are saying. I didn't see the spreadsheet, but if anyone is looking for an MT5 or C-Trader risk management tool, EA/CBOT, Forex has one for free. I use it and love it. Automatically calculates risk based on stop loss. So earnforex.com has one that you can use, that you can install straight onto MetaTrader. I do have it. It's a position sizer that you can use. Oops, I think I just closed it accidentally. Yeah, I did. So let me drop it in there. Say okay. Minimize this. So you do get a position sizer that you can use to exactly mark everything up. I don't know if anybody can really see this all that well, but it is free to use. I know a lot of the Fiverr traders use this. You can check exactly how much you're risking when you move your stop loss, as an example. Let's say I wanted to take a short from here as an example, and I want my stop loss to be above the swing point. It'll show me exactly what my risk, in this case, let's say my risk is 1%, what my position size needs to be in lots for this stop loss to entry point to be 1%. I can see exactly what my risk is going to be in dollar on the risk tab. And if I have multiple trades open, it will show me what my current portfolio is across those multiple trades. The margin requirement, the future free margin that I need for it, is there going to be any swaps if I have to hold this overnight? And then on the trading tab, I can literally give myself max trades percentage, per trade, per day, that kind of like thing. So it's really good, this risk position sizer that you use, and you can get it from what was his name? Strange Goated Game said you can get it from earnforex.com. It is free to use. Just follow the the information on how to install it, it's quite easy. Go and play around with it on a demo account first, I would suggest, so you can get comfortable and used to how to use it, so that you don't actually use it in a live account and then accidentally make a mistake. But I would suggest using this if you don't have any other position sizing tools, as an example. I myself, I know exactly how much I need to trade. I have a very specific take profit and stop loss points, so I know that 0.25 is the exact amount that I need to risk in order to get my my risk management in place. Sorry, not unbiased trader. Unbiased trader. Okay, so payouts is not held as a buffer. Yeah, so you can, but the moment you scale the account, that gets paid out to you, and then you're given a higher percentage of the main account. Samir, have you entered on any sort of trade on NASDAQ yet?
Not really. Don't really have a conviction. I was going to. You can switch my screen grabbing, maybe. I can explain to viewers what my thought process was. I do like this consolidation breakout, but I was not, convinced, because we look at the 5-minute, we are really trending to the downside. I would have been taking buys if we would have had a huge impulse and then something like this. But that impulse was not that much stronger. So now I'm looking for sales only. And for sales also, I do need some kind of a good correction, something like this. Then I will, just take a sell like this. But as of now, nothing. I have seen I get trades maybe 1 hour to 1.5 hours after the market open. Some days we get right at the market open, but often we get trades after maybe 45 minutes of the market open. So I have to wait how price behaves in this zone right here. If we see the NASDAQ 100, it is not really that much impulsive. So going to the 5-minute, we do have a pressure to the downside. So definitely I'll be looking for sells. Something like this can work. Going to be 1 minute, yeah. I need that impulse and some kind of a pullback, then I'll be taking the trade. It can take a little bit of time to set up.
Okay, yeah. So you're looking for the break, little bit of retracement and then a continuation.
Yeah, exactly. Out of a big impulse, something like, let me show you an example. Okay, something like this would work. Something like this. Impulse, little bit of a pullback, then I will take a trade somewhere on here. You're seeing I haven't really, said I will enter a trade right here because realistically I would have taken a trade right here. I would have placed my stop loss something like this and I would have targeted 1-1. Something like this would work in today's session. Let's see.
So EU as well. I see there's a lot of people asking. Suleiman
Euro USD
is asking for Euro USD. Euro USD. Yeah, it's. Yeah, you can do the Euro USD. Let's have a look.
I think it will be the same as pound dollar. We don't really have that full momentum. Do we have any strong news? Maybe that's why price is consolidating before the news.
No, the only big news that we will have will start trickling out from tomorrow. Tomorrow we have CPI on
yeah, that's
pound.
why I think.
So yeah, we don't really have much at the moment.
Mm-hmm. That's why I think price is just ranging. Why you want to trade this Euro USD? It is just in a big range in my opinion. If you go to the 1 hour. Okay, let's go to the daily time frame first. Daily time frame, we have respected this area right here. We have rejected. Now we have this area right here. So now we are playing in these two ranges. So definitely price can come towards here. So let's keep this for sells. Now to sell this, how you can take the sell? Let's put it 30 minute. Yeah, it is in some EMA test. Okay, we have a supply right here. You can try sells from this area. or it can go right from here. We have 2 areas for sells. I'm just doing this analysis, but I don't like this. This is not the high probability trade in my opinion because of this price action. If it would have been simply something like this, impulse, price just trickling, and then it would have been a good, trade. But now prices, buyers and sellers are trapped here. We don't know who is stronger now. And this impulse was also not that much
consideration. We've been stuck here since yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I think the price is waiting for some, CPI, and you just mentioned. So I think then only we're gonna see some momentum.
Yeah, we're just waiting for some sort of impetus. Remember that the New York government, not New York, the United States government was locked down for a while. So we didn't really get all of the news in a timely fashion, the data that would have moved the market. We've had pound news, we've had euro news and so on, but without the opposite side of it being in place, with no real movement. So on Thursday and on Friday, we're going to start getting real red folder news, PMIs, unemployment claims, non-farm payrolls, that kind of like information is to start coming out. And all the market is waiting for is that. It's waiting for that impetus. It's waiting for that movement that's going to say, here we go, move. So that's what we are waiting for. So I would say...
We also are coming. Yeah. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No. You do you, man. I
was just going to say we are coming.
Get a very nice...
What you just said?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We got a break. Last 100. I'm just waiting for a pullback now. I will just wait for a pullback now. I do like this breakout.
The 1 minute, correct?
Yeah, I do like to see 1 minute consolidations.
I don't ever use the 1 minute, to be dead honest with you.
Maybe try it one day.
I will try it one day. You see, on Fridays on our morning stream that we have, myself and Will, we have competition days. So Will and I will take the 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, up to the 5 minute, and then we have an hour and a half to see who can make the most profit in that hour and a half. It doesn't matter what asset we're trading.
Okay.
And then we give ourselves some rules, like we're only allowed to risk 1% per trade, kind of like thing. We're only allowed to have 5% drawdown, and then you automatically
You're
lose
doing this between you two only? Like you planned it yourself? Or the team was,
We get guests in to come and trade along with us, and then if you lose, then we get to beautify, let's say, a photo, and then we will post that photo in our community for people to have a look at. So
that's nice. Okay.
It's just fun. It's just something to do on a Friday, because Fridays are generally a little bit more difficult to trade, especially if it's high news days.
Yeah.
And then is just kind of stay out of the market, but you still want to participate and you still want to feel like you're doing something. So we just do it for the...
Unbiased trader have a question. If you enter due to impulsive price, but move, but suddenly consolidates, no, I don't exit. I just wait for the TP or stop loss. From day one, it has been my, my thing. No matter the strategy that I've been using or the system that I've been using, from day one, I've been a big fan of TP or SL. I don't trade stop losses. Maybe in future I will do. I'm still, 6 years in. Maybe when I'm 10 years in the trading, I will practice this trailing thing. But or maybe closing the trades based on the price behavior. But as of now, stop loss or TP.
I also play that way. I will only do stop loss or TP. It's one of the two.
Yeah,
it's what my backtested data is reliant on, and I will follow that until I can prove to myself that I can do it better. As an example, HK 11897 saying invite Samir in Apex Brotherhood Trading Live. Yes, I should.
You named it Apex Brotherhood.
It's Will's company. the Apex Brotherhood.
Okay.
Apex Brotherhood Trading Live. So we have a live stream every morning at London Open.
I used to trade London session.
Yeah. So I know you're a very busy person, but if you ever wanted to, you're more than welcome to join me on a Friday.
Yeah, definitely. I will be. I'd love to, join you guys.
Oh yes, and as we are here, guys, we are coming to the absolute end of the stream. For those of you who have joined us today, really, we are very thankful for having you all with us today. If you haven't already, please drop a like as a thank you to all of us. And as a thank you from us to you, once you've subscribed and we have 90,000 subscribers, we will bring out a really awesome, let's say, gift stream, where we're going to give everybody an opportunity to get some prizes. Samir, anything last from you? Any last words of encouragement to everybody?
Last words will be just the advice that I gave you. If you are still, struggling here and there, if you have some psychology issue over trading here and there, again, I will repeat my same thing that I just mentioned in the stream, which is just take one trade a day. That will be my last closing words. And just take this advice seriously. And we was having question. I remember, you was entering before or early, price didn't even tap your area or your zone. Just follow your plan, one trade a day. That is it. Okay. That is my closing words. And thank you guys. Thank you for joining this stream. And again, if you haven't liked this stream, I will just say it once again. Please make sure you like it and subscribe to the channel because we are very close to the 90K mark. And like Rich said, we will be planning a big giveaway on 90K mark. And thank you guys. Thank you for always supporting. And yeah, that's it.
All right, guys. Love you all. See you all tomorrow.